Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. You already know what it is. We back with another one of them things. And tonight we got ourselves a hell of a show, ladies and gentlemen. You already know it's going down. We just fresh off of the NBA draft lottery, and boy, was it a movie. Did you hear the way Dex called the lottery last night? I'm talking, it was legendary calling, ladies and gentlemen. Had me on the edge of my seat. I'm pretty sure it had you. Now it's time to break down all the chips. The chips have fallen, ladies and gentlemen. So listen, it's about to go down. We ain't gonna waste no time with the people tonight. We ain't got no time. It's very paramount, ladies and gentlemen. The Charlotte Hornets, the Queen City, Buzz City, they must nail this pick, and we're gonna break it all down for the people, ladies and gentlemen. Feel free to give your insights. So you already know I got a special guest with me. You already know who this is. You cannot mention Charlotte Hornets basketball without my man Sam Dracula. Sam, what's the deal? It's Flight Sports.
Hey man, it's been a fun time to be a Hornets fan since about 25 hours ago. I was talking about it on stream yesterday. April 13th last year, the day of the Hawks Hornets play-in game. Before that game happened, that was the peak. It's been all downhill ever since that day, from the offseason to the draft to the preseason to the regular season, jumping up to the second pick in the draft. I thought we were doomed to get like the sixth pick. So I'm in a good place. Plus, my boys, Man City, won today. Beat Real Madrid going to UCL final. That's a whole different thing. But yeah, it's been a good sports 24 hours for me, personally.
Right. Listen, now, before we get into the politics, I mean, what was your thoughts? You know, they went to commercial break. You know, Mark Williams is on the podium. They ringing off names. It's looking like, listen, I was sitting there with Dex. I mean, I wish Dex could see the way I was in this house, you know, the way Dex was calling it. You know, I turned everything off. You know, I'm superstitious. You know, I'm a Knicks fan. I done been here before. You know, I'm trying it all. You know, so Dex, then I get to the Hornets in second, and I just lost it out of frustration because we were so close. But when you fall back, this was a hell of a situation. You know, the Hornets are in a good place. Obviously, Wemby was the prize. It always sucks when you have a consensus. You know, what would have been like give us your thoughts on what you was going through during that time period of that commercial break? Is TV back on, and we still on the podium? Talk to us.
Yeah, so I was live streaming during it. And honestly, I felt irrationally confident about yesterday. For some reason, I felt like things were going to go our way. It's just because things went so against us all the last like 12 months or whatever. With the possibility of dropping to 6th, like that, with just from the odds, I think it was 8th, the worst they could have done. Once we got past that and we were guaranteed top 4, I was happy. Genuinely, if we came back from commercial and it said Hornets, I'd be like, you know what? I'll take it. Honestly, I'll take it. Because I was just too afraid of the drop. For them to get 2, the second pick, there's people have been like texting me like, oh man, it's so close, all this stuff. I'm like, I don't care. Like I'm here for this. I think, yeah, having Wembanyama would have been awesome, but that's still, even after the lottery, seems this franchise is not that lucky. And for them to avoid dropping down and end up with the second pick, which has some like real intrigue around it, like it's not boring, right? Between Scoot and Brandon Miller. It's like there's actually like things to talk about with the Hornets. It's like actually like weirdly refreshing. So I don't want to be greedy. I'm happy with 2, more than happy with 2. Obviously, Wembanyama would have been awesome, but the Hornets will have their choice of some really awesome prospects. And for a draft that really seems to have a significant drop off, right? There's gonna be guys that are picked between like 4 and 14. One of those dudes is gonna be like really good. That's just how all drafts work. Someone's gonna go late in the lottery, and like why didn't they go sooner? Like there's always gonna be one of those dudes. But knowing what we know now, if you can't get Wembanyama, you want one of the 2 between Scoot and Brandon Miller, and the Hornets have the choice of either of them. It's a great place to be.
Absolutely. It sure is, man. This is a wonderful place to be after you get out of the thought process of what you said. We about to get into it. Listen, I got to join my man All Access in the building. Dex, talk to the people. We live. Your mic is on mute if you don't know.
Oh my God. Yes, sir. Flight Sports TV. Listen, big ups to Sam Dracula for making his pristine appearance. I mean, the man is looking sharp. His mind is clear. He is elated to the degree we can call it glee. His solemnity of manner is just magnificent, Sam Dracula. I'm saying we got the real deal right here. This is not a pseudo content of Charlotte Hornets creator. This is the real deal. He can give us the goods and the grits. So shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in these streets. And shout out to the panel as it reaches Premium Peak. And shout out to the chat and all of its cacophony that spews out of the cracks and crevices of Flight Sports Block. And big ups to everybody pulling up to enjoy this festivus manner of a man, Sam Dracula. Sam, you reached number 2. Oh my God. This is crazy in Charlotte Hornet history. Please express yourself.
You know, it's this team, this franchise, since like post Kemba, like this era of this rebuild, has had a severe lack of top end talent. And when you look at just the pedigree of the team, it's filled with guys that, you know, the veterans that came from other places, right? That's part of the rebuild. Your Hayward, your Rozier, right? And then they got the homegrown dudes were either late lottery picks or second rounders or undrafted guys. And now with the LaMelo pick in 2020, and then this one, we have this franchise will have some real like top end pedigree, and the potential around that is really exciting. Coupled with the development we've seen from the late round dudes, the second round dudes. So there's actual hope right now for what can happen. The Hornets have a long way to go. All right, I want to be very clear about this. No matter what happens in the draft, the Hornets are going to have a tough time making the playoffs. That's not where we're at yet. But I think we're moving in the right direction, unless Mitch loses his mind and trades the pick. You can't go wrong with Scoot or Miller. I'm pretty convinced about that. If they keep the pick, take one of those kids, we're good. We're good. We'll figure it out later. But as long as they keep it, just keep it, please. Please keep it, Mitch. Don't do anything crazy.
Did you say, I was about to move on, but it sounded like you said that the Hornets are not ready to make the postseason. You don't think next season they can make the postseason?
No. I just don't see it yet. They don't have the roster. The roster construction isn't there yet. They're adding to the talent pool, right? They're gonna have 2. They're picking second and 27th. They got 3 second round picks, right? Who knows what they do with that? They can't add 5 rookies. They have to do something. They got the Hayward expiring. They got these Terry Rozier to Phoenix, maybe in a Chris Paul trade buyout. I'm just saying, as of right now, as this roster is currently constructed, I don't see this team making the playoffs. Even if they stay fully healthy, maybe like still a 10 seed at best with everything as it's kind of shaping up. But the offseason hasn't even started yet. A lot can change, right? But I just don't, even with the second pick, I'm like, I just want to be, I think everyone should have their expectations under control here, not expect the Hornets to make a major leap, because The Pistons will be better. The Magic will be better. Wizards probably not be. I don't know. I'm not a fan of what's going on in Washington with Kuzma and them. Porzingis stayed healthy. Can he do it 2 years in a row? I don't know. Indiana is a good team. Like the East, even though it got weaker at the trade deadline, it's still tougher than it was 2 years ago when the Hornets were a 10 seed. I think it's just a harder hill to climb now. But we'll see. The offseason hasn't started yet. A lot can change, but I just don't think we're there yet.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. As I look at the standings, I'm like, I don't want to say I'm with you, but I know it's going to be a tough battle. I'm assuming that they bring Miles back. Obviously, this pick, I don't know if they're going to move it. I doubt it. But like I said, that's going to be obviously a conversation. When you evaluate what's going on. But I feel for the Hornets because I think if you guys don't make the postseason or add to this roster significantly, I really think that, what's the deal with LaMelo? Because like I said, he got to, what's the last year? It's time contract time. Mm-hmm. I don't know if this is the time to say the punt on the playoffs, man. Are you any concerned as a Hornets fan in all seriousness with LaMelo Ball's future looming or with this going on? You're not concerned?
No. And if the Hornets don't make the playoffs, I don't see them tanking. I want to be clear about that. I think they're going to be a competitive team. It's just they're not a playoff team. When make the play-in and win the play-in, they could be in the mix. I just don't think I don't think they'll be 15-14 again, bottom. You know what I mean? But moving towards a positive direction. Especially if they move out of the Hayward contract and move away from the Rozier contract and really focus on an actual rebuild. But with LaMelo, no one said no to the money. It's never happened. No one said no to the extension. I would be shocked if LaMelo did that.
Well, I mean, I'm be honest with you, I don't mean to cut you off. There's a lot of people here, here at Flight Sports, that believe. I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but I don't think we dealt with a superstar this magnitude. You're looking at a guy, the man had a signature shoe up in high school. The man was pulling up in Lambos up in Chino. You understand? He done went overseas. He done did that. He got the LaFrance line. He got a lot of things popping. You understand? So I don't want the Hornets, the Queen City, and not you in particular, but just Hornets fans. I don't want y'all to get this thing caught up with this is just the usual as every usual superstar. Every usual superstar didn't have the perks of a LaMelo Ball. You understand? So this big time contract that's waving in front of his head, I don't think that's going to, just going to be the end all be all. What? Screw everything. I'm signing. Like you see other superstars do. I'm not saying that Melo won't sign it. I'm just saying that I think it adds added pressure to the franchise to make something happen. I don't think it's a situation where the Hornets say, you know what, we got Melo. Who the hell whoever declined the rookie extension? Let's just do what the hell we want to do. I'm not saying that's what y'all gonna do either. I'm just giving some scenarios. I really want the best for both parties. I want the best for LaMelo. I want the best for the Charlotte Hornets. We're not here trying to railroad the Hornets to uplift LaMelo. That's not what it's about. We just want the best for both parties. You understand?
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it, Zion took it. Zion was meant to be that guy to say no, and he took the money. And there's security with that. I don't know. LaMelo's not on Zion's level as far as injury concerns. LaMelo doesn't have that rep. But we're 3 seasons in, and it's been 2 seasons riddled with injury, right? Year 4 will go a long way to seeing what's what. I think it's way too soon to call him injury prone, but he had 3 ankle injuries last year. That's not nothing, right? And when you talk about his individual long-term security, I think it'd be pretty foolish to say no to that long-term security, right? So that's me not knowing anything from an outsider's point of view. It'd be especially so soon. Why demand a trade next year, not the year after you get paid? That's why it doesn't make sense to me why he would say no to the money. But who knows? Anything can happen. It's the NBA.
Right, you're absolutely right. Anything can happen. You're absolutely right. Listen, you already know what it is. It's Flight Sports. We got the legends rolling in the building already. We joined by the legendary Uncle Vern himself. Listen, Unc, we got our man Sam Dracula in the building representing the Queen City, Buzz City Hornets. Unc, what's the deal?
Hey, what's going on, Flight? Hey, what's going on, Mr. Sam Dracula? Hey, look here. I agree with you. Mello ain't going nowhere because it ain't really like it's all about the money. It ain't like the fact that he have to go out and try to shop around and go somewhere else too. He's still young yet. He don't have to force his issue like that. You understand me? Especially with these injuries and stuff like that. Also, he don't need to be making that kind of noise yet because he ain't really unsatisfied. What I'm thinking is, look here. What I'm saying is, I hope they don't sit up there and use that Charlotte got now, the blessing they got, and sit up there and get another point guard. You know what I'm saying?
Ah,
Which would challenge Melo and try to call themselves. You know what I'm saying? Betting the two against each other as far as the playing time go and everything else, or taking the ball out of Melo's hand or keep him on the bench at certain times because he's not able to stay and play that defense and stuff like that. You know, some days to sit up there, some days up there's called trouble because the Charlotte organization is known for doing that, wasting a pick or getting the pick they don't know what to do with, like in the Melo case. But
mhm.
yeah, Sam, I agree with you all the way around the board. I just found out today that Charlotte the pick was yesterday, and Charlotte they got the second pick. I didn't know it until you guys came on today. Man, I'm telling you, I'm lost.
Well,
But
well, we're gonna fill you in. I mean,
yeah,
like I said, I agree. Like I said, I agree with both parties. You know, including like I said what I'm saying, but we won't know until it happens. I want to believe that Mitch Kupchak. I heard Mitch Kupchak. I don't know if you heard his words. Did you hear Mitch speak today, Sam?
Mhm.
Yeah. What were some of your key takeaways from what he said? Because he was discussing his movement in the draft, how he usually picked best available, and that was pretty much what they've been moving. And he started to talk like they're gonna be moving in a different direction. You know, is it smoke and mirrors? What the hell did you take out of what Mitch said?
I think it's especially after the lottery, there's gonna be a lot of gamesmanship, right? Because what if Mitch gets like a Godfather offer for two? Like let's say Portland really want Brandon Miller, they don't want to add Scoot, right? They don't want to be, show their hand and maybe pass up on a potential deal to even just drop back one spot to three, right? So there's a lot of like politics with it. I think in general, like the Hornets need to go best player available. They have to. This team isn't good enough to pass up on top tier talent because you're not. Hopefully, you don't find yourself this high up in the lottery again, right? And if they take Scoot, I don't look at it as LaMelo competition. I look at it as Terry Rozier competition.
Me neither. Me neither.
Those
Go
dudes,
ahead.
yeah,
those
that's how
guys
I see it.
those guys, like you have to trade Terry if you take Scoot, which I'm here for. I'm like, I want Chris Paul. Like, bring him here. Let him be the grown man in the room. Next year's deal isn't guaranteed. You can go your separate ways next summer. Move Terry and get like a real pro in the mix. But specific to Scoot, like him and LaMelo, I think would pair perfectly next to each other. Like their games complement each other very well. And every good team in the league has multiple playmakers and ball handlers. The Hornets only have LaMelo. Since he's been here 3 seasons, they've thrown out Brad Wanamaker, Ish Smith, Isaiah Thomas, Devontae Graham, who's not a point guard, Terry Rozier, who's not a point guard, Cody Martin's played some point guard. He's not a point guard. To have like an actual point guard in the mix opens things up a million different ways that didn't exist in this current rebuild the Hornets are going through. So I think Scoot, if I'm in that war room, I'm pushing hard for Scoot because I think he's a safer bet, and I think he's like I don't know. Brandon Miller, his performance in the tournament really rubbed me the wrong way. I know you might have been hurt, whatever, but I think if they go Miller, it's fine. It won't be a disaster. I like Miller a lot, but Scoot has that edge for me because of that backcourt pairing. And if LaMelo gets hurt, if he wants to leave, you have that insurance there, right? You can slide Scoot over to the one or whatever. You got options now that you didn't have before. And I just think it's a safer pick in general, which I'm here for.
Yeah.
I'm with you with that. Like I said, I like Scoot Henderson as I continue to do more and more. I like what I'm seeing from Brandon Miller. You know, the Hornets have got a great situation ahead of them. You know, obviously we're gonna move on from Wemby. You know, but listen, I'm with you. They cannot pass on top tier talent. And I agree with the Scoot Henderson dynamic. Is not a situation where they pick a guard, because you know how people do. They just hear a guard. Oh my God, we got Melo. Oh Lord. Listen, they're already playing with Scary Terry, in my opinion, like you said. And Dex said this yesterday. We both said it together. It was crazy. Because I was about to get it's more than just Terry. I think that they have solidified the guard play if they select Scoot Henderson.
Yeah.
That's another thing, that the guard play is solidified. Go ahead.
Scoot will be a better version of Dennis Smith Jr. And I like Dennis Smith Jr. what he brought defensively and from an athleticism point of view. Scoot is that, but better and younger. You know, like just imagine Scoot getting those DSJ minutes or even Terry Rozier minutes as a starter. Like there's a lot of potential there, and I think that's more appealing to me than Brandon Miller, who's an excellent scorer, can play defense. If he could be a two, like if Brandon Miller can slide over to shooting guard, that would be really awesome, right? LaMelo and Brandon Miller picking up the other team's best perimeter defender, the switchability there, the dynamic athleticism. Like it could be really awesome. I don't want to downplay Brandon Miller, but no one should discount Scoot because he's a guard. It would be perfectly fine because LaMelo off ball could be something special as well, off the catch and shoot, right? I think there's a lot of possibilities there with Scoot and LaMelo in the backcourt.
And I agree. I think Scoot Henderson is a monster. I think that he coming in with the zeal to prove and to take it to the next level, because when you look into that man's eyes, this guy looked possessed.
Yes. He
cannot wait to get on that 94-foot parquet floor, especially in the Hornets arena. You know how beautiful that floor is? Listen, it's one of the most spectacular things of beauty in all of the NBA. The only court can come close to that, I think, is Brooklyn. Outside of that, Hornets got to shut down. And you got a Scoot Henderson that's demonized, that's possessed with full wholesale intent to destroy any form of an entity on the opposite side of him. I got to get Scoot Henderson. Listen, Ja Morant has ruined his celebrity in the NBA. Ja Morant has ruined the media darlings who covered him with a safety blanket and rolled out the red carpet for him for his spectacular display of basketball. But guess what? Move over, Ja Morant. We got Scoot Henderson, the next beautiful high flyer in the NBA, sitting at 6'2", coming out of the G League, and people are familiar with him already. They don't have to get familiar with him. They're already familiar with him. If the Hornets do not draft Scoot Henderson and they have a change of heart and go in for Brandon Miller, okay, I mean, you know, I wouldn't like it. Brandon Miller's cool, but he ain't Scoot. Brandon Miller is cool, but he ain't Scoot, man. Scoot finna Scoot. And that's what the Charlotte Hornets need. Another guard on side of Melo with a monster mentality that he's ready to destroy any other person that's in front of him and not afraid to inflict harm on any other guard in the NBA.
No, I love it. No, Scoot, it's a cliche for a reason, like legitimately. It has that dog in him. And that stuff's contagious, and you need that when you're building a team. Like, if he's out there busting his ass, that's going to rub off on everybody else in the squad. And the fact that he's been playing against adults in the G League for 2 years, that says a lot about him too. You know, when you look at the possibilities of the lottery and the Hornets maybe selecting 4th, 5th, 6th, and the idea of drafting one of the Thompson kids, who I'm sure will be fine. I don't know. But like the overtime elite league is so weird. Those dudes are 20 years old playing against teenagers. It's a weird thing. I don't know what it is. As a Hornets fan, I wouldn't seek a lot of comfort knowing, all right, we're getting one of the Thompson twins. Instead, to go back to my gleefulness about being in the top 2 or picking second, is we don't have to deal with that. We're in a different area of the prospect tier list, right? We didn't get the Wemby, but we're in that next tier down with guys that either have a tape from college or 2 years of tape in the G League, which I'm, to your point, leaning towards Scoot because of that G League experience. I think that's really valuable.
I mean, we already had the I don't mean to say we, but this as a collective, all of those who cheer for Charlotte, we already had the visuals of twins. Okay, and that split up and it didn't work. The Hornets were still somewhat trash. You know what I mean? So we got that experiment already. So big ups to Amen, big ups to Allseer, but it's okay. Let somebody else deal with that twin action. Charlotte Hornet already dealt with it, and it didn't move the needle having two pretty twins out there at the same time. And I know they're North Carolina finest, but it's okay. But listen, we move on from that experiment. Let's start scooting towards playoff contention in a real way.
Imagine what Eric Collins is going to do with Scoot Henderson's name just alone. Like the bars from Eric Collins and Del Curry calling these games are be so fire if they make that selection.
Yeah, what does that selection mean for guys like Book Knight? Because Theo Madeline, obviously we know what it means for Scary Terry, but what about these gentlemen? Because we had the legendary, the CEO of Big Baller Brand himself, LeVar Ball, stated when James Book Knight was drafted, he talked to him and he said that him and Melo gonna be a hell of a backcourt. I think those days are over. You understand, especially when you bringing in a guy like Scoot. What does this mean for the two guards that are sitting on the bench? And talk to me.
So I think Maladone, his NBA ceiling is a third guard anyway, like a third point guard. And I don't know if they're going to bring him back on a two-way. If he's down to be a two-way guy again, I'm here for it. I liked him for what he was. You know what I mean? Book Knight, I think 2 years in the league, I don't want to say anybody's a lost cause. But if the Hornets went their separate ways from James Bouknight, I'd fully support it. Honestly, this like I mentioned before, the Hornets have 5 draft picks. 2, 27, and then 3 in the second round. You can't add that much youth and still hold on to James Bouknight and Kai Jones and Maladone. Like somebody's got to go. And I know there's like CBA rules coming that are changing how rosters are built, but it's still... You can't develop that many players at the same time. It's just too much for a team that's not very good. You're just adding to bad habits and just non-positive development. And so I can see Bouknight being a casualty this summer. If they trade Terry, let's say, I could see a Bouknight being thrown in a deal as a sweetener, a flyer. 2 years of his rookie deal remaining, basically. It's a low risk venture for another team if they want to partner those guys up in a deal. Right, I'd be surprised. Like something has to change. So they can't have these second rounders and these guys. Even like the 27th pick, I think they need to trade that because of what I just mentioned. There's too many kids. You can't play all of them at the same time. And then you'll be going back to, I think what we talked about last time about how like the G League was filled with a bunch of dudes that are just overqualified to be there, like specifically to the Greensboro team, right, which has a ripple effect beyond that. So it's a weird thing. So I'm really curious to see what Kupchak does with the misses from the 21 draft and all the extra picks we have.
Yeah, because there's an abundance. Guys like Bouknight. You're right. I don't think they're going to be as patient and, ready to acquiesce to him now. I think it's like, we ain't going to keep sending you to the – what'd you say?
They gave Bouknight 2 real opportunities to prove himself at the beginning of the year and at the end of the year. And, I wasn't blown away by it. And so I don't know how they feel about it in the front office, but – they have another year. They have 2 more years to figure it out with him before they have to really make a decision what they want to do. Because he's not eating up that much cap, right? He's under control. But it's getting the roster's filling up fast. It's only going to fill up even quicker.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, man. The Charlotte Hornets is in a good position. Let's see if they make this all right, man. And like I said, build this roster because they're in a crazy situation. Obviously, you got some young guys to go along with some vets. Have you heard anything involving Miles Bridges? Here we documented some of his workouts. He made sure he always was visibly wearing Hornets paraphernalia. I don't know if he was working with Hornets staff or what, but he always has some Hornets, something on. I want to believe that y'all still got his rights. There's no reports out saying, listen, we looking to move Bridges. Don't you think Bridges is on his way back, along with this pick and these collection of picks?
Yeah, I think he's coming back. I think he's coming back. The whole, even with how the suspension was worded, that he was not Charlotte Hornets free agent, but Charlotte Hornets Miles Bridges, and the fact that the suspension was like backloaded, which is weird. He missed the whole year. Why'd you suspend him for 20 games? I only get credit for 20 games. The NBA is really sus about that. I'm not a fan of how they
handled that.
You
thought they gave him a break?
No, I think it was like unnecessary. So if you're gonna suspend him, announce the suspension when you suspend him, right? For him to get 20 games credit after missing 82 and then has to miss another 10, I don't think that's fair. Honestly, like I think what he got accused of and what happened in court, missing a full season is fair punishment, and he deserves a second chance. To like creep into the next year is weird. It's really weird to me.
I'm with you,
but I think he comes back, and that could be a reason they don't do Brandon Miller. By the way, they don't want to have like too much of that, just from a media point of view. Right, there's too much off-court stuff at once. He's speaking of James Bouknight, right? But I think honestly, the real question is what happens with who's going to be owning this team next year, right? Because if the new owner is coming in, you want a clean slate, don't want any of that stuff around. Move Miles in a sign and trade, but unless there's a change in ownership, I fully expect Bridges to be a Charlotte Hornet this upcoming season.
Hey,
Go ahead, Bart.
All right, thanks, Dex. What I want to say about with that part you were saying about the punishment, the conditions of the punishment. It seemed like it was right that they did it right then in order because of the fact that they instead of finding the guilty, taking this money right off the back, because it seemed like you said that's what they should have done instead of giving them 10 games and stuff like that or whatever. You said they should have took all that too. They did that rightly because of the fact that they had to investigate, make sure that everything was all the I's and stuff, that everything was crossed and everything done right like that. So instead of just making accused and just say, okay, now we're just going to take this and that's going to be it. And that'll be the downright decision. They're going to go all the way to the next year. Like you said, they should have done. That'd have been wrong on this side because you have to find them guilty and then prove them guilty or something like that. You just can't do it just off hearsay and everything else. I mean, if you got something to say about that, I want to hear it.
Oh, no. So this just seems arbitrary, right? Him not playing while the case was active makes sense, right? Because that case kept getting delayed. And he pleads no contest. So at that point, it kind of like, all right, the clock has started. What's going to happen with him? I don't remember when that was in the year, maybe around Christmas time, because that's when he showed up at the game and the report came out that the Hornets and them were talking. It was like Christmas Eve or something really. It was a really like suspicious kind of planted story to Woj. With seemed very orchestrated with him showing up at the Lakers game, sitting courtside to Scottie Pippen. It was a weird thing. But for them to say, you get credit for 20 games served when you missed all of them. That's part's weird. Yeah, they got to do their due diligence, but like, why cap it at 20? Why not make it the full 30 or suspend him for the next 30? That weird split where they try to like give him credit for missing the whole year. That part seems weird. Like, do you want to suspend him or not? And it seemed like they took the middle ground approach to not offend his agency, Clutch, and to not get sued. Like, it's a weird thing. And so it's almost as better as they did nothing. Because I think a year suspension for what happened, if they did it at the time, would have been fair. But it played out how it played out, and they picked a weird, arbitrary, like, backdated suspension that they didn't announce. Because, like, if at the time they're like, all right, Miles Bridges is going to be suspended for the remaining 20 games of the season, like, at the time, like, from 20 games from now and then 10 games into next year, I'd respect that more. But to do it after the fact, it seems very weird. And I assume that's a Clutch thing, that Clutch put the pressure on them because they have all that influence with the league.
You're damn right about that. Go ahead, Dex. You had a statement on this?
Yeah. I was just going to extend off of brother Sam Dracula about, the Brandon Millers of the world, the Miles Bridges of the world, the James Bouknights of the world, former Charlotte Hornets who still leave a little nasty taste in the mouth with Trez. and all these off-court issues and a confluence of bad behavior basketball players. So I agree with Sam wholeheartedly that there is a question mark with Brandon coming out of college. Albeit everything was alleged and nothing was, done to hinder or hurt his career going forward. But just the thought that it was a strong possibility of his involvement because he became a person of interest in the eyes of law enforcement. So when you already have Book Knight dealing with his vices and you have Bridges coming back off of his incident, I don't think it would fare well for the paying Charlotte fans and Charlotte hopefuls to aggregate all this, at this time. It's just not a good time for it. It's not a good spot for it. We know Melo has held up his end. We know PJ Washington, he might not be there, but he basically held up his end, even though he going through his relationship problems, but that had nothing to do to affect the Charlotte Hornets. You got Bryce McGowan, young guy, is holding up his end. Nick Richards holding up his end. And you got Terry Rozier holding up his end if he stays. And definitely the bright spot of Charlotte Hornet, Mark Williams, holding up his end. And you got the pretty boy himself, Kelly Oubre, holding up his end. So you have all these players that have played meaningful minutes for Charlotte in games, whether won or lost, holding up their end of the bargain. I don't think it's fair even for the organization, the players, and the paying fan base to bring in such a question mark when it comes to off-court behaviors.
Yeah, I think that the fan base, any fan base, is willing to look past certain things if it means winning. And if the Hornets become this place where there's guys that have questionable activities off the court and they're not winning, you can't have both. You just can't have both. You're gonna lose your fan base that way, right? So, and to what I was talking about earlier, I don't expect the Hornets to be like in playoff contention anytime soon. So to be like the Jailblazers 2.0 and not be good, you can't have both of them. You know what I mean? So there's an element of, not all cases are the same. Circumstances are very different. Even with Miles, like him getting kicked out of the game in the most important game 2 seasons ago now, him posting a picture of lean on Instagram Live, it just wasn't going down a good path for Bridges before all the domestic stuff. And as it started, you kind of raise your eyes, like, what's going on here with Bridges? Like, he's meant to be like the rock of the team, like the guy who doesn't miss games, the guy who gets better every year, right? The vocal leader. And then all of a sudden, all these little things start happening. And then a very big thing happens. And then you're left that sinks the whole offseason and then leads to a really bad regular season. And I don't know. I don't want to completely discount Brandon Miller because of what he did in college. Because as far as I know, that's the only like misstep he's had. But I agree. Like, you just there's a number, and you don't. It's not the same for every team, but you don't have a bunch of guys on the team with off the court issues. This is not a good place to be, especially when you're a young team trying to build a culture. And the only real identity, if you're the only identity your team has is stuff going on off the court and not what's going on in the court, it's a bad combo.
Yeah, absolutely right, Dex. That was a great question that you asked, Sam. Like I said, the Hornets, they got a lot of things they got to work on, even with this second pick. Back to the Miles situation, I think Miles, his return is important for a guy like Scoot Henderson, for a guy like Brandon Miller, opposing they take those guys because to relieve some of the heat and pressure. We all know when these guys come in, they already comparing guys like Wembanyama to LeBron, and the combination between Giannis and KD, and then now Scoot is the next Ja Morant. He's the next Russell Westbrook. He's got D Rose jumping ability. I mean, why don't we give these guys some time just to do this? Because you let's say you lose Miles, PJ, somebody throw the big time bag. Look at Detroit. They've been asked out. Not to say they got Detroit, no one's gonna do it. Houston, I don't know. Teams got screwed. They might be willing to throw that chicken on the table, So what if let's say hypothetically speaking, you were to lose your two power forwards. Oh, all the pressure is on Scoot Henderson to be the co-star. That's trouble.
Yeah, and like especially from that position where Scoot's not a shooter. He needs guys on the floor to play off of. He can't set a screen for himself. You know what I mean? Like he needs to get after it, and he needs help. Same with LaMelo, and the guys the rest of the team isn't ready. Kai Jones isn't ready to step up to replace Miles or PJ. JT Thor's not ready to replace Miles or PJ. Like they have guys that you can list in a box score. Like, oh, that's a power forward, but they're not really. They're not there yet, and if it came down to that, with both are restricted free agents, I would be shocked if the Hornets didn't match one. Like if they didn't match Miles, I wouldn't fault them for it. I'd understand it. I'd hope to get something in a sign and trade, but if he goes for nothing, fair play. It is what it is. PJ, it'd be pretty inexcusable to let PJ go for nothing in return. He has to come back. But to your point, if you lose him, you lose Miles, it's gonna be really tough. I don't know who's beginning rebound, like Mark Williams and Nick Richards. Can't really do a twin tower situation with those guys. Although they showed some signs of stretching the floor last year. Who knows what happens in year 2 with those two together? But the restricted free agency between those two, Bridges and PJ, and then the unrestricted free agency of Kelly Oubre is gonna be very interesting. Because if you draft Brandon Miller, you're probably not bringing back Oubre, right? Like it just doesn't make a lot of sense because you expect Cody Martin to be back. You'd expect Bryce McGowan's and JT Thor to be better this year than last year. Improve year over year. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to bring back Kelly Oubre. So if you're Kelly Oubre, you're probably watching the draft really carefully. Like, oh, okay, you guys got Brandon Miller. All right, I'm gonna get my resume ready and see what I can do. Talk to my agent because there's no way they bring me back. Those are the big 3 question marks for me. I can see Oubre going. I see PJ staying, and I have no idea what to expect from Miles. He'll be in the league next year. If I had to put money on it, I'd put money on him staying in Charlotte, but I wouldn't feel like 100% confident about it.
Well, I agree with that. Dex, you got any follow up to that?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was to package Miles, but I think Miles wants to remain in Charlotte. I think he's comfortable in Charlotte. I think he likes the wave of Charlotte. Is close to Atlanta, so it seemed like he's one of them type of guys that what I'm saying, that will get himself out there like that. If they was to package Miles, I think they would package him to Detroit and try to get James Wiseman. What you think about that?
I don't know. I'd rather get picks than Wiseman, if I'm honest with you. Just because I'd rather just rock with Mark Williams and Nick Richards. Although Wiseman did look good with the Pistons towards the end of the year. I didn't mind it. But I'm looking at like Orlando, who has a ton of space and a ton of picks. They're close. Like Orlando could be in the mix next year. And Bridges could play the 3. And their front court could be Bridges, Franz Wagner, and Paolo with Wendell Carter. Like that could be a squad. I don't know if you want to keep them in the East or not. I don't know if they'd care about that type of thing. But I look at Orlando as a good spot because again, not a big market either, right? So there wouldn't be like all this like heat, sort of quote unquote, on bringing a guy like Miles in because they have all those question marks about Jonathan Isaac too. Like that dude stays hurt, and Bridges could do everything Isaac can do, but better. So I don't know. I would look at a team like Orlando, maybe Houston. They got a new coach, new mix. It's a fun city. I could see a Houston with, again, ton of picks, ton of cap space, working out a sign and trade for Miles Bridges. San Antonio wouldn't. I don't think San Antonio would do that. I think I would put my money on it. If there is a sign and trade, I think the most likely outcome he stays here. But if he does go into sign and trade, I'll put Houston or Orlando high up on the list.
Right. I heard the Lakers.
I would say LA. But those teams have nothing to trade. Like their draft capital is all tied up, and they have young players.
Hey, you got Reeves looking for a bag. You understand?
Hey,
I'm hearing rumors that it's going to be upwards of 50 million. The Lakers
Woo.
getting concerned.
Woo.
So I mean, it's getting expensive.
Yeah, run the price up.
Yeah.
The longer they stay in the playoffs, that price is going up.
Right. You want to read this comment, Dex?
About the
Yeah,
most hype draft.
Yeah, you want to go into that?
No, let's
It's
Sam. No, let's
go ahead.
Sam can go ahead.
Oh, well, Sam, I was gonna tell you because you brought up like the Nick Richards of the world, and you brought up, obviously Williams. I'm starting to see the young talent come to life. Now that you bringing up these guys, you got LaMelo Ball, even Miles potentially coming back is young. He's not old as hell. You understand? So, all of these guys, I mean, they're gonna be a very exciting team with a collection of pieces. Lord knows what they're gonna do with the 27th and whatever's going to go down in the second. So I mean, it's a lot of flexibility, and you already discussing potentially a movement, a trade. Remember, they do have Melo, and one thing about the Charlotte Hornets, they are a team that people feel like this is the worst situation you want to be in. They do have one foot in. I ain't gonna say one foot out, but they kind of like, they're in a tough spot right now. They could either start contending or they could be back in the lotto again. So I mean, not contending, but more contending for a playoff spot. Obviously, there's levels to this. But I do see the Hornets if everything comes correctly, because you got to understand something. The Hornets was in a lot of games this season. I was watching them fight without LaMelo, and I was shocked as hell. I'm like, God damn, the Hornets almost won tonight. Damn, they pushed this. I remember I played the Knicks. PJ hit a bomb, and then before you know it, it's just like I said, it's just crazy. Like I said, y'all still lost, but y'all were right in the game.
Yeah, no, there was stretches there where things were really popping off. It just could never get into a rhythm because guys were missing games. And so when you had Detroit, Houston, San Antonio, they were definitively the worst teams. They were actively tanking. San Antonio started tanking like last summer when they traded Murray. They were like, yo, we're going for Wembanyama. And congratulations, it worked. You know what I mean? Detroit shut down Cade maybe earlier than they needed to, right? Houston just rolled out an AAU team for a season. Like, that was very clear they were fully tanking. The Hornets were on an island because they weren't able, no matter what they did, they were never going to catch Portland or Orlando record-wise. So they're kind of in this weird gray area of not tanking, but also not being garbage. And it's nice to have that rewarded even a little bit. They didn't go full tank like those three other teams I mentioned. And so for them to get the second pick out of all of it, it's a nice reward. But to your point, yeah, the Hornets did play well at stretches. They just couldn't never find a rhythm because dudes were just in and out of the lineup just too much.
Yeah, good point about that. Hopefully
They should have brought Jello up. They should have brought LiAngelo Ball up once they knew that they wasn't going anywhere. Once they knew they was in stalemate, they should have just brought LiAngelo Ball up. But instead, they gave the 10-day contract to Xavier Sneed. What do you think about that?
Well, I think it goes back to even just the beginning of the year. They carried a 14-man roster all year because of Miles Bridges, and they had guys dropping like flies, and they still didn't have that 15th man. And it's insane. It took until the end of the year for them to go to a full 15, convert McGowan's from the two-way and all that. It was just that if you want to put an asterisk next to it as far as like or a point towards the tank, that was their way of tanking, I think, of just carrying a lighter roster. But I don't know. I don't even want to talk about last year at all, man. I can't even lie to y'all. I was so over it. I stopped streaming games. I just couldn't do it, man. Like, I was just watching the next day on League Pass. I couldn't handle it. It was just really depressing watching this team play last year because of everything involved with last season. There's so many lost opportunities. But thanks to yesterday, things are looking up.
Yep. You brought up new ownership, and that's something we touched on yesterday. What are you hearing about that? How does this impact this team, LaMelo Ball, and every player on the roster? What the hell is going on with the ownership situation? Is Michael just playing games? Talk to me.
I know what everybody else knows. You know what I mean? Like, I think, if a new owner comes in, what I'm just concerned about is what that's gonna mean. Because when a new owner comes in, they like to put their stamp on things. And sometimes that means firing the coaching staff. Sometimes that means trading away the future for a star. And I don't know where any potential new owner is going to fall into that mix. So it's a weird one. It's a weird thing. And if MJ's going to, the rumors that MJ would just remain as a minority owner. But still, there's a new majority owner. If it's one guy, a group, they're going to want to make it their team. And that's usually the coach is gone. You probably count on that. Clifford was always going to be a stopgap coach anyway. This year he's guaranteed. Next year is a team option. I don't see him being the coach next season. Not for anything wrong he did, just because you have to move on. It just seemed like a short-term thing anyway. And then from a player point of view, it's like, all right, what is the goal now? If you have a new owner, what's their ambition? What kind of time frame? How patient are they? Are they not patient at all? So there's a lot of questions about that. And then, when the time comes, will that new owner, this is for a fan point of view, if you have a new owner, is that new owner willing to pay the tax? That's the question. Because if you draft well, you develop players well, you're going to have to be faced with that question about paying a luxury tax. And not a lot of owners want to do it. And that kills franchises. That's why the Golden State Warriors have been able to hold on for so long, because they have an ownership that doesn't mind paying into the tax. So that's my big thing with any potential new owner. If everything goes right as planned, would they pay the tax? So if there's any new ownership, I hope any media asks them, are you willing to pay the tax? Because that's the whole point. No one wants to see a team built and then disappear like the OKC team with Durant, Harden, and Westbrook, because they didn't want to pay the tax. And look what happened.
I agree with that. That's crazy that you said that. I didn't think of that they would go to whoever comes in as ownership, they would discuss, are you going to pay the tax? That's huge. If y'all could get an owner to come in to do that, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, just because that's the whole point. It's like it's meant to balance out. If you have a good roster, it's a good problem to have. It means you have a winning team, right? And for a while, the Hornets were hard capped, which is insane because they were terrible. Like when Kemba's last year, they were a hard capped team. And they were really bad. It's like, all right, this is the worst case scenario. You have no flexibility whatsoever. You got to figure this out. And the Rich Cho era, the GM before Kupchak, really messed things up. And now we're on the other end of it. Things are looking better. Had a winning season 2 years ago. Everything fell off a cliff this season. We'll see what happens next year. But yeah, that tax question is going to be looming over any offseason of any good team. It's like, all right, what are you going to do? Because like with Boston, for instance, right? Tatum is eligible for a Supermax now because he made All-NBA. All right, that's going to get really expensive. And the CBA is going to make paying the tax even on a bigger penalty. And these owners have to write a bigger check than they've ever had before. And it's like, all right, are you willing to do it? So if you're winning, you are, I hope. Otherwise, you're just going to be with the vanity of owning a team. So it's a weird one. So I'd be curious to know if the new owners do come in. Because I think one of the rumored guys is with the Hawks, right? Or he's a minority owner with the Hawks. One of the rumored guys, the other guy's with the team already. They're going to partner up to get the majority stake. So they know the NBA. They've seen how winning works. So you'd hope working together with the new owners, it go well. But you never know.
I agree with that. Good point. Hopefully new ownership. What do you guys think about that, about the luxury tax? How important is that, Dex? What's your thoughts on what he said? That was actually something that I never really pinpointed. That's why it's good to have like-minded minds on here at the same time. What you think about that, Dex?
Well, some people don't care about luxury taxes, like he was stating, and those are the teams that are in the big markets. That's what separates you from a big market and a small market, and it gives you an advantage to incentivize paying luxury tax. So you're telling players to come here because I'm willing to pay that or go the extra mile to make sure that you're comfortable, and we're not going to be scrapping over pennies, over coins. You feel me? So by that luxury tax being a lion in the road to certain small markets, that also keeps agents from pulling their player towards that gravity field. So it's a lose-lose situation if you don't do it, and it's a win-win situation if you don't mind doing it.
And the Charlotte Hornets really mind going over that luxury tax, and we all know that, right, Dex?
Exactly. You know, they're very frugal in their approach. If they have to, they will. Like with the Gordon Hayward situation, if you have to, we have to do it. Basically, do it. So we will. But and they put themselves in that pothole by being frugal, you know, throughout their years. But now, like you say, with the changing of the CBA and things of that nature, they making these guys come out of their pockets, man. You know, you're making billions of dollars, you know, but you don't want to pay 60 million. You don't want to pay 80 million, you know, to somebody who's going to fill a 18,000 seat arena, and you're going to charge at least $90 per, you know. So, and we're not even counting the luxury boxes.
Yeah.
So, you know, they know the money now. They know it's a business for both the player and the team. Both of them is a brand. Both of them are business, and now they at the table negotiating as such.
I wanted to ask Mr. Sam Dracula also that Dex had made that mention that you know the Charlotte Hornets, they will come out and put out that money if they have to. And he had also made mention about what's that man name again? That one that the one that's what's the Iron Man? What is his name again? What did we call him? What is his name? Gordon, Mr. Gordon. Yeah.
Talking about Mr. Glass.
Yeah, Mr. Glass, thank you. Okay, let's get right back to that if we have to. Sam, I'm glad you're here today. Remind me again, why do we have to deal with that situation?
Oh, Gordon Hayward?
Yes, sir. Hey, and Sam, the reason why I asked you this is because I wasn't really keen on Gordon Hayward for all his entirety of being there. Being there with the Charlotte Hornets, I liked him when he was with Boston and everything, even before and after the accident, the injury that he had. But I wasn't keen on him coming to Charlotte Hornets because I knew Charlotte Hornets needed some veteran leadership, and he really wasn't that kind of character because they needed to get that through play, and he wasn't able to produce that through that. I don't think. That was my opinion of it. But in your opinion, I know that you liked him. See, I knew earlier, like a year ago, like stuff like that, you would like him. You liked him when he was going. But then when Melo had got there, you seen that there was a difference between his attitude and Melo's attitude. They weren't all seeing on the same page. Now, can you tell me why did we get him again? Gordon Hayward.
I'm not sure I understand. So, like, when they initially signed him?
Yeah, why? Because wait, let me make it understood. Because the whole thing, they were saying that we need the veteran leadership. We need a guy like Gordon Hayward, even though he is hurt and came up, and we're gonna pay him all these $90 million? No, $109 million.
Yeah, 120.
Boy, I'm telling you, now you catch on, don't you? Did he tell me again? Why did we get him with all that money again, Sam?
Oh well, the dollar amount is because it's Charlotte. You have to overpay. Right. Him specifically, they've been infatuated with him since 2017. You know, he's at the time, you know, he's an all-around player. But like you mentioned, he's played year 1, 44 games, year 2, 49 games, last year, 50 games. It's a contract year. He's off the books next season. You know, he's actually an asset now because you could trade that as an expiring contract.
Yeah.
If a team wants to get off some money. And, you know, there's flexibility there now with him. He's like, that's the most valuable he's ever been this season because it's an expiring contract if they want to move it, or just let it expire, let him walk. But part of me expects him to play 70 games, like all of a sudden he's healthy because it's a contract year, and then get paid again. Like I think that there's a timeline where that happens. It can't be for 30. It cannot be for 30 million a year because his contract is meant to line up with LaMelo's, right?
Yeah.
They came in the same offseason. LaMelo's on a rookie deal. That rookie deal's over when Hayward's $30 million a year contract is over. So you just shift that money over to LaMelo, and then whatever happens with Hayward. He's not going to make that amount again. But if they want to keep him, I think he's worth keeping as a player but to count on him is impossible because of the injuries.
Ooh. I wouldn't.
Go
All right.
go call.
But most agent will not allow Hayward to stay there at a lesser amount. It just doesn't fix well with how the tour of agent and player proceed in the NBA. So
He's gonna be
most
34
likely,
next year. I don't see him getting like a big contract anywhere he goes. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but
he's
it's
in the
best
end
to
of
get it
his-
somewhere else. If you're going to get less,
yeah.
get it somewhere else.
And
It's his optics.
Yeah, and if this team was winning, maybe he would take less to stay.
Oh yeah,
But,
and stay.
you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
you could do
It's
that.
not- as we
But
talked about,
losing
I'm
and
not
take
gonna-
less, yeah, you're killing me, man. I would take less somewhere else and then say I took a pay cut because I feel I can win over here.
Yeah.
But even though you're really in reality, you're taking a pay cut because that's basically your value.
Right.
It's all about optics when you get at these negotiation table with the big wigs. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
they whatever agency is carrying Gordon Hayward, I think it's CAA. They're not going to allow him to take a pay cut in Charlotte and stay.
Absolutely. Listen, I definitely want to shout out my man Sam Dracula, for rocking with us tonight here at Flight Sports. We bring on guys like Sam Dracula and other people. We got guys that, are not necessarily Ball family first, or these guys are Bulls fans to the heart. And I love to bring guys like that. And I love to bring in Hornets fans or diehard pure Hornets fans to gel with guys like us and with the chat and things of that nature. We need to have difference of opinion. I welcome that, Sam. So never feel like you got to come here. We got to be in agreement. It's all about us, putting our things to the table. And at the end of the day, hopefully we all, could take a little bit of something from each other, into our knowledge, and today was a very knowledgeable episode. You brought in a whole lot of great details, things that people may have not known. People might have slipped people's heads, you understand? And it's good to hear from a guy that represents the Charlotte Hornets. Before we go, man, what you got going on, Sam? Let the people know what you got cooking up. What can the people expect? Is there anything in the works right now? Let everybody know what's happening.
Yeah, so youtube.com/Sam Dracula is where all my stuff is. All my links, samdracula.com, if you want to see any of my social links or anything like that. But yeah, man, on YouTube, that's where I'm at. Live streams, Hornets videos. I live streamed during the lottery last night. And so if you want to watch the whole thing, you can. I also clipped and recorded just the my top four reaction. That's up there on my channel as well. But the draft is June 22nd, I think. I think it's
I
June
gotta look
22nd,
it up.
something like that. So I'll be making some videos. We'll find out more as these guys interview where teams are leaning. If someone's falls in love, let's say someone falls in love with Scoot Henderson and they want to jump up to number 2. There's gonna be some interesting stories around that. So as those things pop up, I'll be talking about them on my channel. But just for the record, as of right now, I hold my right to change my opinion later because we got a month away from the draft. Draft Scoot, trade Terry. That's bringing Chris Paul. That's my move. I want LaMelo, Scoot, and Chris Paul this year. That's what I want. I'm pretty firm on that as of now. That could change as the summer goes on, but I want a grown man, actual leader in the locker room to help these kids become pros. I think this Hornets roster needs it badly. Chris Paul may not be too happy about it, but I think how he helped that OKC team a few years ago, I think he could help out this Hornets team.
Like I said, I don't disagree with any of your statements. Like I said, talent is talent, and the last time I checked, Chris Paul is talented. But like it is what it is, man. The Buzz City, the Hornets, they're in a great situation. Make sure you guys subscribe to my man Sam Dracula on YouTube. He's got a lot of things coming, like he stated. And look out, man. My man running through the Queen City, and I'm telling you, he got content for days. It's coming. So Sam, I definitely, like I said, we want to touch bases with you after the draft, to figure out what happened and discuss all other teams as well. So we're gonna look forward to talking with you. It's always an honor to have you, man. I want to thank you for joining the show today, Sam. It was an honor to have you.
Oh, my pleasure. Anytime. Hit me up.
No problem, man. Appreciate you, Sam. Have a good one. Yep, my man Sam Dracula just left the building. Like I said, we got a lot of things going down here at Flight Sports TV, man. You seen what it was. You
Oh
know,
yeah.
a lot of big things, man. What you think about that, huh? Well, that was
Oh
a
yeah.
crazy show. It was very insightful. You know,
Oh
people
yeah.
can't ask for
Yeah.
nothing
Yeah.
better
Very.
than that.
Yeah. Very. I would say that too. Very insightful. A lot of knowledge about what's to come and what to look forward to as far as shouting goes. And hopefully, if things come to plan, they pick the right personnel. I'm saying, for next year, maybe they will make it to the playoffs. That'd be something to push for, at least to the playoffs. You know what I mean? They ain't got to win no championship, just make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, good call, man. I like what I heard from Sam. He said a lot of things that, like I said, slipped my head. What do you think about when he said about the luxury tax and the ownership? I think that changes everything, for the Hornets, because they become big spenders.
What was he saying? What they finna get new ownership?
Well, Michael Jordan has been flirting with that idea, so he was stating that, they should, approach new ownership. I'm pretty sure the NBA will be involved and stick it to them like, hey, we're looking for an owner that's going to pay the luxury tax, because I think that changes the fortune of the Charlotte Hornets. They're not a team that dipped in the luxury tax. We've seen teams do it, and it is a dicey game to do because there's no guarantee that you're going to be successful dipping into the luxury tax. We've seen teams do it and be successful, and we've seen teams do it and it was a nightmare. So I definitely want to get your thoughts on that, because I think that was a huge domino that I didn't even start thinking about. Go ahead.
My thoughts on this. Okay, my thoughts on this. The price of the Charlotte Hornets just went up. So if everybody ever thought about buying the team, they think about seriously about buying even more so now, because they got at least the second best player in the league. I mean, not in the league, but in the draft, they got a chance of getting. So if it ain't gonna happen now, I don't see it happening too much tomorrow or the day after. You know what I mean, Flight? So I mean, you got there and now the big problem. That's Michael Jordan. No, Michael Jordan will always be the
Yeah.
big problem, and he ain't finna spend more than a dime for nobody. I'm sorry.
And listen, Michael, man, like I said, they definitely could use new ownership. Obviously, Michael looks good to have him there in that seat, because it's Michael Jordan, it sends shockwaves, but they really could use something else. They could freshen things up at that position, don't you think?
Yeah, they could. If you asking me, Flight, yeah, I think they could, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I think he gonna stick with that money to keep getting that little 500 money, getting that 500% money getting.
Right. What'd you think about that, Dex?
Yeah, Flight. I just believe that number 2 pick does a whole lot for the Charlotte Hornets, and it reinvigorates the fan base to get more involved, because it seemed like the fan base was basically emaciated from the Charlotte Hornets outer layer, and by that losing season, it was like, hey man, what the hell are we looking at? What the hell do we really got? So, in the absence of LaMelo Ball as well as Miles Bridges, they seen the Charlotte Hornets as being a malnourished team. They really saw what it was. It was just flesh and bones. It wasn't like they was, eating off the hog, getting fat eating off the hog. We really saw what it was. And then I kind of appreciate the presence of James Borrego to some extent, because at least with those skin and bones, he made it to a play-in situation. Yes, they got eviscerated. They got mauled. They got took behind the woodshed in both play-in situations. But at least it gave you some kind of incentive to watch Charlotte grow and develop into a playoff contender. Now with this number 2 pick, it heightens the tension for the front office to do the right thing. And I'm saying, take Charlotte from being a decimated, desolate destination and turn them into an apparatus of a winning well. So when we go into the viewership of the Charlotte Hornets, it be must-watch TV. And I'm saying, Scoot, 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 Scoot Henderson will definitely help the Charlotte Hornets and help them become an apparatus of winning.
Good call, Dex. Shout out my man Chance in the chat. It's a salute, Flight, your boy Chance, and salute Dex in the panel. Yes, like I said, it's so many good things. So you like Scoot Henderson. I think everybody likes Scoot. You know, we've been evaluating Scoot. I'm going to keep it 100. I know who Brandon Miller is, but I don't know him as well as I know Scoot Henderson. You know, Scoot Henderson is a lot of things that he's doing right now. I don't want to say too much, but I mean, he's preparing himself for the NBA. I think he's going to drop down and be efficient, you know, when he gets there. It's going to be hard pressed for a team to pass up on him with number 2 with all of the backing. You know, it's crazy. I'm going to keep it 100. I'm just going to spill some of the beans right here. Dex, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but Steph Curry, the NBA champion, the MVP, he is mentoring Scoot Henderson, ladies and gentlemen. So it's going to be hard pressed for a team to say, you know what, I'm going to pass up on him. That's why I believe he's a lock to go to the Hornets due to that alone. There's a lot of strong backing right now. And what I'm noticing too, I looked into some shit with Scoot Henderson. Yo, I seen this dude rocking a Puma chain, yo. I'm going to keep it 100 with you. May call me crazy. I seen it on his Instagram. He's got a Puma chain on. You understand? So, I mean, if that's not all of the dominoes you need to see, I don't know what else you need. You know, what's your thoughts on what I just stated, Dax?
Like, that was beautiful to see Scoot Henderson in that teal uniform of the Charlotte Hornets bring much value to this young man's name. Scoot, scoot, scoot. Let's scoot towards the playoffs. I just believe when you have a dynamic talent like Scoot, who represents an existential threat to all of the NBA guards, point or shooting guards, you have to put value on his name. And then you have Scoot, and then you can slide Melo to the 2 and let LaMelo just wing it. That's going to be freaking dangerous, dude. I'm talking about it's going to be a quantum entanglement between the two. However Scoot moves, Melo moves. However Melo moves, Scoot moves. And Scoot is going to be so dynamic, piercing the enemy's fortress and violating the enemy down in that restricted area. It's going to be some fun basketball. And those are type of players you need that is so hungry and gritty. It's like, you remember that video of 50 Cent, right? Many Men. Y'all remember that video, Many Men? And you had this one overzealous guy that was in the car who had so much buildup, even though it was hate, towards 50, that he was like, let me at him. Let me get him. Let me out this car. Let me get him. Let me get him. That's Scoot. Scoot is that type of mindset that's a thoroughbred, ready to break out the gate. Now, you're going to need some blinders on him to control him to some degree, but LaMelo was right there. LaMelo was perfectly right freaking there. You understand what I'm saying? To help mentor and guide Scoot and give him some nourishment so he can develop and control that energy. Because right now, I can just look into this man's eyes, and I have seen plenty of men in my lifetime that have eyes and that's deep set it into his skull, looking like a Neanderthal. You know what I'm saying? Look like a straight hunter-gatherer. And I just believe that's what LaMelo needs next to him, not somebody who's going to fight over the ball, have hissy fits when they miss and they're not getting the ball right, so they don't want to play defense. They don't want to be involved in a game and become a pestilence out there on the court in front of the whole world. No, get somebody young, gritty, and can look up to Melo and know Melo is the leadership of the team and go. And that's what I see in Scoot Henderson. He ain't going to try to supplant LaMelo. That's not what he's coming there for. And he recognizes it. And this is what Steph Curry is all about. Because Steph Curry was in that same situation. He wasn't coming to supplant Monty Ellis. It just happened that way. Because he just worked hard and worked hard and worked hard. And so decision was made. Mark Jackson said, I choose Steph over Monte Ellis. So I'm not saying that's going to be the situation with LaMelo to choose, but I'm saying that Steph will give him pertinent information on how to navigate when you're playing next to a star. And some will say all-star, some would say superstar, some would say rock star. But however star, it's a bright star. And Scoot is getting well informed and well educated to make a smooth transition and to be acclimated and matriculated into the Charlotte Hornets regime, led by none other than LaMelo LaFrance Ball.
Yo, good call, Dex. I mean, how important and how huge is the dynamic of Steph Curry? Did you hear what I said?
Say that again, bro.
I said, how huge was the dynamic of Steph Curry mentoring Scoot Henderson? I'm going to touch on that later on tonight, so make sure the people look out for that. What's your thoughts on that?
I think listen, Steph Curry's a good guy, right? He's a babyface assassin, but he's a good guy. When you look at Steph Curry, you see inoculation. You see harmlessness. You see amicable. But that's deceptive. But when you look at Scoot Henderson, he looks polar opposite, dangerous, vicious, commandeering. But Steph is going to give him that kind of roadmap to allow him to fit in seamlessly next to LaMelo Ball. And what is that? Because, I mean, the chances of that, you can't make this up, Flight. LaMelo was supposed to go to Golden State. And now the person in Golden State is mentoring the guy that's going to Charlotte. So you can't script this any better. I mean, Adam Silver is a genius. You got to give him credit. I just believe this dangerous Scoot Henderson will be the perfect dog next to LaMelo.
Yeah, I'm with you, Dex. Good call on that. It's an unbelievable situation. Steph Curry, his insight is something spectacular. Obviously, LaMelo Ball and Steph Curry, they should have been playing together. I think everybody knows that. And it was an unfortunate situation that they were not playing together. You understand?
Exactly. And so even though, LaMelo trajectory is high as fuck, you follow what I'm saying? Nope. Even despite him having an injury-riddled season last season, these two, Scoot Henderson and LaMelo Ball backcourt, that is spooky action at a distance. That is mutual destruction. I'm telling you, Flight, these young men is going to feast because LaMelo is tall, Scoot not as tall, but Scoot is fast, and LaMelo is more methodic. So when you have that type of combination, it's going to be explosive in that backfield. It's going to be somewhat reminiscent to the backcourt in Cleveland, but I give LaMelo Ball and Scoot Henderson a higher grade than the backcourt that was up in Cleveland, Flight.
Right,
And they
good
got
call,
Spider-Man. It's going to be a rare sighting for these two duels. We already know Melo is one of one. He's rare. He's not from here. We understand that. We understand that he was the youngest and was breaking records at such a young age. Josh Giddey broke his record since then, the youngest to get a triple-double. But LaMelo have records that had set for over 60 years that he broke it. And it's still LaMelo's record as the youngest to do it. So, and I think he will be the perfect player who's still young, but his maturation is beyond his actual age. And for Scoot Henderson to come in and be somewhat under the tutelage of a LaMelo Ball. You can't ask for anything better than that because these other guys that's older than LaMelo, it's fair seeming, it's fair seeming. You got to be honest. It's hard for older people to submit to leadership to younger people. It's very difficult because they do not give them the respectability of the longevity aspect of it. And that's what interferes in their pride. Why I'm going to listen to this dude? I've been in the NBA for 8 years. He only been in the NBA for 2, and they want me to listen to him. They want him to be the captain. But what a lot of people fail to realize is that LaMelo is rare. He don't come in here with the dippity dappity and all the silly shit that goes on with a lot of these young players that have a plethora amount of money. LaMelo came in the NBA a millionaire. So it'll be perfect, Flight. And I don't see nothing wrong with it. And I'm with it 100%. Scoop, 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 scoop me to the playoff as a real contender.
Yep, the Hornets are going to the playoffs, Dex. What's your chances of the Hornets briefly to making the postseason? One last statement on the Hornets before we shift gears. What's the chances of Charlotte making the postseason?
I think well, let me answer this question. He said that's actually Zoe record. No, that's Josh Giddey record. Zoe had it, then Luca had it, then LaMelo had it, then Josh Giddey broke that record. So Josh Giddey has it right now. The youngest just have a triple double. But nevertheless, I believe that Charlotte has. I'm going to up it if they draft the right guy, and I think the right guy is Scoot Henderson. So I would say their playoff percentage will go up to at least 52%. The Charlotte makes the playoff with a healthy roster, and that's including the Miles Bridges reunion, because he's going to be on a revenge tour, and a redemption tour at the same time. You got Scoot going to be on a revenge tour because they said he wasn't ready last season, which he felt he was, and now he's going to go extra throttle, And then you got LaMelo want to prove that he's not injury prone, that he's sturdy, and he's the guy you can build around by playing at least 76 games next year. So with all that said and done, and with a few little nicks and movement around the Charlotte Hornets, I think they have at least a 53% chance of making the playoff.
I'm with you, Dex. I believe it's a great shot. Now, for the moment that we've all been waiting for. Listen, Jimmy Buckets live, ladies and gentlemen. Does it get any better than this, ladies and gentlemen? Jimmy versus Jason. I mean, I'm starting to feel like it's Freddie versus Jason. Listen, now, this right here could have been a brewing rivalry. You understand? Obviously, they missed a few times. They played a few times in the postseason. You remember that bubble very well, y'all. Like I said, it seemed like we got the bubble all over again. Now, I remember the bubble, y'all. It was obviously a different NBA, different characters was in play, but in the conference finals, it was these guys that you seeing right here before our very eyes. And I remember Jimmy Butler taking over like never before seen, ladies and gentlemen. Jimmy Butler is a superstar in this league. I know at times it might look deceiving because he don't shoot the ball like Steph. He don't dunk like LeBron. He don't got the first step like some of these guys. But this dude is a superstar. When the lights come on, when his lights, camera, action, you better give the ball to Jimmy Butler. He is putting guys like Tobias Harris, guys like Wiggins, guys like Karl Anthony Towns. The list goes on to shame. It's starting to make it feel like they should have ditched all of them and ran behind Jimmy. And that's what Jimmy was advocating for these organizations. And the Miami Heat are soaking up all the benefits. I hope it results in an NBA championship for these guys because they do deserve it. This is the Miami Heat. They have a first-class organization. They have a great coach. They have a great president. They have it all. You understand? And they are doing this with not a roster that you would say, oh, yeah, that's a finals roster. You can't look at the Miami Heat and say, you know what? Yeah, they're going to win the whole goddamn thing. Yep, look at those guys. No, they are literally overachieving. Kyle Lowry was a joke, about a few weeks ago? Now this dude is the talk of the town. You got Kevin Love turning back the clock. I'm seeing passes that I remember from Cleveland. You understand? So, listen, the series is going down. I'm picking the Miami Heat tonight in great fashion, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that the Miami Heat will win. And it's going down. Shout out my man Mo with your $5 cash app. He says, I think Hornets should draft Miller. Thanks, Mo. You already know. I mean, we're gonna get into Mr. Miller, but Dex, what is your thoughts on the situation involving these two teams? This is the Eastern Conference Finals. We are one step away from the moment everybody has been waiting for. I'm talking about the moment that made grown men cry. You understand, that Larry O'Brien trophy? Talk to me, Dax.
Yes, sir, Flight. Thank you, my brother. This is a rematch from last season, and it went 7 games, and Boston, won the war of attrition in that 7th game, and they went on to play the hegemony of sovereignty, the Golden State Warriors, and lose to Golden State, representing the Eastern Conference Championship in the NBA Finals. And so I'm quite sure that Boston do not like how that season tasted on their palates, and they're ready to.
I think
to
you mean they
dig in.
faced the Los Angeles Lakers. Pardon me. You talking
No,
about in the bubble?
no, I'm talking last season.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Boston faced it Golden State Warriors.
You're right about that. I made a mistake. Go ahead.
Yeah, and so I'm quite sure that the Boston Celtics do not like the taste that was left in on their palates from that NBA Finals. So they are begrudging to get at the freaking Miami Heat. And listen, while Jimmy Butler get all the headlines, Bam Adebayo being a consistent stud for the Heat, and should wind up benefiting from the attention the Celtics pay to Jimmy in game 1. So you got to watch out for what Jimmy Buckets gonna do, and you got to damn sure watch out for what Bam Adebayo is going to do. So I think Bam Adebayo is hungry. He came to the table and he feasted in the playoffs, and you can throw out the seedings in this series because the seeding is trash. It doesn't matter that the Miami Heat is coming in as the 8th seed and Boston's coming in as the 2 seed, because the way that Miami bounced out the number 1 seed Milwaukee Bucks and then bounced out the number 5 seed the New York Knicks, both of those seeds were higher seeded than the Miami Heat. But the way the outcome came, it didn't look like it. It didn't look like it. It didn't look like none of those teams were ready for what the Heat was about to inflame on them. And I think the Boston Celtics is a much more prepared team for the Heat than those last 2 teams, because Boston played them in a grueling 7-game bloodfest. I'm talking about, it was worthy of hazmat to come out on the court to clean up every night. As much protein that, liquid protein that was spilled out there on that court. So the Heat are a hefty NBA underdog in this game, and Boston is coming in off of the glory of eliminating the MVP of the season. So the Celtics is going to be an 8-point favorite in some bookings. And I don't believe they're going to win the game by 8 points. So if anybody's going to lay any skin on this, lay some chalk down on this, I would take Miami. I would take Miami as an underdog. But for the actual money line, I think Boston Celtics win game 1. Too much Tatum, too much Brown, not enough Butler and Bam Adebayo.
I mean, listen, the Miami Heat balled out. They beat down my New York Knicks. It hurt me very much. Are you surprised at where Miami is right now? I mean, who the hell would have thought they would have beat the teams they beat and get? Well, look where they at, Dex. Seriously, you got to be shocked.
Well, I'm not shocked, and like I said, I dealt with Isaiah Curry 15 and to some degree Chance, and these are diehard Miami fans. I basically was espousing that their regular season record was disappointing to me. I don't think Miami should have ever been in a play-in game. That play-in tournament. I think now they don't have to be a high seed, but I had Miami at least 5-6 seed. Easy. I'm talking about easy 5-6 seed. You know what I'm saying? Not even worried about just sitting there in purgatory, not worried about if they're going to move up or down. But that didn't happen. So their record don't reflect how good this team really is. The Miami Heat, led by Eric Spoelstra, under the dictates of Pat Riley, Miami Heat is built for the playoffs. They showed it last season. They're showing it this season. How can you deny the Miami Heat wave? I'm talking about down there in beautiful South Beach. You know what they say when it comes to real estate: location, location, location. But they're not playing in South Beach. They up there at the TD Center, TD Arena, and I just think it's going to be too much green for the Heat to burn. And I'm going with Boston, game one.
Game one. Okay, I got Miami. I think Boston does win the series. I think the Miami situation is over. You know, in terms of like this series, they've been going crazy. Who do you see winning this series? I got Boston taking them out and going back to the finals and trying their luck one more time.
Say that again, Flight. I'm sorry.
I said that. Who do you have winning this series? Do you have Miami winning it or Boston?
For the series.
Yeah,
you know
and
what?
also,
to be honest, it's hard.
I got Boston winning
sorry,
the
Flight.
series. I say I got Miami
I
winning
cannot.
tonight.
Yeah, I cannot prognosticate Boston winning the series or Miami winning the series. I gotta see this slugfest and see what's left of the remnants of this bludgeoning bloodbath match. Once game one is over, which I believe Boston will win, but will Boston win at what cost? You know what I'm saying? At what cost do Boston win? Because I believe it's going to be a lot of mutual destruction in this here NBA match. I believe it's going to be a lot of mutual destruction, collateral damage. So the remaining players standing after this game, I'm going to look and see who's weary and who is steadfast. And based on that, Flight, after this game, I have a better prognostication of how this series might turn out.
I'm looking for Miami to lose and for Boston to win, and also go into the Western Conference and play the Western Conference champions. And I'm thinking that gonna be LA. That's what I think.
Good call on that, Uncle Ron. You know, you can say you got LA going to the finals.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
What about Denver? You sleeping on Denver already, huh?
Well, I'm not convinced that Denver gonna be able to do it, Flight. I'm convinced with LA because I know they've done it before. I seen the way that LA came back when they let Denver get everything, get out of order like that. I saw that. But I don't see that happening too many times with LeBron James. It's just the thing with LeBron James. I just can't get past people getting them too many chances to beat you, Flight. And he got 7 chances to beat you. So,
No, I'm right. LeBron James definitely a freak of nature, y'all.
I don't see too many more blowouts with Denver doing that, and Denver really ain't all that, you know what I'm saying? They're really not, like, they got good players, believe me, but they're not all that.
They're not all what they cracked up to be, is what you saying.
No.
He said, no.
I don't think so, Flight. That's just my opinion, that's all. Yeah, just my opinion.
Let's hope that the best man wins tonight, y'all. I'm pulling up the game right now. It's looking like we are tipped off already. 0-0 right now. 11:40 to go on the first quarter. You got Bam is out there. Jimmy Buckets. You already know who that is. The man that don't need no introduction. Jimmy Butler. He kicks it out to my man Vincent. I think they're sleeping on Vincent. K Love is out. I'm telling you, don't be surprised if Kevin Love plays a big factor. We getting closer and closer to the home stretch. I think this when Kevin Love turns it up. I love what they're doing. They even got Lowry coming off the bench. I'm telling you, Miami got just a collection of good pieces, man. I don't want to sleep on them. They're gonna play hard as hell too. Kevin Love with a good closeout on Al Horford. Good defense by Kevin Love. Bam, tell me how Bam run a point center. What the hell is going on? He backing up Brown all the way at the free throw line. What is going on? He better watch that hook. Oh, Bam. And Bam just scored it. Miami, the first team on the board, ladies and gentlemen. 2-0. Miami, 10:50 to go in the first quarter. Al Horford, He kicks it out to my man Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown picked up by Vincent. There's 10:40 to go in the first. Brown mid-range. Brick City. Rebounded by Kevin Love. Oh, it's go. We turning back the clock. K Love looking like Cleveland, looking back Minnesota the way he went and got that rebound. I'm telling you, I feel like Kevin Love about to turn up. Don't shoot the messenger. Bam for the mid-range. He missed it. Rebounded by my man Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. You already know what it is. My man Brown, Smart. Good rebound by Williams. Williams saves it and he scores it. He puts it back in. Good job. Pause. We got a tie game. It's 2-2. 10:07 to go in the first quarter. Vincent with the rock, picked up by Smart. Jimmy got it. Jimmy got the ball, guarded by Al. Oh, he went to ISO against Al. He calling for the screen. He got the switch on Williams. Butler, mid-range, money. All money from Jimmy. Jimmy is on the board. 4-2. 9:40 to go in the first. Jimmy buckets. Vincent got, my man Brown just little man Vincent. He did him like a low man. My man Butler picked up by Jason Tatum. I like this matchup right here. They better get on him early. Do not let Butler get going. That's the core. That's what they got to do. These other teams, they play Butler soft. He get going. Now they send in the kitchen sink. You better do it now. And that's what I expect Boston to do. They know who Jimmy is. Oh my goodness. Tatum, that's crazy. He did that side step. I had a coworker telling me about that, the way Tatum hit him with the side step. He was telling me they ain't never seen nothing like that before. I just seen what he was talking about. It's 4-6 right now. Boston, 8:50 to go. Vincent kicks it to Jimmy. Jimmy by Al. Oh, Kevin Love down low. Kevin Love kicks it to Bam. Bam out of bio. He scores it. K Love and Bam. That's going to be dangerous. I'm telling you, wait till they figure it out. It's a tie game right now. 8:40 to go. Smart picked up by, I forgot my man's name, number 31. Somebody help me out. Oh, good pass to my man Williams. My man Bam crossing half court. Bam, he's surveying the landscape. Bam out of bio. He's looking for number 31. He damn near about to lose the damn ball. Well, they're moving the ball. Oh man, we got to move a screen. No, we got a block. Marcus Smart, foolish foul. Foolish foul by Smart. That's Strauss, my fault. Matt Strauss. No, I'm not good with some of these guys. Give major props and credit to the Boston Celtics and the Miami Heat for getting to this promised land where they at right now. It's not easy getting to where they are, but it is what it is. Oh, Kevin Love stripped by Horford. Throws it out to Jason Tatum. Big time banger by Tatum. 6-10 right now. Boston. Unbelievable game going so far right now, ladies and gentlemen. Great game. Big time tipping by Bam. 8-10 right now. Miami. 7:50 to go in the first quarter. Jason Tatum, pull up three ball. He missed it. Rebounded by my man Kevin Love. Jimmy Buckets got the ball right now. What you think of this game, Uncle Vern?
I'm not watching it, but I'm listening to you.
Oh, like Vincent. Oh, good look. Miami just took the first lead of the game. 11-10. Vincent. Yeah, big time three ball by Gabe. 7:27 to go in the first quarter. They kick it to Al. Al face up on Love. He missed it. Rebounded by Bam out of bio. Bam coming up half. Oh, good shake and bake. Good play by Bam out of bio. It's 11-10 right now. Miami. 7:15 to go in the first quarter. Crazy game going so far. My man Chance says, I can't watch, laughing my ass off. I don't want to jinx the Heat for nothing. Well, it's one game. Jimmy got the ball right now. Screen and roll coming with K Love. Jimmy buckets. He's surveying the landscape. Jimmy Butler. Oh, that was a travel. Oh, they gave him a foul on that? Jimmy going to the line. I thought that was a travel. Williams fouls Jimmy. Jimmy's headed to the line for 2 shots. Salute to everybody in the chat. Shout out to all the guys on the panel. Peace and love to everybody, man. It's Flight Sports. There's 7 minutes to go in the first quarter. It don't get no better than this. It's the Eastern Conference Finals. It was to be expected, man. It was gonna be one of them games. Big time shot by Jimmy Butler. Jimmy at the free throw line. The Miami Heat is so calm, cool, and collective in these moments. They moving around like it ain't no big deal. I love what I'm seeing right now. Good play, good free throw right there on Miami. It's 13-10 right now. Miami is taking control of this lead. Marcus Smart with it. Oh, good play. Marcus Smart kicks it out to my man Brown. Good play by Brown. Oh, damn. Rebounded by Bam. Bam's got the rock. Bam all the way to the cup. He almost loses it. Oh, damn. What the hell was that by Bam? Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum kicks it out. 3-ball. Tie game. Tie game right now. 6:20 to go. Brogdon is all on Jimmy. They're sending different looks at Jimmy. That's what they're going to have to do. You can't just send the same look. Jimmy Butler all the way to the cup, and he scores it. 15-13. It's like he get his way against Boston for whatever reason. It's going to be a hell of a series dealing with Jimmy. He's going to play hard with a trip to the finals on the line. Jason Tatum just scored a 3. 15-16. JT. Oh, damn. But then he comes back and fouls Jimmy Butler. 15-16. We got a commercial break, y'all. Salute to the Zen Master, Chuck Morris, and everybody, man. A crazy, unbelievable game going so far. Hope everybody's enjoying this one. The Eastern Conference Finals. Let's see if it's going to be more competitive than the Western Conference Finals, especially when it was in the meat and potatoes. How you liking the game so far, Uncle Vern? We got ourselves a close one, 15-16.
Yeah, so far it look like it's gonna be good, Flight. I'm looking for Boston to win, Flight. So whatever happens, it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so far it seems like it's pretty nice.
Yeah. Like I said, it is what it is.
Hey, Flight. So you was talking earlier. You said you had a nice show last night. I missed the show last night. I got to go back and see how it was.
Oh yeah, it was a hell of a one. You missed that one.
Yeah, I missed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Fred, I'm not watching the game. The only way I know what's happening in the game is through you.
Yeah. Crazy game going so far. I got some. Shout out my man Chuck Morris. Who you got winning the championship, Uncle Vine, out of all these teams?
The Lakers.
Okay. Why you see the Lakers winning it?
Because I ain't gave up on LeBron James, man. You don't give up on LeBron James when he still got a chance. Flight, I'm telling you, man. Him and KD, you don't give up on him. I had to wait till KD lose that game, the last game, to know that it wasn't gonna happen, man. But you don't give up on them. Them guys are winners, Flight.
Yeah.
They can will you to win. But yeah, Denver looking good though. I gotta admit, Denver is looking good. You like the way Denver look out there?
I think Denver is a good team. I think they're gonna be all right.
Yeah. Because I was looking at what they had going on at halftime. Jokic had about like 19 points, 16 rebounds, and 5 assists. So man, gone. But yeah, Flight, I don't see that keep on happening like that for the next 7 games, next 6 games. I don't see that keep happening.
Yeah. Shout out my man Uncle Vine with that. There's a lot of teams out right now, man. It's gonna be interesting to see who wins it all.
Right.
I'm telling you. I don't know yet. I'm gonna wait a second.
Oh yeah, not to get off subject too, Flight, but I love the way what your boy Deion Sanders doing out there in Colorado, man.
What you like about it?
Oh man, he getting them new players, man. He getting them new players in from what's the name, from Florida State.
I heard about. Yeah, I was looking into that story today.
And he just picked up that one running back from Houston. Man, dude is nice too, man. I'll tell you, Flight. Man, he had it's his freshman year. The dude from Houston, he had 16 touchdowns, and Colorado's whole team last year didn't have 16 touchdowns. Period. Boy, I'm telling you, Flight, get greater and greater with the good ones, Flight. It's well, you keep on covering the good ones, Flight. I'll be watching your videos.
Well, I appreciate you, Uncle Von. Thank you.
Uh,
Appreciate everybody that ever clicked on any of the videos.
yep.
Appreciate y'all. Shout out to all the people. No, we can't do it without the people.
Oh yeah.
It's 17-14.
Yeah.
Deion said he gonna shock a lot of people though this year, Uncle Von. Trust me.
I'm already knowing. I'm gonna tell you something, Flight. Well, I was going in saying that. Look here, he had won 11. He had won 11-1. He was 11-1 last year with his record at Jackson State. I see him doing the same thing over with Colorado. That was when he got there, when he first got there. And now he got these players that he getting right now. I don't see no problem with having, especially in the Big 12. The Big 12 really ain't all that anyway. It ain't nothing but a quarterback show, and they throwing the ball all the time. If you get them defensive players, the corners and them safeties, you understand me? They can shut that down, and he got some ones that can shut it down. You didn't already know because I seen whom it was you said he already got. So I already know he got the right players to do the right job to shut that throwing the football stuff down.
Yeah, man. Listen, Colorado gonna shock the world. Just wait and see. We got 18-19 now. Vincent at the line, but you're right, man. I think this college football season gonna be. I think college basketball, college football. I think sports all the way around. I think is in a good place.
Yeah, I would admit. I would say so, especially with the NIL.
Yes, I think that changed the game. We got a tie game in Boston. The NIL changed it for everybody, even the women. You know, a lot of these WNBA players, you know, or future WNBA players, you know, they seeing the value in, hey man, I can make my own money. What the hell I need to go with you, you know?
Right, exactly. And then some of them see with that too, with like just like you said with two flight, but with that it's like okay, you say for instance, you know, like a lot of even with the women, with the men,
Miami's up 3. You good? Keep going.
you know, even with the women or with the man, they'll come out of college, you know what I'm saying, in 3 to 4 years because they want to go into the NBA. They want to go there fast. But now with that NIL, you ain't really got to be running out. You can be making more money in college through your name and your likeness alone than you're gonna be making in the NBA. You understand me? So you can take your time. You can fight like 5 or 6 years in the NBA. I mean, in college, you can stay that long. You know what I'm saying? Because you get that extra year. You get the red shirt year. You get extra years. You can be like that 6 years instead of getting paid just off your name and your likeness. Especially with the women, because the women really ain't getting it like they're getting it in it, like these women in college getting it where they can use their name and likeness.
That's what I'm saying. That NIL changed the game.
Yeah. So that's that. Yeah. It's on with that. It's good.
It's a 1-point game right now. What kind of challenge you think Coach Prime could have any issues this season?
Yeah. Well, mainly no. Well, to a certain extent, his issues that he gonna have, he had already took care of. I'm gonna tell you something, Flight. You know, them peoples, you know what I'm saying, you know, like the religious peoples, and they came to him and said they were saying that they didn't like him doing all that praying and stuff and all that kind of stuff. You know, that man turned around and did, he just started praying more.
That's funny, ain't it?
Yeah,
Coach Prime do his own thing.
he just like he stepped it up.
Yeah, I don't know why
he
they
ain't
did
even
that to
care
him.
now. He stepped it up. So I mean, it's like but what gonna stop him? It ain't like a matter of opinion, dude, because a matter of opinion can't do nothing. If you got everything going on the outside, they're gonna make you successful. You got all it takes to go make you successful. You know how to do it because you've done it before. Can't nothing stop them but opinion. So it ain't nothing but a matter of opinion. Who cares? A matter of opinion ain't paying your contract. So
No, I agree with that.
Stop him. Can't nothing stop him but him.
Nope. You're right about that.
Yeah. Because he already set on being successful because he put himself in a position to do such.
Yep. Good call on that, Uncle Vern.
Yeah.
The Celtics is up 22-23, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, how good is Jimmy Butler, Uncle Vern?
Butler good, man. Butler's nice.
Is he
I
better
like
than Brown?
no, no, no. I wouldn't say that. Ability,
Miami back up 1.
talent wise, I would say no, but ability wise, I would say
Celtics up
they're on the
1.
same
They're
level.
going back and forth. You said they're on the same level? I don't know about that.
Ability wise, but talent wise, I wouldn't say no because I think Jimmy Brown is a more talented player than Butler
I
is.
think you're right about that.
Yeah, he's a more talented player. Butler got the same kind of dog he had when he was in college. But the only thing he got up on is his abilities. You understand me? It ain't really as a talent because he still got that same kind of talent. He don't jump no higher. You don't know he ain't no faster. He just still strong and smart, like he was when he was at Marquette.
Yep, good call on that, huh?
You know, so it's like he's still that, but he's a dog.
Yeah, we're going to
So when he came to the pros, he just stepped the game up. He got more doggish, so that keeps him on the court.
You're right about that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Brown, I go with Brown all day. Jaylen Brown, you said Jaylen Brown, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I go with Jaylen Brown all day. If it came down, if you give me 2 Jimmy Butlers and 2 Jaylen Browns, I take the 2 Jaylen Browns.
Yeah, I'm with that, man. Jaylen Brown is a good player, man.
Yeah. And you got Jimmy Butler on the youth, you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. And on height, to a certain extent on height, because Jimmy Butler ain't too much that much over 6'6" at the most.
Jimmy Butler first to 10 points in this game.
Yeah, my man Jimmy Butler, man, he's definitely off the chain. Like you said, because it don't make no sense.
Right.
The talent level, it's like he always take it up a notch in the postseason. I don't think we ever seen nothing like that before.
Yeah, well, even we to a certain extent with both of them. With both of them, even with I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you why I like Brown so much too. Like he can play next to what's his name? The other guy that they got, and it's like you ask the fans which one they'll take. They'll have a hard thing about choosing between them two, which one they'll take. They want to see stay, which one they want to see go, because they love Brown. They love him. But the other Tatum, man, he's a dog, like. He a beast for real. But he don't outshine Brown like that Brown dude like that. He don't shadow over him like that. It's like you can either take him or take the other one. And they kind of on that same kind of level. Butler ain't too far from being on that same kind of level. He just ain't got that kind of talent like them two got.
Right. I agree with that. My man Chan says, don't listen to Vern or Flight. They've been drinking a little tonight. I seen now last man, so Jimmy way better than Brown. He too inconsistent. Well, we definitely got to have some Miami Heat representation in the chat and in the panel.
Okay, Flight. Okay, now what he just said. Now, see, look here. If anybody's inconsistent, it'd be Jimmy Butler that's more consistent than Brown, because Brown guaranteed to get that kind of money. Jimmy Butler do it like Dexter just said when it comes down.
Oh, you mean money or minute or like production?
It don't make a difference. Money and minutes is the same thing. They still gonna get the minutes and they gonna get the money. But what I'm saying is, when I say with money like that, I'm talking about who's gonna be producing more. Butler's gonna be producing. Yes, he's gonna be producing a lot. Brown's going to be doing the same thing, but when it comes down to it, a day in and day out, you're going to go with Brown, because Butler ain't going to come in and do that day in and day out. He going to pick his times, especially when the play, like Dex said, in the playoffs. Butler ain't fighting nobody to beat the dog on Miami. Brown fighting to beat the dog over in Boston.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so Jimmy Butler's got his hand out, hand and fist. He giving it as much as they can get to him. He's shoving it as much as he can get. But Brown doing that like that all the time in spite of Tatum.
Yeah, you're right. Tatum is the number one option for this basketball team.
Okay, right. So
Celtics went back up one. They trading shit up here in the first quarter. What'd you say?
I'm sorry, Flat, but when Chance get through talking, you ain't got to be drunk to find out who the best between them two.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell.
You start picking up your money. I put my money on Brown. I ain't, I'm saying it's just Jimmy Butler. I see where he came from, how he get down, but I see how Brown get down too. I take my money with him every day in and day out. Out of the 82 games or however many games they got a year, young man.
No, you're right about that, man.
Yeah.
Like I said, Miami fans crazy. Like I said, it's crazy to see where they at now. I'm shocked that, not really shocked, but more of like just want to pay them homage because they just survived so many eras. Obviously the Shaq when they had Wade, and obviously the LeBron, and after LeBron and Wade and Bosh. I mean, it's just they're gonna be around forever. I gotta respect their shit. And Butler just hit he money from the mid range, and he talking shit to his teammates on the bench. It's 28-27. So I don't know if Jimmy's starting to catch fire.
Then he started talking shit to Brown and Tatum. That's what I want to see. What channel is this game on, Flight?
TNT.
All right, thanks. Yeah, let him start. Let me
this
see.
one. It's looking all right so far, man. Nobody really. I think this how the series gonna go, man. Cause I think, like I said, Miami ain't scared, and that's gonna be very solid for a team. I mean, this is gonna make the series good. I think a lot of these teams they punk up. Like look at the Sixers. Like the Sixers had them on the ropes, and look what they did. They pissed the game. They pissed it away. I mean, the Miami, if they get their ass on the ropes, they're gonna take them out. So it's crazy. What do you think about that, huh?
I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think Boston's gonna allow that to happen. I don't know why the Bucks allowed to happen, but I don't think Boston's gonna allow that to happen. Not coming from Miami, and not with Miami anyway. I think this is Miami's last stop right here.
Yeah, I mean Miami overachieved like hell. So I mean, at some point, I mean, come on.
Is what's the name back to what's the name guy? The other guy that was out?
Who?
Not Hero.
Hero is not there.
Oh yeah, Hero.
Nah.
Okay.
I think they got Robinson. I think.
Okay. Yeah. Well, they winning regardless. They winning with him. So.
Yeah, I mean that does suck that they don't have dude. That's a big loss.
Oh yeah, I would think so.
Tyler Hero would have helped them. But I think if they mess around and win the championship, go to the finals, they already was flirting with the idea he was going to be on the way out the door. I think if they miss the playoffs, he's gone.
Oh, okay.
I can see them moving on from dude.
Oh, you mean if they miss the championship?
Yeah, if they make the championship or even if they win it all. I don't know if they lose in the championship. But if they win the championship, I can see them moving on from him.
Okay.
Possibly.
That's funny, Thunder. He saw Cody Zeller over there. All these Hornet players are having deep runs in the playoffs. Ain't that something?
Yep. Shout out my man Quiz in the building.
Hey, what's goody, Flight?
I can't call it.
What's good, Quiz?
Hey, Uncle Fern, what's going on, man? Good to see you.
All right, man. The rent, man. Somebody got to pay it. We got to get out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what are your thoughts on the finals now? I mean, you have to rechange everything. You had the Suns going all the way, right?
Oh yeah. My thing is, I think we about ready to throw KD a retirement party. Sometime 2024, between 2024 and 25.
Already?
Not just that. I still can't see Denver winning no championship. You understand me?
Wow.
Yeah, I really don't see that. I don't. But look here, I'm half blind though.
You know how it is, Uncle Vern. The thing about those old narratives is they change with success. And one thing I like about Denver, because I'm kind of like with you a little bit. I mean, I understand the reason. Like Denver was always a team. I felt like they played probably too college style to win a championship. But the thing of the teams that playing in the playoffs right now, they play probably the most consistent team basketball, at least offensively. They play really good. They move the ball well. You know what I mean? They get the shots that they want. They have a really well-oiled machine over there offensively. I'm not going to say what they can't never do. You know what I mean? Because nobody thinks you could do it until you do it, right, Uncle Vern? Like, look at the Heat. Nobody thought the Heat. I don't think anybody saw the Heat getting this far.
I know I didn't.
I did.
Yeah,
I
well, I
did.
mean, you did say that, but I mean, the Heat came from the play-in. You know what I mean? The Heat was a play-in team, and even with like you was talking about the Tyler Hero, you got to remember that Duncan Robinson was a starter on this squad. I mentioned that throughout the season, if you remember. I'm like, man, how they just shelved my man Duncan Robinson. Now he's getting
Then they got
minutes in the postseason.
Matt Strus.
Yeah, I mean, Matt Strus and Gabe. I just didn't think those dudes play. They all have their games.
Right.
But I mean, I just I was like, well, the Heat, but they look where they're at. They play great defense. Jimmy Butler's been playing out of this world in this postseason. I mean, to be quite honest with you,
He's been a baby monstrosity.
yes, very much so. I mean, like Jimmy Butler, he's brought his best basketball at the right time of the year. And I'm gonna be honest with you, Jimmy Butler's playing as good as anybody. Period. Right
I
now.
be saying like what Jimmy Butler doing this poor season, just because he's doing it on both sides of the court at that high level. Like you ain't see that shit since LeBron with the Cavs. Like you got to start putting some respect on his name. Like I ain't saying he all time great top 10, nothing like that, but shit, Jimmy Butler up there. Jimmy Butler do it on both sides of the court. He just ain't out there as much like as far as a celebrity name, but like he playing like a superstar.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right
It's
now, like,
Groundhog's Day for Jimmy Butler.
yeah, I'm gonna tell you, they didn't give him enough credit for that Bucks series. Like some of those games, it wasn't even like the Bucks played
Hell,
bad. Jimmy
it went
Butler
so
just played better.
fast. You wink your eye, the series over.
Yeah, but Jimmy Butler killed them. I mean, Jimmy Butler had some dope. Game 4 and 5 was no joke. That you don't want to see that, Jimmy.
Hey,
You do
listen, you
not want to
forget
see Game
Giannis
4
been
or
in the
5.
playoff this year.
I think that the Bucks pulled the trigger on their coach a little too early. But I'm gonna be honest with you, Jimmy Butler murdered them Game 4 and 5. I don't think that dude was gonna lose to pretty much anybody the way he was playing.
That's the Jarvis Ham effect. Trust me.
A lot of these teams made these rash decisions. I promise you, they're gonna be paying for it next year.
Hey, but you know
That's
why
the
they
Darvin Ham effect.
you know why they heat
Oh yeah,
that
you're
big
right.
knows he
on
getting
Darvin Ham
fired.
left. You're right about that, Dex. You absolutely right about that.
talking about when he went to Bucks.
Well, the Darvin Ham is a head coach now, so
Yeah.
they missed him, and they definitely missed him. You know what I mean? Like that one or two people. But I think the Bucks didn't. I think the Bucks. I think the Bucks did some things that were uncharacteristic, and I got to be honest with you. I feel as though Jimmy Butler iced them. It just pretty much is what it is. Jimmy Butler Game 4 or 5 was not going to be denied. He won those games.
Miami is not afraid of the Bucks. Miami is not afraid of Boston, and Miami is
Miami's not afraid of nobody.
nobody. Exactly. There you go.
Because Miami, the underdogs, like they know they come into the thing as the underdogs. They don't have the most. They've had like one of the worst offenses all year, according to paper. But then when you see them now, you understand that they have dudes who have pedigree. Kyle Lowry, Kevin Love, Jimmy Butler, even Bam Adebayo. Those dudes have all been to finals. Those dudes have all been very far. You know what I mean? They know what this is about. Those dudes don't rattle early, and then they're guiding along. And then they have another thing that's underrated is the Heat have a coach. Eric Spoelstra is a real coach. I mean, you got to give Eric Spoelstra a lot of credit too.
He's definitely a leader of men.
And he's been there before, and that experience matters. You know, Eric Spoelstra, it's not even just like you have Eric Spoelstra. You have Pat Riley was the architect of something, and and he's constructed many successful organizations, and he sticks to that model. So they just have a lot of pedigree all throughout their organization that gives them the confidence. But with a dude like Jimmy Butler, one of those unsung heroes, you definitely cannot sleep on the Heat at all. Period. Don't take it lightly. The series that they've played, and I've been impressed because they've been dog fights. I like basketball like this.
And this game is another showing of a seesaw festival.
Mm-hmm.
Back and forth, back and forth.
Well, it's still super early, but yeah, this is the thing. The Celtics, I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one, but I don't know. The Celtics, I have problems believing in the Celtics right now. I don't know what it is. It's something is there, and I think it's something to do with Jason Tatum.
It is Jason Tatum. I'm about to say it is Jason Tatum. That's like
Explain.
I mean, just from my point of view, what I see from Jason Tatum, you go ahead first if you want to, but I mean, you
No, go ahead, because you can go ahead and explain. Me and you were probably thinking the same thing. I'm just saying my feeling with the Celtics is not the same as I felt with them last year. And even last year, I was a little bit surprised at how far they went. I felt as though they took advantage of some things. But this year, this team has been, I don't know. I mean, I'm not like thoroughly impressed with the Celtics. Go ahead, no panic. Explain it. You could probably explain it better than me.
I mean, it's kind of like you saying, the defense, like last year, the defense been elite throughout the entire playoffs. So even if Jason Tatum that show up in certain moments down the stretch or in certain games, the defense keep them close enough to where like you really only need Jaylen Brown to be doing this thing, and maybe Marcus Smart or maybe whoever else coming off the bench. But this year it's like the defense ain't elite. Jason Tatum doing the same thing, so it's like, and they lose
Boom,
last year
Kyle
in the
Lowry,
finals.
2 quick threes. That's another thing, man. People sleeping, man. They got the Heat are ready for this, bro. They got some dudes who's tough, bro. Continue, no panic. I'm sorry. I was just Kyle Lowry just came down and hit 2 threes in a row.
If you add up like how you say, like last year they had looked more elite on defense. Jason Tatum showing up small in certain moments ain't that matter as much because they still had Jaylen Brown, they still had Marcus Smart who kind of going off in certain games, they still had Horford who going off in a couple of games. But this year Horford ain't that. He can't give you that offensively no more. He can shoot still, but I mean he ain't gonna score at a high rate. He can't really defend like he wants to. Robert Williams ain't elite defensively no more. It's like, I mean, yeah, he had injury, so he probably still kind of recovered and he ain't playing at 100%. But
well, he's healthier than he was last year.
Yeah,
so.
than he was last year. But it's still the defense. It ain't elite. Like they can't just turn it on all game and shut nobody down and weather the storm of turnovers from Marcus Smart or Jason Tatum not hitting shots. But this year it's like you still got the same issues with that, but the defense also in the elite. So,
and you know the thing about it is,
shout out, no panic. What's good, no panic?
What's up?
There we go. I was just gonna say, I was just getting ready to say, just on that same topic, is that I don't think it's the coach. I don't think the coach is terrible. I don't think that it's just because check it out. Just like you said, their defense is an elite this year, right? But they should be a better defensive team this year than last year. I mean, they got Brogdon. You know what I mean? I think that Derek White is playing better. But there's something off with the Celtics for my personal feeling. I just don't have the Celtics should, from where they are and who they are. I should feel like this series isn't even going to be a series, but I don't feel that way at all.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I just don't feel as though the Celtics are as good as. They just don't make me believers from game to game. I watch some of these games. Jason Tatum regularly takes off the first half, and then somewhere or other, maybe he gets hot, maybe he doesn't. Jaylen Brown usually starts off the first half on fire, and then he disappears and does nothing in the second half. Like, I've seen, that's all I get from the Celtics. They're hard for me to trust. I guess that's what I'm saying. Maybe somebody, Dex, maybe maybe you think I'm bugging or something like that, but.
No, I mean, you good. That's your perspective, and that's from your observation. I just believe that the Miami Heat, they got something to prove. They was disqualified last season by this same team, and I just think that Miami Heat is going to push Boston Celtics to the limit, and then it's going to come to who's going to coach better. I think somebody mentioned it in the chat. You can't overlook the coaching dynamic where you have Spoelstra on one end, a championship pedigree coach, and then you have Joey on the other hand for Boston, who was a sit-in for Ime Udoka. Mm-hmm. So we're going to see what coaches make the necessary adjustments, because what we're going to witness throughout this series, no matter how many games it lasts, it's going to be a bludgeoning bloodbath.
It's going to be physical
for
sure.
Wear your hazmat suit and make sure you zip it up and don't get no liquid protein on you.
It's definitely going to be a war. No panic. How do you feel about this series?
I mean, like I said, like if
yo, Dex, that the liquid protein, that's kind of crazy.
Pause.
Yeah, pause. That's crazy. We don't want to make that
But
a slogan.
but blood is protein, Flight.
I'm sorry.
But blood is protein.
Y'all let Dex get away with it earlier.
Mm.
No, but blood is protein though. I mean that's the
No,
protein.
that's
I'm
good.
talking about the blood.
Dex,
Yeah.
just throw the pause on the end of
Yeah,
it
yeah,
and you're
that
good.
sounds crazy.
That sounds crazy.
Yeah.
All right, pause.
Go ahead, no panic. You was about to kick it.
But
Unstoppable was in the building. Time for Bulls talk. Time for Bulls talk. Bulls did not get a draft pick. Oh my God, Bulls won't have a draft pick.
I saw him on the panel.
Unstoppable. Yeah, he's in the chat. He gonna come up here. Bulls,
Hey, listen,
man, they lose everything. Bulls lose everything, man. It's despicable. Adam Silver, how dare you treat the Chicago Bulls like that?
I know one thing. I've been challenging him on. He was saying Brandon Miller would be a better pick for the Hornets, or not a better pick. He said he'll draft him. I kind of look at his game. He do fit a lot better next to Melo than Scoot. So when he come up here, I gotta remember to let him know that. Like they're looking at Brandon Miller. He can shoot. He can shoot his ass off. But this series, like, I don't know, man. I think if the Heat can keep it close throughout the games, Jimmy Butler's the only dog on the court other than Jaylen Brown, but they gonna prefer to give him to Tatum first. And that will kind of fuck them up a lot. Like Jaylen Brown really need to be closing some games. Like not every game on court, because I ain't saying Tatum can't hoop or Tatum can carry down the stretch, because he did them in game 6, but I know, man, like I just don't see it. Like same way I look at Devin Booker and Zach LaVine is like talented as fuck, but it's like I just don't see it. Like
Another one. Jimmy Butler isn't the only dog on the Heat, though. That's the only thing.
yeah, the whole team was a dog.
Yeah, they got some dogs over there. You can't, like, people say whatever you want to say about Kyle Lowry. I know people like holding him for all kinds of crazy things, but Kyle Lowry is a championship point guard. He knows what time it is. He's stepped up and played phenomenal in this postseason for the Heat.
Barkley always talk about his caboose.
Yeah. But he just went who've been there, man, and you can't sleep. Kyle Lowry, he don't need to do all of that fancy stuff and dribble a million times or whatever, man. You just can't leave that dude alone, and that dude knows when the moment is. So him and Kevin Love can come through and hit a couple of key moments. Like the Heat got dudes who've been here, man, and they play tough. They're not like a fancy, flashy squad, but you know what I mean? These type of games, like the one that they're playing right now, they're built for this shit.
Hey, I'm about to say that. You got teams that built for the regular season, the ones who went up through the regular season. And you got the ones who built for the playoffs. As long as they get there, it don't even fucking matter what a seed
It's a
is.
timeout in the action. 6
It's a
minutes,
wrap.
33 seconds left to go to halftime. 44-42. Miami Heat. Miami Heat doing their thing.
Like you had to know if the Heat said get in the playoffs, the Heat's been gonna make some noise.
Well, I mean, I didn't think the Heat would make it this far, but I thought that whoever played the Heat was definitely going to get a battle out of it. But when they had the
No
Knicks,
panic. Unstoppable is here for you.
Oh yeah. I've been looking at Brandon Miller. That boy can shoot.
Yeah, he can.
That boy can shoot his ass off.
again, Kyle Lowry's going off in this
And
game,
he's
y'all. I'm gonna let y'all
6'9".
know that.
6'9".
Yeah.
Physical, athletic. Like he'll fit next down. He'll damn sure fit next to Melo better than Scoot.
Yeah. He would. He would. Yeah, he would, bro.
Scoot. You need that scoot, man.
No, yeah, that's
Bro.
what that's why I
Brandon
be
Miller the
going up with
one,
the
bro.
Scoot don't.
Nah.
Even like
Brandon is cool. I'm not taking anything away from Brandon. Nor I'm trying to diminish his basketball skill set. But I just feel Charlotte needs to run. And they need somebody gonna run with LaMelo.
Hey, he
Because
runs.
Terry don't
Brandon
run.
will
Hey,
run.
Dex, that boy,
Brandon will
But we got
run.
Miles Bridges,
he
power
athletic
forward.
as hell.
You already got Miles Bridges.
You know what that means? That means Mal Bridges is expendable.
No,
Yeah.
no.
He is,
I
bro.
I
You need to look
disqualify
at
that.
you need to look at Brandon Miller,
No.
man.
Miles
I'm
Bridges is
telling you.
not expendable. If Miles Bridges was going to be expendable, they would have been got rid of it. They wouldn't have
Yeah,
him.
You
I don't
don't
think
you
he's
don't
expendable because you gotta think about how the NBA run.
listen.
Like Brandon Miller 6'9". Miles Bridges was 6'7", 6'8". Like they can
Yeah, about
run that
six
full
seven.
No,
they can run a
listen.
small lineup in this league
You
and
you
have a
don't
big center like Mark Williams.
you don't get rid of Miles Bridges unless you find somebody that's either going to produce what Brandon Miller. I mean, do the same thing that Mal Bridges is doing. So and I see that Brandon Miller can do that. I'm not saying they're gonna do it. I'm just saying if they decide to do it,
No, it's your
I
opinion.
think
Exactly. Yeah.
I think they can get something for Miles Bridges or whatnot. I just think I understand what you're saying with Scoop, but I'm like I think they'll go further. I would say with Brandon, but I mean 6'9" can shoot, got good wingspan. Like, come on now.
Yeah, you could
Well,
bring
let
that way. You
Brandon
could
go
bring
to
PJ up.
the Blazers.
That's
Let him
really
go to
for
the
PJ.
Blazers.
If they can't get
I think
PJ
Dame. I
back,
think Dame can use him
No
if they
man,
can't sign
Dame
because
not
PJ
Dame
trying to
back,
sure
that's
can't
the
wait.
use
backup for
Scoot.
him right
He
there.
can't use Scoot.
Dame's
Dame can't
not
use
trying
Scoot.
to. Dame's not trying to wait for no rebuild with no young cats. He said
Hey,
he ain't
they
interested.
basically what it does is Brandon
And
Miller
trade Brandon in.
who
Trade him.
PJ Smith
You know what I
PJ
think they're
what
gonna
name of
do?
PJ Smith?
I I think Portland's gonna trade that pick.
Really good PJ Smith.
I
You
think they're
know,
gonna trade it for
I'm
young talent.
simple. I think you just get the best player that's out there. Period.
Well, it's a
I
flip
think if you
between
bring him back, I
Brandon
think
and Scoot Henderson. You know, we
say that
already know
again.
Wembenyama's headed to the Riverwalk. We know
Right.
that already. To do this Texas two steps, right? And man, you got some nice little Hispanic girls down there too. But nevertheless, um, Brandon and Scoot is basically 2A, 2B.
No, I think Scoot could be a lot better than Brandon Miller in the long run. But I think when you talking about fit wise, next to what LaMelo need, like how you said, you need somebody to run with him. He can run with him. He needs somebody who can shoot off the drill ball. He can make a low move to the basket. He's 6'9", he can do that. So if they can't get PJ back, I mean that's a replacement right there. He's six
Oh, you
nine.
said
I can't
PJ?
keep going past he's 6'9". Like I don't even know he been that big.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Still
I don't know if
and
PJ is
probably
going to
still
be there or
growing.
not, but I
Yeah,
think Miles
PJ
Bridges
might
is
be
going to be
going.
there.
Yeah, I
But if
don't
But
he
I
see them
think
if
getting
Miles
they
rid of
bring
Bridges
Miles
is
us
there.
Bridges
no
at
big
all.
star,
This
like
what I
he just
would
gonna
do
He'll
with
be
them.
definitely be there,
You
Dex.
you know that they some other you know what nah because they would have to trade down
man, they
uh
better make a play for
nah
Ha
PJ,
Williams said they
bro.
need to grab Imani Bates.
no I
I said
just
it's a lot
get
more talent up there before
I
Imani Bates. Imani Bates
honest
should, stay an extra year in college, if you ask me.
Listen, I was saying PJ, future first round pick, um, we Terry, and just a couple of second round pick, and I'll get that third pick. Get both of them.
I would say this
Oh,
Thunder.
that
Have
you
you
know what?
ever
Nobody even
seen?
thought about that.
Have you,
Trading to
But
with
when you got to lose, like when you got like
Portland,
if you
but
Charlotte, who you got
but
to
I don't
lose?
know if Portland want anything off Charlotte.
Said 3 team trades, 14 trades happen all the time. You got to find out what they want, and you got to figure out what other
That's
team
what I
hey
said,
can get
Alexa, how
off
DJ.
of
much
what you
time left
got.
on
I
the
said
A
timer?
lot of
Portland need
teams will
Miller.
want PJ if they can get him on a good contract.
Uh,
Terry can score, like
again,
he gonna get rubs on teams.
Dame not trying to wait for no young cats, bro. He trying to compete. He ain't
Charlotte
got
they ain't
much
in no
time.
position to compete no time soon. So if that's the
Yeah,
case, why
that's
not
why I
swing for
say
the
they gonna
fence?
trade them picks. That what not them picks. Well, they actually got more than one pick, I think. That's why I think they're gonna trade that that pick for a young star.
47-47.
But the
That's
Well,
the
third
not
pick,
for a young
entanglement
star,
in
for
today's
somebody
game.
else. You know,
5 minutes 24 seconds into halftime.
you talking about Portland trading
Kevin
the
Love,
third pick?
yeah,
yeah,
Kevin Love hit a
they're gonna
28
trade
foot
that
jump
third
shot.
pick, bro. They going to.
I mean, yeah,
They
they
going they
going to
you know
start hunting.
this what I see them doing. Since Dame said what he said, I think they're gonna say, okay, F it. You showed your loyalty to us. We gonna trade this pick, try to get some pieces, and we gonna see what we can. Is it the championship or bust? That's what I see happening.
Do you see Portland Trailblazers under any circumstances that you can think of winning the championship next year?
Heck no.
That's how down the Portland
Well,
Trailblazers is.
I can say no, but I didn't see the Lakers competing. And
I
look
mean,
what
but
they did
that's
with
why I say
look at
like,
that trade they did. It's
what
like,
kind of
what
move
the
would
hell?
But
be
listen, Lakers
he
already
offer?
had two definite players, right? Anthony Davis, LeBron James. They had two. All you have to do is put some pieces around them, some ancillary pieces around them, and the Lakers could compete because you got two of the top at least 11 players in the NBA on one team.
I'm trying to tell
Okay,
y'all that
look,
all year. Like, shit, they
check this
always
out
had them
then.
being good.
What about this? would this take them to the next? I'm not saying this gonna get it done.
Right.
I'm just throwing something out there.
Just to get them in the
Let's just
conversation
say
finals.
let's just say they call up Chicago, right? And they send them
Nope.
Zach LaVine
Nope.
and
Why you
Vucevic.
want to get rid of Zach
Nope.
LaVine?
Because I was gonna say DeMar, but I'm just saying for the hell of it, I'm just throwing Zach in there because what No Panic said. Do you think that takes them to
That don't even get them
do
out the
they
first
add
round.
wins?
That don't even get them out the first round, bro.
Dame, Zach, and Boots.
Dame, Zach, and Boost don't get you out the first round. Think about
Man,
it.
you got Zach
No,
LaVine, you got
think about
Dame
it just
Dollar, and
just
you
by
got
numbers.
Vucevic.
Levine and Vucevic doing that now, and they ain't make the playoffs. Dame can't make the playoffs. So you add
Just
that together, you get a first round exit.
bro, first of all, Zach LaVine never had no. Well, yeah, he never had no point guard like Dame because
No, I get that part, but that's not the type of point guard
and he
that
never had no
Levine
stretch
needs.
big. Dame never had no. I think you got Dame, Zach, and
Boston
Boots.
up
I
by
think they
8,
can do. They
55,
can do.
47. Miami full timeout. 4 minutes, 7 seconds left to go. We're in the 4-minute zone. Boston has opened up a nice size lead.
What CP3 did for Devin Booker and that team is different than what Dame can do with
When I'm saying but Zach, when I'm saying I think them two is a good 1-2 punch, bro. Like,
yeah, CJ
man,
McCollum and Dame been a good 1-2 punch too.
yeah, but CJ ain't no Zach
And they
LaVine,
had
man.
Yeah,
Aldridge,
but CJ, but
Marcus
listen, but
Aldridge.
CJ
he
been
ain't no
knocking down.
Zach
CJ,
LaVine.
how much he been averaging? He been averaging like what 25 one season with Dame.
I don't know, bro. I can't.
Yeah,
Don't
they had
quote
a
me that.
three-headed monster. Remember, they had Aldridge and Dame and
Well, look,
Yeah,
McCollum.
what
like
I was gonna say
he
this.
had people around him. But you can't win with a small guard like that.
What about
That's all it come down to.
what about DeMar? Because I just threw Zach because I think they want Zach. What about Dame, Zach, Boots, and I think the
You're just
money will
trying to
match in.
explode the Chicago Bulls for
No,
some
I'm not.
reason.
I'm
Which they do need to be
no
exploded.
panic. No panic said what trade they could go, what trade could they do
Vooch is the
if they gonna
only
trade the
viable
third piece?
option for trade. You keeping DeMar, you keeping Zach, and you keeping everything else. And you might, do a little something with Andre Drummond. I don't know. You might do a little something with
Well, hold on. I
Derrick
ain't
Jones
talking
Jr.
about blowing up Chicago now. I'm just saying about
But
the
see,
Portland pick.
to
If
do
you
all
trade
that,
Zach, you blowing up Chicago.
and think about it, that just that
Yeah,
third
true,
pick alone
true.
is not going to get all that. So you got to give up something from Portland too.
You said just that third. Oh, of course. I think
Yeah, you
Portland
have to
is.
give
You
up.
gonna get
You got
I
to
Jeremy
give
think
up
Grant from Portland?
Simon. You have to give
no.
Nurkic. You
I
have to
think
give up
Nurk.
some
I know.
players.
I think Nurkic. They don't
How
want
you gonna
Nurkic
get
and
Simon
everything
for
anymore.
Zach? And Zach is leagues above Simon.
Now I said they're gonna need more than that
Yeah,
third pick than
no.
Simon
Simon,
and that you
Simon
need a whole
definitely got
vote
to.
on and shit.
Simon definitely got to come back because shoot, Simon played the two, right? So if we got Zach, I mean, you messing up his development. I think they would send back Simon because the money got to match. So I think
Yeah,
Simon. I think
Nurkic's
Simon
gone.
money's matched too. Because how much Simon getting?
Yeah, he getting a decent amount. I said Humming
Yeah, you got to
Nurkic.
match the contract.
Yeah, Humming
Chicago
Nurkic.
Bulls just gotta wait on Lonzo and hope for the
A
best.
couple of
That's all they
future
gotta do.
firsts.
I'm not. That was just a throw. I'm not saying they gonna do that.
Yeah, he
I'm
just
just.
giving
That
that
was.
little example.
Yeah,
Purple
I'm just
Baby
saying
is in
that
the building.
if
We got
Portland
some
decided to trade the pick,
feminine
which I think they
essence
will,
on the panel. Too much testosterone. Let's see
that
what
pick is
this
gone, bro.
estrogen is gonna do. Salute, Purple Baby.
Yeah, so y'all talking about Chicago getting that pick from Portland, right?
Yeah.
That's unstoppable with his hat
When it,
with his cup in his hand.
no. Let me say.
Soliciting. He out here soliciting
Clear
on the
it up.
corner
Let
on
me
Flight
clear it
Sports
up.
Block.
I said, I think Portland is going to trade that pick because with the comments of Dame said he ain't trying to wait for no young cats or whatnot. I think they'll trade that pick. And I forget who was. I think No Panic said, what pick would you throw out there? And I said, I don't think they're gonna do it, but they have been in trade talks before. And I said, well, Chicago. If I think if you throw maybe like Zach LaVine, Vucevic over there, you probably got to add in one more player or whatnot. I think Portland, that makes Portland better.
it make them better, but do that make them competing for a championship better?
I don't know because guess what? Hey, baby, the fire, check the fire down. Shit, I done lost my train of thought. Damn near burn the
Be on
house
the
You
whole
down.
weren't talking
crisis
about
of it.
nothing. You weren't talking about
Uh,
nothing. You out here in ash and sackcloth with your cup in the hand
oh,
on the
that's what I
side
was
of the
gonna
freeway.
say. You know what? Injury. One injury will change everything. You
Yeah,
know.
that's true, but how much injuries need to happen for them to win a
But
championship with
I,
that
I
team?
I think Zach Levine and Dane will do damage, bro. I
No,
don't
I
know why
think
you
Zach
don't see that,
Levine
bro.
and Dame will be in the first round in Cancun every year up the first round.
Nah, bro. Dame and Zach. Well, go ahead. I think Purple wanted to go ahead and say something about
Trade
it. Go
Zach.
ahead,
I mean,
Purple.
not trade Zach. Trade Dame. Like it don't make no sense to
Since
hold
the
on to
whole
Dame.
on the game. I don't think they gonna do that, fam. I think
No,
they
I know
gonna.
they ain't, but it's like that's the right in any year for any GM. That's the right move to make.
I
This ain't
mean,
a
yeah, I
situation where
agree.
it's like,
I would tell Dan, you know what?
and Dame
I
should
love your
understand,
loyalty,
like shit.
your loyalty, and I'm happy you was down for the team, but we just gonna rebuild. I would do that, but I think
After you done gave a
they
man
gonna do.
$250 million, you gonna talk about I'm happy for your loyalty? Nah, Negro, you better get my money back. You better put
No,
some
he gonna
butts in
get
these
his
seats.
money, but what it is,
No,
Dame
no, they
don't want
gonna
to be
get their
looked at
money
as
right.
somebody who
Yeah, yeah.
forced his way out.
Talking
Because he
about
done
happy
made
with your
that statement
loyalty.
and say, "Oh no, I'm a ride for my
No, no,
team
no.
from the
I'm
beginning
saying
to
like
end."
because he could have. I said that because he could have left. He could have left and joined the super team. But they ain't got that old school, soul. You know what I'm saying?
And
Like,
now he got
no,
to stand on
you
that.
ain't. It, he of course he gonna stand, but he's saying he don't want to. He don't want to rebuild. That's why I think
Listen,
And
man.
and
Dame
they
is
that,
gon'
building
they gonna
generational
trade
wealth.
that pick.
but
Dame is
They
looking
that's
at
gonna
his
trade that pick.
contract and he's looking
that's the
at the
curtain.
value of a championship ring. And I
But
don't
that
care what pawn shop you go to, you ain't gonna get no $250 million for no championship ring.
but that's the curtain they pull it. But that's the curtain he trying to pull over everybody's eyes. He not going out there and make a statement and say, "I'll never go and join a super team. That ain't me. I like to ride things out, pause, and everything or whatever like that." So at the end of the day, now that it comes to the point where he understanding what everybody else been doing, damn, I want to win. I want to chip. I want whatever he's saying he want. Cause I don't believe Dan want to win. I think
Everybody
Dan.
not getting $250
No, no,
though.
hold
That's
on.
what you
Why you
guys
saying
are
this?
leaving out.
Why he's saying is
Mm,
Dame? I personally believe Dame happy being on a bad
One
team
moment.
because he can
I can't
always
tell
look
if it's
like
their
who
like
they
he do.
talking?
No.
It sound like a voice box or something.
Somebody
I
watch a
mean,
cartoon.
I feel what you're saying, but Dame not trying to build no super team, man. I'm telling you, if they gonna ride it till the wheels fall off, bro, I'm telling you, I think come draft night, that pick gonna be traded.
No,
I
I
don't see
believe.
them
No,
Yeah,
listen.
trading.
they
I
already
believe they're
said
gonna
it's
trade it.
gonna get
Go ahead.
traded. Sorry, but yeah,
No, go ahead.
Portland already said they gonna trade it if they. It's not an if, it's just depending on
Yeah,
what you got. But it's getting traded.
yeah. I
Boston
say
running away 62
I just
51 up by
believe that the
11.
right decision would have been
Of
just
course,
trading Dame and starting over. Like that
but
number 3 pick would either be Scooter Henderson, which I believe for Portland to get him after getting Dame, he a little bigger than Dame, but he a more explosive to the rumors than he just can't shoot like Dame.
I
So at
say
the
if you
end
want
of
to start over, yes.
yeah,
If you
like
want to
start over,
rebuild,
you got the
scoop,
number
yeah.
3 pick.
So y'all
You know
don't
what I
like
mean? Or go
Shade.
get a disgruntled young star from somewhere. Go get John Morant, let him sit up for a season 9, come back in 2024 for you.
Y'all don't like Shadon Sharp or Simons for that team to lead that team into the future.
I like
Hell no.
Simons. I like
Hell
Simons. I
no.
think Simons nice, but
I've been trying to tell somebody last year. They've been talking about Simon about to be the standard third. I said, man, that boy did that on a bad team. I don't trust players that put up big numbers on bad teams. I just don't trust that shit. Cause then the next year come
but
around when you put a better team around them, or they ain't in that same pecking order. All of a sudden it's like, oh, they inefficient. Like they can't do this, they can't do that. The team ain't winning. Simon, I ain't saying he a fluke because he do got a nice game, but he ain't somebody you put a franchise into. He a good role play off the bench at best to me, in
how
my
So
old
opinion.
is
what
Simons?
about
How old is
the
Simons?
He young. He young. He coming to
So
be a
he
young
had
player.
he can grow, bro. He had
No,
nothing.
he can't. No, I ain't saying he can't grow. What I saying is I just don't see him as a player you can hand a franchise to. I see him like as a really good role player off the bench. Like you wouldn't want him starting on your team, but you damn sure want him coming off the bench. Kind of like the point guard in
but
Memphis. Like
okay, I'm just confused with this school thing for that team because
from
I think
Portland.
Shadon Sharp, they got him in last year's draft.
Yeah.
And I don't think Portland wants to. I don't think they want to. As successful as them going to the playoffs with Dame and CJ was, I don't think they ever want to do that experiment again.
Oh no,
Unless
I talking about. I've been talking about
to Clay,
based off of like. 'Cause I believe they should trade Dame and just start over. So I saying why not just trade Dame,
because
start
Dame
over with the
don't
number
want to
3,
go.
huh? No,
Dame,
I get that. I just saying from my perspective of how they
Hey,
handle things. I
does
feel like
Dame
they should
has a
trade
no
Dame,
trade clause?
I
huh?
don't know.
Does Dame has a no trade clause?
He
He
No,
might.
but see,
qualifies
what
for
players
one.
like him, it don't matter because they ain't gonna play him. A team ain't gonna go against his wishes and be like, "Shit, you got to go somewhere
What
we
you
ain't
mean
getting."
he qualifies for a no trade clause? I thought
No,
that's something you got to ask for in the beginning.
no,
No,
no.
you
What
got to
I'm saying,
qualify for it.
no,
You
what,
can't just
no,
get it. It's not no
no.
automatic.
Listen,
You got
Oh,
to
what I'm saying
qualify
is,
for it.
what
Slim
I'm saying,
said no.
what I'm saying is this right here. Whether he got one or not, he done put up all this confidence that they're gonna do good by him. He done stay loyal to them and all that. They ain't gonna treat him like how they treat Kyrie or treat another player where oh well, shit, we ain't care when you go out, we getting the best we can get. But they might feel like they wouldn't just play him and be like, shit, we ain't care. We sending your ass to fucking whatever other teams like OKC or whatnot like that without his wishes. I think he would have a lot to say before they just do anything like that. You know what I mean? Like they don't want to look crazy just trying to play like the best player in damn near Portland history. So that's
man,
why I say
look.
he,
Oh,
regardless of having him
It's
one or not,
officially halftime,
they gonna treat him like he got a
66-57.
no trade clause.
Boston
They
with the
gon'
lead going into halftime.
congrats to
they
Boston.
they gon' I guess you say, like I said, do right by him. They gon' I mean, like I said, I agree. I would just rebuild, but they not gonna do that, man. They gonna trade that pick and try to get some help,
Yep.
and they gonna it's gonna be championship or bust, you
I
know.
don't know who that.
Well, it's gonna be busting.
It's definitely gonna be
But
I
bust.
agree.
you never know, bro. An injury can change
Man,
everything,
listen,
bro.
I get
Yeah.
that,
I
but
mean,
some
if you
teams
if you
just
if you baking a trade and then saying the injury can trade anything, then maybe you're not the right GM for that team.
I say that because look what happened with on the East. Shit, Giannis went down with a back injury. You know what I'm saying? I didn't see that coming.
yeah, but
A
you
whole
still
lot
gotta
of
be a
stuff
good
happened.
enough team. And when you
I think
saying no, listen, what you saying is basically if somebody says they're a championship team, instead of you saying, yeah, they can win a championship with this team, you saying, well, you never know. If I gotta go on, well, you never know, bro, I'm just gonna break the team up now. I'm not gonna do all that
That's what
shit.
I'm saying. You the wrong
yeah.
GM if you're banking on
Well,
that.
I'm saying I'm just
You
going
got
off.
to bank on if everybody's healthy. You got to put a scenario of everybody's
Yeah,
healthy.
that's
Well,
too much.
The
it depends
synopsis is I will win a championship. I got a
it depends
chance to
who
at
they
least
get though,
qualify
Dex.
to be in the championship game.
Okay,
Yeah,
Dex. Let me
like
ask you this: who if they decided to put together a good trade package? Who do you think?
I
Because
can't imagine a good
I
trade
just
package
said
for
Chicago
Portland.
because they was in
bro, they
trade
can
talks
make a
before.
trade package and go get Kyrie, and they still wouldn't be championship team.
Yep.
Championship team.
That's what's
And you
crazy.
know I fuck with Kyrie heavy, so like for me to say that, bro, I'm letting you know like
I
Dame
mean,
is a
Kyrie
small
and Dame
dog.
and
Like he
them not
already
gonna get
brings
it done. Of course, I mean,
defensive
no.
deficiency.
Um. So, y'all know who Legend of Winning is, right?
Yep, we heard of him.
Yeah,
He been on Flight Sports TV.
Oh yeah, I forgot he was over here. Well, I guess it's some arguments going on within the Charlotte fan base, and then the other people about who they should take it to, like Scoot or Miller, right? So Legend, I follow him on Twitter, and he's like, "I'm sorry, I'm not gonna miss out on Scoot." I'm not gonna say he said because Lamelo's feelings would be hurt, but it was something like, "Oh, I'm not gonna miss out on Scoot," and then he said something about Lamelo. I forgot because I was half asleep when I was reading it. But like, who do y'all think they should take?
I
At
say
Brandon
Scoot.
Miller, Brandon Miller,
wow,
That's
simple.
coming from
Brandon
a
Miller,
Bulls fan who wants to sabotage the Charlotte Hornets
come
That's
on,
why
chance.
hey Dave, that's why I'm
bruh.
about to go at is like I guess my selfish bias of wanting to see
Slim
a
said
player
Miller.
like Scoot Henderson inside Charlotte. I
Listen,
want them to take
I done
Scoot
seen a
light.
lot of basketball,
And
and when you
unless you
get a
talking
player
about
like
Melo
Scoop,
coming off that ball,
like
I
that,
don't
No,
know.
but that's
Byron
the
Scott
thing.
type,
Melo can play
they
all
got
ball.
so
That's what they're
much
trying to.
heart, but
That's
people
what they've
just
been trying to do
overlooking
with
them.
Terry Rozier and Ish Smith.
And Byron Scott bust Boston in the ass. Pause. You
But
It
they've
can't
been trying
pass
to
up on
do it.
players like
Oh,
that.
go ahead.
If Melo gonna permanently come off that ball, then I guess. But I'm saying I think Brandon Miller
Melo
and
always come
LaMelo.
off that ball.
Yeah,
Melo
LaMelo
always have high
always
I
assist.
off the
said
ball,
permanently come off the ball, bro. Because
but
Miller
he
used,
do. But
He don't have
you got,
to.
yeah. Think about it. He
man,
shoot 40% on catch and shoot. Think about that now. LaMelo
man.
Ball shoot 40% on catch and shoot. He can play off ball as good as he can play on ball. That's what you get with a LaMelo Ball off his package. You ain't gonna get defense. You gonna get all the extra shit like you get from
Right.
other
Well,
players.
let's do it. Let's make it simple. Make it simple.
You need me to
What
open
the
that for
hell
you?
is Terry Rozier? Is he not a point guard?
Yeah, he's a
No.
combo
No,
guard
he a
too.
two guard. He a
Yeah,
two
No,
he's a
no,
guard to
no.
combo
me.
guard, but he played
Listen to
point
what I'm
guard
saying
in
now.
Boston.
Thank you. Thank you. That's how he was drafted for that. Play point guard. He just happened to be a
Yeah,
hell of a shooter.
absolutely.
You
Yeah,
follow what I'm saying? And so
Right.
if he can play with Terry Rozier, how he can't play with
exactly.
Scoop?
Hey,
Exactly.
well, check out what Slim said. See, I'm telling you, man.
The
Brandon
only
Miller.
only negative about
Brandon
I
Scoop.
know
Miller.
it's Slim. I know Slim and Brandon Miller. But listen,
I mean, like you
everybody
got
said the
shooter
Charlotte
guard.
Hornets got a
Shooter
log jam
guard.
at the guards, right? They got too many guards.
They got too
Like,
much
but
Okay,
small
but
That's what the
forwards.
talk is.
let,
That's
but
the
all of
argument.
them are
let me say something
expendable
right
though. If
quick.
you get him, like you get rid of him.
But you
Bye bye.
had
See ya.
with with
You
all
you
that
get
log.
rid of them guards and you slim off
They,
the fat because somebody was, I don't know what the hell Mitch Kupchak be thinking of drafting a bunch of guards. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, they
Um,
got a bunch of small forwards, bunch
yeah,
of power
got a bunch
forwards,
of little
small
but you
people.
forward
don't.
players.
But if you get Brandon Miller, you don't need none of them cats. You can say bye bye. See you.
Oh,
Bon
but listen to what
voyage.
I'm
We don't
saying.
need you.
Listen. Brandon Miller, you can find him year 2, year 3, somewhere down the line. You ain't finna find Scoot in a minute. That type of
Yeah, that's the
that
truth.
type of
But,
mighty might you ain't finna find
I
for a minute.
disagree with that because you have to understand Lamelo's probably gonna. Well, it's not probably. They did definitely say that after this season that they're gonna pay him. You understand they supposed to be
I
bringing
told y'all shit.
Bridges back, right?
Yeah.
Who knows? I see them probably giving him a year deal, maybe 20 million, something like that, and then let this thing because a lot of people mad that he coming back to that team. And so giving him a year and you're forgetting that about Kelly Oubre. If I'm a GM of that team, I'm not gonna have all that money invested in two of my guards long term. And then you're gonna have to pay Mark Williams down the line too. Like I'm not doing that. And Scoot is undersized, you gonna have to move one of them. That's not gonna work.
Undersized
Mm-mm.
in what
I
regard?
disagree. I disagree.
Cause remember
I
now,
disagree.
he the
I
same
vehemently
size as
disagree.
Curry. He the
But
same
listen, this
size
is
as
why I
Curry. So
vehemently disagree. Because as long as Charlotte stay at the mid or bottom of the pack, they're gonna always have to pay somebody every few years. So and
But
that quantify for any NBA team. So there's no way you're gonna save money. If you keep drafting these high caliber players, you're gonna pay regardless who you draft.
and I
So
definitely agree with that. But and I forgot about PJ. They got to pay PJ too because they have no depth at power forward or
how not all
issuance
them
now.
damn
They have
DB
no
Hey,
depth
players,
at
listen.
man. JT
I'm gonna play
Thor,
devil's
Jalen
advocate, bro.
McDaniels.
but
They
see, a
gotta
lot of
pay.
them dudes ain't
Listen,
supposed to. No, Jalen Daniels gone. He gone already.
hey,
Oh, you
look.
already
I'm
going?
I'm gonna say
Hmm.
this. Y'all probably don't like the only way I see them drafting Scoop if Michael don't plan on paying Lamelo.
Thank
That's the
you.
only
I don't
reason
That's
think
I see
so.
him drafting.
off.
I
That's
don't
the
think so.
only reason.
I'm
I
telling
don't
I
you
believe
don't
that.
think I
Only
don't think
reason I
those
see
two will
him
be
getting him.
exclusive to each other. I don't think so.
Yeah,
because
me
If
neither.
he don't plan on playing Melo and we want him to walk, he gonna get Scoop.
I don't
That's what
think.
I
I
see.
don't think. I don't think they drafting Scoot to push Lamelo out. I
Yeah,
think that's
like
just a false narrative. It's
yeah,
just a hack on the Ball brothers.
if
Listen,
no,
anything,
Scoot
it's
will
not.
be a complimentary piece. If you playing with Terry Rozier, why you can't play with Scoot? Why they can't
The
see
thing
that?
about
That's what I'm
Terry
trying to
Rozier,
figure out.
the
Why
thing
you can't
about
see
Terry
that?
Rozier though, it's not working.
But Terry Rozier is not Scoot either.
yeah, Terry Rozier ain't got own ball skills like Scoot. Like Scoot can get to the bucket. Like He's a dynamic offensive playmaker. He ain't just one of those Terry
And he
Rozier
played
players.
defense.
Yeah, like exactly
And
like he
but
bigger
who
built
he
than
guarding?
Terry. He
Who he
plays
gonna
more
guard?
defense than Terry.
With the league going more wing oriented now, who he guarding?
Who Curry been guarding?
I don't
Who
know.
Steph
Dame been
Curry been
guarding?
guarding?
That's Steph
What are you
Curry.
Who
talking
Kyrie
about?
been
Oh,
guarding?
y'all
Why?
can say
Listen,
Steph.
don't bring up defense as a deflection,
Yeah, like
please,
you
because
can't just
ain't
say
really
that about
nobody
defense.
guard nobody.
First
And
of
he
all,
built like he ain't no skinny guard. Like he's a built guard. He a
okay.
big
He
body
built
guard.
like
Guard.
Russell
All
Westbrook.
I'm saying is
Yeah.
they
You think
not,
Russ got a problem? Russ about 6'2" his damn self.
and Russ ain't playing no defense at
Exactly. So the
all.
point you making
Okay,
about
who play
shooting defense
defense?
and balance.
Alex Caruso.
All I'm gonna say is they not keeping
Hey,
they not
Caruso
keeping
and
him
first
in
team all
scoop.
defense.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
So
Who
it's
play
like
defense? Alex
the
Caruso.
standard of defense ain't all that high. Like if you just put
Sure ain't.
effort in,
That's not
you might be a
true.
good defender.
I agree with you, no panic. I agree with that one.
If you think that they keeping both of them, y'all crazy.
Talking about
If
Melo and
Miles
Scoot.
Bridges still on their roster, you think they gonna draft Scoot and keep LaMelo too? No, they not.
Yeah,
Why would you?
that's
Why would you feel that would be opposing to Melo drafting Scoot? I don't understand that
yeah.
part. It's not like it's Cade Cunningham coming out. Then I can see with your point.
I would
But
understand if you
but
drafted a
Cade,
player similar
listen,
to
LaMelo
LaMelo Ball.
archetype does not equate to Scoot Henderson archetype.
Yeah.
They're two different players with two different skill sets.
Like they
Scoot,
All I
their
know is,
skill sets
listen, man.
don't run stagnant to each
Scoot
other.
gonna be that road runner.
Yeah. Both of them are dynamic. Both of them are
I
projected to
It's
be
not going
dynamic
to work.
playmakers.
If it didn't work with
I'm
Dame and
telling
CJ, it's not going to work with them. I'm
you
trying to tell
you get Brandon Miller, man. The point blank. You want this team, you get Brandon.
I don't
you.
believe it's a
Point
conflict
blank.
of interest,
You,
Slim. I don't believe that.
you have no depth at the forward position. It's looking like you're not going to
But
have any depth at the three
purple
position.
baby. Listen,
Like that's
purple baby. Don't conflict yourself. If you don't have no debt, you got a bunch of point guards that's an overload, right?
no, you don't. What
You
point
can.
guards do they have?
I mean, not point guard. I'm talking about guards, not just point guards.
Okay.
This guards period. You got to overhaul at the guard position. You can start slinging them dudes to teams that need help at the guard position because Charlotte don't, and get back more
And what you
depth and
missing
power
out of,
forward.
if they do draft Scoot, you do realize they're probably going to move Terry Rozier to get some assets like a power forward to back up whoever
No,
they
they
bringing
won't.
in on
No, you
PJ.
won't.
Nobody
You're not
trying to
gonna get a
trade for
power
no
forward.
Terry Rozier, bro. You can forget
If you
about
draft
that.
Scoot, you making the Terry Rozier expendable, not Melo.
That's true. That no, y'all don't get it, man. Y'all don't
I
get it.
get it. No, I get it. I just think that whatever narrative you attach yourself to, it's just a wild narrative. I don't think that narrative holds to anything because Scoot Henderson is detrimental to Book Knight, detrimental to Terry Rozier. He's not detrimental to LaMelo Ball.
Yeah. LaMelo Ball been playing this way his entire career, where he been
I
playing
mean, hold
on
on,
ball
but
and off ball.
you know what's crazy though? Not too long ago, y'all said y'all don't feel like Jordan gonna pay LaMelo and Melo gonna walk, or y'all did.
No, I've been saying they gonna pay him.
Well, my bad. Well, if it don't apply, let it fly.
Oh.
So, but a lot of folks been saying MJ not gonna pay LaMelo. He gonna be cheap. LaMelo gonna just.
He's definitely gonna lowball him. He's gonna lowball him.
Or LaMelo gonna walk away from the super
Rookie
max. He's gonna be
extension.
a first rookie extension. So if this is true, if I'm gonna get Scoot, I'm getting Scoot to replace him.
No, okay, listen. This is where you're wrong at. Let me correct him real quick. This is where you're wrong at, Unstoppable. The people that you claim and said that, and I'm one of those people. Let me clarify. I'm saying Jordan is cheap. First of all, I'm saying Jordan is cheap. We know he's frugal. His history proves that. Then I said he's going to lowball LaMelo. I'm not saying he's going to stay at that number. That's going to be his initial offer. And of course, sure, LaMelo would turn it down, like some players do, turn it down and go back. Because Jordan is always that gambler type. That's the only reason why I'm saying it. He's that gambler type, and he always up for a challenge. So he'll do that. Ask Kimball Walker. He'll do that type of shit. And that's frustrating. But that's just his MO. That's just his Jordan MO. Okay. So Now, when I said for the rookie extension, he'll walk away from if Jordan don't give him that right number. It's all based on that right number. You follow what I'm saying? Now, for other people, they might say Melo walk away from that rookie extension because he's going to play in the LA market. You follow what I'm saying? I mean, they do have reasonable cause to say LaMelo could be justifiably walk away from their rookie extension because LaMelo's not sitting in no impoverished graveyard financially. You follow what I'm saying? So his mindset is a little different. So LaMelo wants to be at peace. He want to be winning. He wants to be up there to dap into LeBron James. He want to be up there dapping Steph Curry. He want to be up there dapping Jason Tatum, Jimmy Buckets. He want to be up there dapping those guys. He don't want to be dapping freaking Kay Cunningham, Keelan Hayes. You know what I'm saying? Simon. Markel Fultz. He don't want to be dapping them guys. So he needs to be in that type of environment where he can win, that he could be dapping them guys in playoff contention scenarios or even championship scenario. That's the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying for LaMelo. Not just to say that Charlotte is just a disposal of waste like other people treat Charlotte. I'm not saying that because I have a fond appreciation of Michael Jordan.
When I tell you, if they draft Scoot, LaMelo is gone. He's
gone.
gone.
Yep.
You don't. It's not working anymore. The last time that two guard dynamic backcourt worked was with Steph and Clay, and it hasn't worked since then.
But see, that's a different.
As far as winning rings.
So you can't use that with Melo. LaMelo's system. That's the difference between all the other
It doesn't
two-guard
matter.
backcourt.
I'm not talking about his height.
I mean that's why it didn't work.
Get up. Let Daddy do this. Yeah.
Okay, do you guys remember? Rap God was putting this up here. Yeah, do you guys remember when he was in that Slam interview and what's his name? His manager, JJ, and JJ was trying to placate the situation, the draft situation, by labeling Melo a pass first point guard, and LaMelo interrupted the interview. He rudely interrupted the interview, and it's like, "Oh hell no, JJ, nah, don't tell them people that. I'm score first guard. You know what I'm saying? I'm a shoot first guard. I'm not no pass first guard." And how many times LeVar has told us that LaMelo played point guard out of necessity? That's really not him. He's just so good.
Yeah.
It just seemed like that's his natural position, but it's not.
And I agree.
Lonzo was the only natural point guard to come out of that family.
I agree with what you're saying, but the problem is, in general, the general public outside of this space, a lot of people think LaMelo's a point guard, and the thing is, like, the Hornets podcast people, I was listening to them. They was like, well, we still need a leading guy that can come out there and score. They want Scoot to play the two and whatever. They're not speaking on them interchanging or LaMelo sliding over to the two. They want Scoot to do that. And logically, if you say that, not us, but if they're saying that LaMelo is okay playmaker, he still has problem with turnovers. And then you got Miles Bridges coming back. That's an okay player, but he's also, according to them, the year prior, their leading scorer. Who's gonna be passing the ball?
Okay, Purple Babies, go back. When you let us get a premise on this right here. When you say okay player, what do you mean by okay player?
For who? Scoop?
For Miles Bridges? No, for Miles Bridges.
Oh, just that. I mean, he cool. Like, he can score. I don't think his defense is all that good, and I don't think he's a good 3-point shooter. I think him and Mark is going to collide. There's not going to be enough space for him to do what he wants. And then PJ is just the cone out there. He's just there. You know, I don't.
No, come on, Purple Baby. Don't do that to PJ.
Yes, I am doing that to PJ.
He's not just a cone. I don't know where you get that terminology from, but PJ is definitely not a cone out there. PJ is going to get some money this offseason. You don't give money to cones.
He shouldn't.
Like, PJ ain't earning that money he about to get because he been inconsistent his entire career.
But this was his contract year, though. That's all
Yeah,
that matters.
but see, that's why I always say I hate calling a player that had a good season on a bad team a good player until I see him on a decent team. Or when the shit in his hands now. Like PJ been doing that on a bad Charlotte team. They've been overachieving at the end of the season. Like I get it. Like you see shit like that, be like, oh, we gotta pay him now. Look how good he
But
played.
do you
But
agree with Purple Baby that he's a cone?
I don't think he's a cone, but I mean it's like he's a tweener, but he's a bad
Yeah,
version
he's
of a
definitely a
tweener.
tweener.
Because
He's
he
not
can't
a
shoot
tweener.
lights out and he can't defend like a motherfucker. It's like he get close to like the center of that. Like he'll give you a decent defense sometimes, and he'll give you these sometimey games. But he ain't gonna never show you both sides equally. I don't like this game. Like they gotta get rid of him. In my opinion, I'll get rid of him. If I can get some like a trade off him, I would. I wouldn't just pay him that
But
money.
but listen, but
Try to
listen
keep him.
to but listen to what Charlotte assets are. I'm not including Miles Bridges, and I'm not including LaMelo Ball, and I'm not including Mark Williams. So those three are, I'm saying, it's going to be Charlotte core for sure.
Right.
But now let's go with PJ's an asset, Kelly Oubre's an asset,
No,
Gordon
he's not.
Hayward's an asset,
No, he's not.
and Terry Rozier's an asset.
No, he's not.
I ain't interested in none of them cats,
Hey,
but
listen, I
Brandon,
can get a
but
first round
Miles
pick off of
Bridges.
three of those names.
Hell no, bro. No.
Man, if you tell a team right now, if you say, okay, Giannis, we know you've been having issue with teammates. We'll send you Terry Rozier, we'll send you Gordon Hayward, and we'll send you Kelly Oubre. They might buy out one of those players, or one of them players might not. They might get a 3-team trade, trim somewhere else. They gonna give up that fucking first round pick. Trust me.
No, they ain't.
Bro, I'm good, man.
You lucky if you
tweaking,
get
bro.
2 second-round picks for those guys.
You don't
You
think a
tweaking,
team?
bro.
You don't think a team like the Bucks who need ancillary parts like that, who need another score to come up the bench,
Let's
like
talk
Terry
about
Rozier would
Kelly.
bring, like a player, not a veteran player like Gordon Hayward who, when healthy,
No,
kind of
because he's
like
not
a
healthy
good
enough.
player.
Gordon Hayward have showed you he ain't gonna be healthy, so there's no need
Yep.
for us to even try to go after him.
He might be the. Well,
But if
yeah.
you can get all three of that for it gonna have to be some players like the match
Bro,
salary.
you know you gotta match the contracts, man. Like, come on
Shit.
now.
But
All
okay,
the
you guys say Gordon Hayward value has depreciated greatly.
It's
So
dropped
He look his
tremendously,
you
health.
bro.
don't consider him an
Tremendously.
asset. Okay, cool.
No.
You don't consider Gordon Hayward an asset. I do. But nevertheless, you can't argue that Kelly Oubre is not an asset. You
He's not
can't
an
argue that
asset.
PJ Washington is not an
He's
asset.
not an asset. He is a shot chucker. He a shot chucker. I'm sorry. You got to understand, this man was on the Warriors and the Suns, and those were arguably at the time, not the Suns, but the Warriors were in the process of still trying to win some championships, and they got rid of Kelly.
Yeah.
No,
Okay. Stop right there. Stop right there. Hold on. We can chop this up. Stop right there. Okay. The Gordon Hayward experiment with Golden State Warriors was a failure because they tried to plug him in the absence of Klay Thompson, and it didn't work because he wasn't running the offense properly. He wasn't spacing properly. He just was a noodle brain when it
Yeah, you
came
don't
to
put that
he was
off.
a
that
shot chucking.
sophisticated Golden State motion offense. He
Yeah,
couldn't
like
grasp it.
I can't even see him running around all game. If he got to play in like Steph position, like he'll stagnate their team. Like he ain't the type of player to fit in the motion offense. So I can see why they get rid of him. Like when he bought
Thank
the
you,
Suns,
Thunder.
like he been hooping his ass off with the Suns. He going to the Warriors and it's like shit. He had to be a shot chucker. Like wasn't Harrison Barnes a shot chucker to a certain extent when he had to be?
He played within that offense.
Yeah, but why he's saying that? Because he could have stepped in. Oubre ain't got the offense like Harrison Barnes had. Harrison Barnes had, I would say, like an elite offense and nothing like that, but he could have stepped inside the three and make a shot. Oubre just shooting threes when he get into the basket. So why would you put that in a motion offense if all he can do is either
Like I
shoot
said,
He
or
was a
drive to the bucket?
desperate move, you know that, right? Because the Clay went down, and they were trying to plug that hole viciously with some
Yeah,
kind
and
of scoring.
Draymond been
D'Angelo
out a couple of
Russell
games in the
was
season.
a failure in that same scenario. You follow what I'm
No,
saying with the Golden State Warriors.
Draymond been out most of that season, if I'm mistaken.
So it's not a thing. That's what shows the specialty of Klay Thompson and Steph Curry in that type of offense in the backcourt.
for a
Because
playoff
everybody cannot excel in that situation.
for a playoff team, I'm telling y'all right now, Kelly Oubre is not valuable to a playoff team.
I mean, he may not be, but
Kelly
at
Oubre
the
played in
end
the
of the day,
playoffs,
like
didn't he, with Washington? Didn't they make the playoffs when he was there?
He
But
wasn't.
that
He
the
wasn't really
teams
a part
don't
of
look
that.
at it
That
like
was more
that.
about John Wall and what's the name? What's that man name? Otto Porter. And think about that. Otto Porter at his big old age with all his injuries is more valuable. They'll go get Otto Porter before they get Kelly Oubre.
I mean, at the end of the day, when you look at Kelly Oubre,
I think Kelly Oubre is an asset. I don't care.
yeah, like
I think PJ
like he can
Washington's an
hoop.
asset.
He can hoop.
Neither
You
one
got to
of
put
them
him in the right scenario. Players that talented like that, like
Tie ball game 72-72. Miami's on the rise.
are at Miami. I see y'all.
damn, I way behind.
Miami went in the third quarter 15-6. So they +9 in the third
And
quarter.
that Miami with I'm just saying. They go
Lakers are versus Miami in the finals. Calling it.
who going to the finals, you said?
I think Miami is.
Oh,
They
okay.
just gonna do it. Be a bubble rematch.
But to go back to that, I just think that Charlotte do have a log jam with a bunch of guards. I just think that's bad drafting. So you can't take that out on LaMelo or Scoot because of the ineptness of the Charlotte draft team or scout team. Mitch Kupchak signed his John Doe on the bottom line of those contracts to make those players officially Charlotte Hornets. And now it's time to undo that garbage. Start scraping. You know what I'm saying? Start scraping them dudes to the side, packaging up some real good packages,
They're
and
not
and,
gonna
and
get
move
nothing
forward.
for those players. I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, like listen, even if you don't agree about a first round pick, they got value in the NBA. They on a roster like team.
That's
When
not
you look at Terry Rozier by himself, Terry Rozier is a scorer. Any team would love to have him coming off the bench. I can look at the Charlotte Hornets and understand that Terry Rozier don't fit next to Miller because he too small and he don't play defense and he is shot chucking his damn self to a certain extent.
Tim Kelly. Ooh, I'll be
No,
right.
why I say with Terry Rozier, he's supposed to be coming off a bench. He's a scorer like you put him in the game, let him go get a bucket. That's what his position is. Charlotte starting him,
You
or
mean
another
he a
team that have
six
him coming
man
off the bench.
basically?
What you look up, Slim?
You look what Boston did. They're going to get Brogdon to come off the bench. Brogdon is starting for them for Milwaukee when he been there, and then Indiana.
Miami with the slimmest of leads, 76-78. Now that changed. Boston took the lead, 78-76.
I can see Rozier coming off the bench for somebody, a championship caliber team. And to me, if that's why I need on my team, that's worth the pick. That's worth the first round pick. Because I know I'm be picking in the lottery. Shit. Why not give up a first round 27 pick for somebody coming off the bench that can give me buckets?
Come on now, we know that ain't gonna get
And
it
Kelly
done.
Oubre.
No panic.
Miami already put up 21 points in the third quarter with 6 minutes and 28 seconds left to go in that 6 minute zone. So Miami is doing real good as far as offensively and held Boston to only 12 thus far.
And I ain't even got a problem with if Charlotte take Brandon Miller with the pick. Because I do think he fit better. But
Yeah, I think he a
you
better
can't
fit.
just say Scoot Henderson ain't gonna be a good pick because how he worked with Miller. Like what they've been bringing in players since LaMelo get there to try to get him off ball more. Because he
Yeah,
understand
but
just like
look who they bringing. I mean, come on, man. Book
yeah,
Knight,
they bringing
McGowan.
Ish Smith.
Come on,
That
man.
ain't worked out. You know what I mean? Like
Don't
so
do that.
Oh man.
when you look at what Pelicans, remember that year when
They was
Griffin
drafting
was like,
bad. Charlotte drafted really bad. I
Oh
mean, we
man.
got to give them an F grade. Only thing they got out of the draft in recent years was LaMelo Ball. Outside of that, the lottery picks they had was horrendous.
Miles Bridges was a good pick.
That's before LaMelo Ball.
Yeah, but you said they draft was been terrible though. I
I
mean,
said after LaMelo Ball. You
oh,
gotta
I didn't hear
listen.
that. My bad.
Tie ball game 78-78. So yeah, they got to get it together up there. I just think Mitch is just too
Wait,
old
hold
to.
on. Book Knight was a good pick.
No, the
Book
hell
Knight
he
wasn't no
wasn't.
good pick.
See, and look, they bring Book Knight in to do the same shit that they try to get a point guard so LaMelo
But
can play
Book Knight
off
was
ball.
But you,
always a score first
Yeah,
guy,
like they
right?
try to remember.
but
But
you know what though?
but
Remember
it
how they
didn't
were trying to make
translate
him
from
play point?
college, and he was all right in college. It wasn't like he was no standout.
Hey, remember we were
We
watching the
really
summer
can't say they
league.
trash though, because they really ain't they ain't playing these cats for them to develop. They've been I don't know what they development is like Chicago, but it's just terrible.
I think it's
Remember,
worse. I think it's
remember we
worse
were
than
watching
Oh
Chicago.
damn.
the summer league, and we were saying like, damn, like
He
why
said
they
Bryce
keep
McGowan
playing
was a
Book
good
Knight at
player.
point guard? Why he keep playing like a point guard? Why they keep making him play point guard? That's what they're trying to instill in them the point guard skills. Because they understand he can play off ball. They try to instill point guard skills inside him so he can come in and play like I said, they bring in Ed Smith for that same reason. They had one a point guard off the bench who can come in the game when Terry Rozier come out and he can handle the offense and let LaMelo play off ball. They've been looking for that.
Well,
So
Dennis
Scoot
Smith Jr.
Henderson
does
wouldn't
that,
make
right?
sense. Huh?
Dennis Smith Jr. is another guy that
Yeah,
can slide
he's
LaMelo. You
decent.
can slide LaMelo over. Yeah.
Yeah, but they want him coming off the bench to do all that. So they want to have a starting point guard or another guard next to LaMelo, which could be Scoot, or he can just come. Scoot can come off the bench until he's ready, whatever. Even though they ain't gonna do that, but shit, that's how you get camaraderie between two people. Because I believe Scoot Henderson gonna be a star. I think he's gonna be on that type of time where we're gonna be looking at him like, oh, he that Russ type of person, but he got an offense or whatever defense you see in Russ, like he played bigger than the stature. So, I mean, shit, that's the pick I would take. But I
Look,
wouldn't
you
be
got
mad
you
if they
got
take
Russell
Brandon Miller because
Westbrook,
he can shoot
you
his
got
ass off.
Ja Morant, you got Spider-Man Mitchell. I mean, you got a lot of guards that some might feel that's undersized that's very impactful for their team.
Yeah, but they ain't winning shit.
Well, it ain't too many people winning shit. But Steph Curry,
See, but I don't look at
Steph
Steph.
Curry's a small guy.
Yeah, but when you look at the Warriors, like even though he's the spearhead of the scoring and he the best player of the team, everything running through a offense like an actual set.
Right? Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's
a
like
system, a system.
you don't look at him like you look at other guards, but you
I agree.
understand his greatness now, but you just don't view him like you view other
I
small
agree.
guards.
I agree. I agree. I agree. Chris
You
Paul's of the
telling me a
world,
team like Dame, he leading the team, he don't bring nothing like nah, fuck all that. 50 sound good, but we need a championship. Can you do that? Can't do that size. You can't affect the game at that size.
but he's not going to be the one affecting the game. That's not going to be on his shoulder. I think it's going to be the onus is going to be more on LaMelo Ball's shoulder. He's going to be the complementary piece
Yeah, I said
because
the only thing LaMelo need to add to take the Hornets with, regardless of who they add, in order for them to get to the next level, the one thing LaMelo got to add is he got to improve his defense. He got to actually buy into wanting to play defense. And if he can do that, then and you at this point where your offense getting a little more consistent. I knew
let
you
me
getting
share
better
this
in the
fun fact
offseason.
with you.
But
I
when you
agree
bring
with
your
you
defense
saying,
to the table, oh, you can take over games.
right. Let me bring
That's
this
why I
fun
see
fact.
what he need to improve.
I agree with you saying about LaMelo's defense, but a lot of times LaMelo be out there busting his ass, and it's the other guys that not playing defense, and that's why he looks like he's out of position because other guys are not rotating properly.
Ain't
So
even that he out of
he
position because
looks,
he really being perfect because he get a lot of steals off of playing the lanes. Like he
yeah,
inspect them
that's
on
what I'm
defense.
saying. Playing the lanes,
So
that's where
that's
you
why I
get
say
it.
you can tell it's just a matter of him wanting to play defense. You know what I
But when
mean? Like
he gets that on-ball defense, like say when LaMelo goes to play on-ball defense, I'm not saying he's elite in no form or fashion, right?
uh,
But when he do get down there and use his length to his advantage, and
uh,
then they throw a pick, the other person don't even roll off the pick.
I
Once
mean,
LaMelo gets picked,
but he
and which
getting
is a
lost in
good
space
defensive
himself though.
scheme, but listen,
He
he doesn't fight through the picks like his brother, for sure he doesn't.
No,
But
even if he
but
do it doing, it's different with LaMelo. Like you got to remember, like A LaMelo young, B LaMelo ain't playing like a NBA style offense his entire life in high school under the system. So he's still learning to how to play in space on defense. So when you still learning,
that's a
like you
lot of
got to
players though.
while you playing defense, you got to decipher what everybody else like to do, what they doing, with something how physical
Miami
they
up by
getting.
3
He just ain't at that level
late
yet
in the game.
defensively. That's why I mean when I say improve defensively, like he do
No,
like
you're right. He has
he
to
when he
improve,
like how you been
and
saying
he
this now.
knows this.
When he get up to somebody fence it's like, damn boy, like he be playing some D, but you
But
got to
what
do
I'm
that
saying is this right here,
often.
though.
You can't do
This,
that
but
like
listen,
in certain
no,
moments.
no, but this is what I'm saying. This is why he does it sparingly, right? He does it sparingly based on from what I've seen is that when LaMelo gets picked, when he gets on the guard, his length is his advantage because he's not that fast and fast with his feet. So his
Yeah,
length is his advantage, right? So when he gets on the guard and he squares and he cuts off angles, they're going to pick LaMelo. That's an automatic. And he probably knows that pick is coming. So they're going to pick LaMelo. And the person that picks him, the person that was guarding him, supposed to roll and get his back. But a lot of times that person is not on the alert to roll to get his back. And so if you get picked a couple of times in a minute, if nobody's rotating, you're gonna be like, fuck that. I ain't finna get all up on that dude chest. And then I end up getting burned, and now that goes against my defensive efficiency rating. You follow what I'm saying? Because I'm getting picked. My man goes around, shoot a nice little mid range, or go all the way to the bucket because the other person did not have my back, did not rotate over. So I'm gonna be like, fuck it. I ain't finna do this all game. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna play loose and make sure I watch out for the pick, but I'm gonna play loose and get in the passing lanes and use my length that way, which is smart. So LaMelo played with a lot of low IQ basketball players. And when
I
and
mean,
when he
you
and when he
right.
get
Wait,
yeah, when he
yeah,
get playing with somebody that like a Scoot Henderson, who is definitely a defender, you follow what I'm saying? Like that the Mitchell guy up there in Sacramento, who's definitely a defender, like Gary Payton II, who's definitely a defender, then Alex Caruso, then you know that when you get there, the instinct of that definitely defender is going to be where he's supposed to be. A lot of these guys Melo play with, their instinct is not defense. All they want to do is score. And all you gotta do is read some of the articles that Cliffy been interviewed in, and he always stressed that it ain't all about scoring. And we know who he's calling out. Now he might call out Melo a little bit in there too, but mostly we know who he's calling out because we know who's really not playing defense at all. All you gotta do is look at their defensive statistics, and there's like they're Casper the Friendly Ghost.
yeah. I mean, the same way you say about the other player. I think Lamelo just, I don't think he did yet defensively, like as far as
I'm back,
being
y'all.
comfortable.
Now I agree with you. You know he can drift. Lamelo can drift off and not
Okay,
pay attention to his defensive assignments.
so
But like
Dex,
I said, oh, go ahead, Purple.
oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you. So, okay, let's say they take Scoop. What are you doing with Book Knight, Bryce, Rozier, and Oubre? What are you gonna do with
You
those four?
calling waste management?
Trade bait.
Did you hear what I said? You calling
But
waste management?
feel like who's gonna come off your bench and be your scorer?
I mean, but that's what they draft Boot Knight to do, and we all see that. Regardless of how we feel about Boot Knight
You
this
still got
past season,
McGowan.
he don't
McGowan's
get
still there.
enough time. You don't get
No,
enough time on the
I
court.
no. I said, what are you gonna do about him though?
What
McGowan is.
Boot Knight?
I think he's good enough to come to that parade. I mean, he's not no show eye candy, but he's good enough to come to that parade and be stable enough
Y'all do
for a Charlotte
realize
team like that.
the Hornets ain't the Hornets. Even if they don't understand, they kind of in a mini rebuild. So I think that's why we're all the way we looking at it differently. Like I looking at Charlotte, like I understand they want to put a winning product on the court, but to me, it's like this y'all rebuilding. Like these next 2 years is how y'all kind of
Thank you.
rebuilding the
You
moves
said the
y'all make.
same. You said the
They
correct
speed it up.
word. A couple of years, because they think this gonna happen overnight. It's
Yeah,
not gonna
like I
happen
don't.
overnight
That shit
because
gonna
they
take a couple of
drafted so
years.
bad. Miami's up by 6 late in the third quarter in the 2 minute zone. Miami's up by 6, 90-84.
I just feel like I don't. It's not gonna work with him and Scoot long term. Not how you saying it. They can say, hell, they can put Bryce in the starting lineup and get assets back for Lamelo. It's just not gonna work.
No,
Bryce.
no, Bryce. Wait. I'm confused.
Bryce.
What are you referring to? Bryce, like Bryce McGowan? Oh, in the steed of LaMelo
Don't
Ball? Is
bring
that what
nothing
you saying?
offensively. Don't bring no sturdiness to the offense. Don't play no
Because
deep. Now I said no
you are
defense, but don't
not.
play
If
effective enough defense.
the question is, in this space right here, we all view him as a two guard.
Who,
I'm telling
McGowan?
you, they
To be
won't pay
real with you,
the
I don't even.
money if they pay.
Why do you think playing LaMelo playing two sliding over to the two? Why do you think that's such a horrible thing?
And it
I didn't
wouldn't really
say.
be
I said
sliding
You
we
over
want
the
don't.
two.
LaMelo to dribble the ball, pass the ball, rebound the ball, block the ball, steal the ball. I mean, come on now.
No,
And listen, LaMelo shoot 40% of catch and shoot. Why wouldn't you want that off ball?
no. This is what I'm saying. I'm not saying he don't. I want him to move to the two, but the issue is, in general, a lot of people view him as a one and not a two, and that's the issue. So if like, I don't think he's ball dominant. I just think if you feel that Scoot and like Scoot is your long term best player, generational, whatever you want to say, it's not gonna work. That's a Damian Lillard and CJ McCollum backcourt all over again.
No, it's
No,
not.
it's not.
Yes, it
It's
is.
not the same
Yes, it
thing.
LaMelo is 6'7", 6'8". How you can figure
But
that?
think about it now.
is.
Neither
Oh my.
Dame, neither CJ been
Be,
playmakers with the ball as far as
Hey,
like
Damian
shooting
Lillard,
the ball.
those dudes are 6 feet, 6'1".
no,
Yeah, like
but
they've been,
that's what they comparing that backcourt to. They was like, oh,
But
they
that's what
can
I'm talking about.
but they've been
Who
more like
comparing
they
it?
both of them get
Damian. And
buckets.
I say, and I was like, that didn't work because at the end of the day, the
That's not the
execution.
same backcourt, Purple Baby.
Yes,
Please.
it is.
How is a 6'8" guard and a 6'1"
Nobody
guard,
talking about
6'2"
the
guard
height.
Hey,
is the
Scoot better than
same as
both of them.
two 6'2" guards. Now, if you said Terry Rozier and Scoot, yes, that's the same.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, that's not. Terry
They,
Rozier is nowhere near Dame or CJ.
but
Never
I'm
has.
just saying they two small guard, undersized guards.
I'm not talking
Yeah,
about height though. I'm talking about how one thing I will admit though is I do believe both of them are better playmakers, than Dame and CJ put together. But from a scoring perspective, and then you're gonna be bringing Bridges back. Is Bridges gonna be willing? Because
You got to have five
he ain't
players on
got
the
no
court.
choice.
Melo can't pay every
Before you
position,
even
Purple
finish,
Baby.
you're
Bridges ain't
not
got a choice.
listening to me from a scoring perspective.
Purple Baby
You're
want
not,
the Melo do everything. Come
Hey,
on now,
listen.
sweetheart.
you're not
Miles
understanding.
Bridges ain't got a choice in what's going on. He do what the fuck they say. He supposed to be out the league. He ain't got a choice in no
And he
matter what they tell him to do.
understand. After a year, like if they give him a year, 20 million, Miles Bridges, he's not gonna stay there for that. No, I'm not gonna compare him
He
to
ain't
Jimmy,
got a choice.
but it's what's no, he
Other
does.
teams
And,
don't
and,
know him
and,
like
and
that to
listen,
take a chance on him.
next year, Charlotte most likely will be drafting in the lottery again.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
plan. Hey, that's the plan,
he'll be
Dick.
in the
They in a
top
mini
15.
rebuild.
So
They'll,
either they get Scoot or Brandon. Neither one of them gonna catapult them into be
but
thorough championship. I mean,
telling me,
thorough playoff contenders.
but you
I just
telling
think
me,
Scoot can win Charlotte at least 4, 5 extra games.
but you're telling me you gonna be back in the top 15. Because see, Sky won't like this, but New Orleans is going through the same stuff with Ingram and them two wings they got. We'll see what they do though.
But
But
Zion is out though.
that
But when
doesn't matter.
Zion was in, the New Orleans
It's
Pelicans was the
about the
number one
money
team in the
though.
West.
It's about the money. It's not about who's out, who's in. Do you know how much Zion is making and Ingram and then
Hmm.
McCollum is making?
Yep. And Dallas
That,
Tunis.
it,
Don't forget Dallas Tunis.
it's about the money. But
Yeah, McCollum
um,
going though like that. They don't have
but
plans on keeping McCollum past the next 2 seasons. Shit, this might be his last season. To be real with you,
no, they said they was keeping him.
and listen, they gonna realize that. Damn, either we gotta trade Zion because he hurt too much, or damn, Zion become the person we thought he been. CJ going.
Trade Ingram and trade
Trade, and I mean, I ain't saying that a good
because
idea, but I
Ingram
mean,
was injured which sucks. But he was injured this year.
Ingram gonna be in Miami.
Ingram
Don't
ain't
worry about
even
Ingram.
30 yet. Like he's still at
That
his
won't work
prime.
if Jimmy Butler is still there.
I don't care.
Yes,
Ingram can play the two.
Riley is not making that deal if
Ingram
Jimmy
can
Butler.
play the 2 or the 3. Jimmy Butler can play the 2 or the 3. They both
That's
swing men.
Dex. They cannot play together.
I don't see why.
Just like Jason. I'm gonna be quiet.
I don't see why they can't play together.
But as far as Miles though, like what is his role? If he
Jimmy
if
Power
Butler out
forward,
here
power
acting a
forward.
fool. Miami up by 8,
it's
and
just
Jimmy Butler ain't playing.
still a close
He
game.
got 27 already.
That's what Jimmy Butler does though. But like I just don't. They not gonna have the money, and I don't think it's smart if they take Scoop. I think they need to take Miller. Miller. They do need a secondary ball handler,
But
but
somebody said
you
that it
ask
wouldn't matter though if they
much.
take either or.
Yeah, it
Charlotte
really
can't
wouldn't.
lose.
This one of the drafts
Who
where
said that?
2 and 3, and like for the Hornets, you can't go wrong with the pick. Either you will get a good asset to put around LaMelo Ball can catch and shoot, who's a good shooter because they need good
But
shooting,
I think
or you
that's
get a player that when LaMelo
for
is injured, he can possibly turn into a player that can carry a team as damn self. So I mean, it's all about what your plan is for the right now. If you in a mini rebuild, like I believe they in,
See, I
take
like
Scoop
Scoot
and
also
keep
because
moving.
Scoot been in this environment, no
Yeah,
panic.
yeah,
He's been in this
exactly.
environment and he's thrived in this environment 2 years in a row.
Oh, and
So
remember now,
I
it
Brandon
wasn't
don't.
Miller had that
college. He been playing
situation with
against
the
men.
Brandon Miller had that situation with the gun jump. So a lot of even though it ain't been his fault, I ain't saying been his fault. He been around something. I been getting how the jump go. Like his
He
friend
was
called him,
around
but
something that caused the murder,
yeah, exactly, yeah.
and he
So
was
he still
labeled as a
got that on him.
person
So
of interest.
Charlotte might look at it like, well, we already got one controversial player. We don't need 2 on the damn
But
team. So
And
let's
one
just
just left. Trez Montrez Harrell just left. So they had they
exactly
had their
like they don't
they
want
had
to
their problems
have
of
that
black
look.
figures.
And I ain't saying that's a fact now that what they're gonna do. I just saying like things like that play into who teams draft, and that can tip the scale and be like, okay, we gonna go with Scoot instead of
but
going Brandon Miller. Even though I do believe Brandon Miller is a better fit as far as him being a good
Ooh,
shooter,
102 to
and he can
91.
run the point
Miami
too.
Heat up by
I do
11.
I do see with Scoot Henderson. He reminds me a lot of John Morant when I see him.
all I say is they're not going to be playing together long term. If they take Scoop, I'm not mad about it. But LaMelo's off that team. I'm telling y'all that right now.
I just don't see how they relate the two
So are you
players.
saying yeah.
I understand if you have say Terry Rozier or Book Knight or one of the other guard, but you talking about the one player that brings money to the building, even if they winning or losing. They
But
can have an
listen,
0-82
Purple
season and that stadium will be packed because of one player.
Purple
That's the
Baby
player
is
you're gonna
missing
trade.
something.
I don't
And
think
I
Scoot
I'm not
know
would be that popular.
anything. You're not
this
thinking correctly.
listen, Purple Baby. Did you hear what Mitch Kupchak said about LaMelo Ball?
Mitch is a great salesman.
So
That's
he's
true,
lying?
but I mean some things are true
He's
though.
Is
lying.
he lying?
This is the same Mitch Kupchak prior to the incident that Miles got into. He didn't want to pay Miles, and even though I agree with
But
that,
that don't have
he
nothing to do with that has nothing to do if he's
that
lying or
was
not.
huh?
That don't have anything to do if he's lying or not. I'm talking about what he's speaking about LaMelo Ball.
He
Because
trying to sell him to other teams.
huh?
Oh
Come on, Purple
Nah,
Baby. You
you
gasping
don't
for
gotta sell
straws.
a LaMelo Ball,
no,
man. Like
Thank
I'm
you.
not
everybody
Joe
gonna.
don't
getting
gotta
on.
sell no LaMelo
We
Ball.
You
You need
gotta
to
talking
take
sell
that
about a
back.
that.
guy that what
You gotta sell an
4 or
Austin
3,
Reeves. You gotta sell a LaMelo Ball.
inefficient shooter. People feel like he chucks up the ball, a high turnover machine,
How old is he?
still averaging
How
a
old is
lot
he?
of
A
times.
high turnover machine?
Yes,
What's the
Dex, a
average?
high
What's the
turnover.
average turnovers in the NBA per game? And what Lamelo's average?
I don't
Nowhere
know. I
near the
just know he
top.
turns over the ball a lot.
He turned over the
Trying
ball
to be too
maybe 2 to
flashy.
3 times a game, I bet. Luca
Huh?
turned him over almost 5. Harden almost 5, like 4.1, 4.2. I don't say 5, but about 4.1 times a game. You have the ball in your hand enough, you're going to turn the ball over. I wouldn't label him a turnover machine no more than I would label him a defensive genius because he averaged almost 2 steals a game or 2 steals a game. That would make him a defensive genius. So just because he got turnovers don't mean he's a bad player.
Again,
Like, no, I don't
if
buy
you
that shit.
didn't believe in him to begin with, why would you keep
He
him
giving
to
you two positions.
pay him and not have any money? They're not keeping
You know
both of those.
why? Because
That's
when
not smart.
a
And
player,
Jackson
oh my
saying
bad, go
that
ahead.
they're gonna be in the lottery next year anyway. Next year anyway. I'm not keeping both of them, and neither is he.
Why not?
That's not smart.
And
Because you
okay,
gonna pay Kelly.
okay.
If you're going to pay y'all miss like if they gotta pay Kelly, if
They're
they
not.
give
That's that where you must. They're not going to be paying these people.
Yes, they are. You
Right,
think
I'm
don't sign a
telling you, the
1 year
Hornets are
deal?
about to start shedding fat.
Well, okay, put it this way: where do you want Lamelo, Purple Baby? What team you want him on? The Lakers?
No, no.
I'm just saying, you trying to get him up out of Charlotte.
Said
Where you
Braun
want him
Uh,
at?
Senior, Braun, and Lamelo.
honestly, like I want him with a good wing, like Miami or mm,
If Ingram wouldn't put
I
Miami,
would
what
have
makes you
said
think?
Boston, but
Yeah,
whatever.
that's Ingram destination Miami. So that's
No,
already
it's,
sold
I'm
up.
telling you, that's not gonna work, Dex.
No, listen. If you say Ingram ain't a good foot, what makes you think Lamelo's a good foot?
Yeah, that's a good question right there.
You said what? If I said who?
Okay,
Say
you
the
think
name again.
Ingram was a good fit in Miami?
No, I don't,
Do
because
you
him and
think Lamelo's a good fit in Miami?
Butler is not a two guard. He don't shoot good enough to be a two guard.
Who, Lamelo?
No, Butler doesn't.
No, I
Butler,
get that, but Butler one of them players where he on the court regardless. I don't care what you need him to do. He on
yeah,
the
he
court.
Yeah,
does.
he versatile. Yeah, he
Yeah, like
versatile.
He's
you
not
play
versatile.
around him. Like he's not a one of them players where I need to be the guy. I need to have the ball. If Ingram cooking and Ingram show that he the all 30 ball a night, oh, do what you got to do. We'll just sit here and play some hard ass defense and help you out where you need. Like Butler ain't no egotistical type of player. Like he know how to fit in where he fit in.
I
So I
know
don't
Yeah,
think
you got
nobody
Tyler
gonna be able
Hero.
to
You
disrupt him.
got Tyler Hero as his point guard, so you know he ain't
Yeah,
tripping. Cause
y'all
Tyler
know
Hero gonna
off the
chunk that
bench.
ball.
y'all
Word.
know play style though. That's not going to work.
Purple Baby, why you think
Personal
everything's not going to work?
work.
But we don't watch Ingram down actually do a lot of different things throughout his career. He live up to it, like playing with the ball in his hand.
That's
He get
not his
better
strength.
at playmaking.
Even
He
though
get a
he's got
better rebounder.
those are his strengths. He's a ball dominant isolation player. That's where he gets his points from. Him and Butler won't work.
But that will Miami be needing in these close games. Because Butler
Yeah,
can't
they
do it every single game.
definitely need a scorer, but that scorer would not be Brandon Ingram.
But he long enough to fit in with the defensive scheme. Why not bring that in? You can put him from
Because
the 3
that
to the
does
4.
I
Because they
just
play
told you
Bam at the 5.
Brandon Ingram is an isolation player. That's
But he
what
don't
Boston
start
trying
the
to make a
ball
run.
up.
Boston trying to make a run in his last house.
I look at him like I look at KD. They, to a certain extent, they all ball dominant. But when
yeah.
they do get the ball, the reason why I don't call it ball dominant for them is because they know they get to their spot and they take their shot. They don't waste a bunch of time doing dumb shit.
And
They
that's
ain't they ain't, they ain't, they ain't letting who's standing with the ball at the top of the 3, thinking about what he about to do. Then he about to make a play. Or Luka, they're more so like, okay, hand me the ball. I'm about to be right here in the low post. Give me the ball. Do a little turn around, boom, hit the shot, go back down court. They're stopping the ball out. So I think they would work. I think it worked perfect with the Heat. That's
no, it
exactly
doesn't,
what it needs.
because Ingram, although his 3-point percentage has, gotten better, it's not that he's uncomfortable shooting it. That's just not his thing. And Butler is not a good 3-point shooter.
I get that part, but that don't mean he ain't gonna fit with what they trying to do.
He's not. I'm trying
Think
to tell
about it. Duncan Robinson, they pay him all that money, sit him on the bench. Why? Because they already know they ain't been getting no D from him. That been a foregone conclusion to them. But it's like, and you ain't shooting the 3 ball that you supposed to. Yeah, you unplayable.
you tell me why.
You bring Ingram in there. He gonna give you the defense by default because of the
No,
size.
he's not the half of the defender.
Purple
Brown.
Baby, you're not agreeing with nobody
What
tonight.
player? What player they got on right now with the Heat that's the size of Ingram outside of Bam?
Nobody, and they said
Exactly. Like Kevin Durant ain't a great defensive player, but his size makes it hard for a lot of players.
But do
You got
you
to
know
go to the basket.
they can Miami, if they can put something together? Miami can go get a younger player. I mean, Ingram's still young, but
Yeah.
if they put something together, they could go get some like a Jet Howard or something like that this year. Out of this draft, they just need
Talking about
some.
out the draft. She talking about out the draft.
See,
Yeah,
and
I'm
that
sorry.
don't work for championship teams. Like you can't just go in the draft and say this player taking us over the hump. They
Yes,
in
it
the
will.
championship window. Like they ain't playing for low turn prizes. Like they
Uh,
playing for that
I
chip.
don't know if you have been following, but Jet Howard and Chris Murray, and I forgot the third player. They were saying they are the most NBA ready guys to come in and contribute right away.
And you know
So
what
you
that tell me? Low ceiling. I mean,
who
high floor, low ceiling.
who
If you say they coming into the draft, they're already NBA ready, but they're not one of the top picks coming in, that's already a red flag. That means they reach their floor coming into the NBA is high. So they're gonna come out playing decent. They're gonna have like a lot of the shit that they do in the NBA, they're gonna understand it right away. But at the end of the day, that means they don't have that much room to grow. That's why they ain't getting drafted top 3, top 5.
Either. It's you know he
I
was
think Ingram and Tyler Hero, Bam Adebayo,
be
and
there.
Jimmy Butler can be a nice, good four-corner squad.
That would be
You give them boys that's a for sure championship.
no, it's not.
If
Butler,
you get
I don't know why y'all think Butler and Ingram can play together. They
because we watched Butler have to play off ball plenty of places.
It's not
He
about
played off ball in Philly. He played off ball in Chicago. He got played with Derrick Rose once.
No, he didn't. What are you talking about? No, he didn't.
Hold on.
That was after he was on the team with Derrick, but they didn't play together.
Huh? You mean they on the team and they didn't play together?
Yes. I was watching Chicago during them years. Butler and
No,
Rose.
they played. It wasn't
Of course they
long,
played
but
together.
they played.
Yeah, because they was
Yeah,
vying
they
for who's going to
played.
be the face of the franchise. Remember they was having that little beef.
I don't remember that.
It,
Them Derrick
Unstoppable. Go ahead. You talk about it, Unstoppable.
no, the little. I was gonna say the little beef they had when Jimmy Butler was saying he a point guard, and it was like, how you the point guard and Derrick Rose the point guard? I mean, like I said, they played, but it wasn't long.
I don't remember Butler at all. The most
Yeah,
I
they
remember
were. They were
Butler,
there.
they traded Derrick Rose, and then they started talking about Butler. Other than that, I don't remember
Because
Butler.
Butler started to rise.
I
Remember, Butler started to
say this.
rise up in the
I say
ranks, in the
this.
hierarchy.
Remember,
A report said Butler
remember
considers
when they played
I
played against the
remember
Miami Heat.
and Gordon and I couldn't stand Joakim Noah. All of them, I do not remember.
Damn, you couldn't stand Joakim Noah? Damn.
Huh?
That's it, man. That's a shocker.
He's a beloved, right? He's the son of Chicago.
Yeah. Everybody loves Joakim Noah. That's a shocker.
you gotta be a LeBron fan and not like Jordan. That's on deck.
Right. Yeah, you definitely got to be.
I don't like Joakim Noah. I like nothing about him. So.
Oh wow!
Hey, listen, he was part of one of the best college basketball teams in history, though.
That don't mean nothing. What did he do with pros? Absolutely nothing. But blow hot air.
Yeah, we know. DJ Gemini. Purple Baby on one right now, but we ain't gonna exfoliate her. We're gonna let her make it on that one.
When did they play together? I'm being so.
Don't worry about Purple Baby. Let it go. Let it go now.
I'm telling you. Listen. I'm about to remind you. Remember when Chicago
letting you make
went up 2-1 against the Cleveland Cavaliers?
I remember that they was up, and you talking about when he kept Rose in and he got injured, right?
No, I'm talking about. Okay, remember the crazy shot Derrick Rose made, and they made a meme out of that face he did.
Mm-hmm.
You don't remember that? How about this? What about?
I remember is that he kept Chicago was up. I forgot who they was playing, and then
they playing Miami.
Huh?
I think they're playing the
Cleveland.
The
Cleveland.
Cavaliers. The Cavaliers. Yeah, they're playing Cavaliers.
They in the first round.
Remember game 3 when LeBron James pushed Jimmy Butler and hit the fadeaway. I think it was 3-pointer.
I don't remember Jimmy.
Yeah.
They traded Derrick Rose, and then I started hearing about him, and then they was like, "Oh, he could do everything Derrick Rose did as far as taking Chicago to the playoffs." And he could get. I don't remember.
Yeah, they played together. Just go ahead and YouTube it, but they played together.
He said Butler considers Rose a friend, but doesn't have a lot of respect for his work ethic. So Butler ain't had no respect for D Rose work ethic, and
I didn't hear nothing about that.
It's okay, Purple Baby.
But yeah, like I'm saying, like Jimmy Butler been playing off ball damn near his whole career. This like our first time seeing him having to be the lead person like that.
That's not the issue. I understand he played well.
He played with Ben Simmons. Think about it. Off ball.
Miami up by 8.
Ben Simmons can't shoot worth a lick.
We're in the 8-minute zone of the fourth quarter, the last house.
He
So for
killed
him, if you saying he can't play with Ingram, who can catch and shoot, who can play off ball, who can play on ball,
if you think
yeah,
The
isolate,
rebound. Ingram can rebound.
yeah, like you can play him all over the court.
y'all,
Like you
y'all
can switch
Ingram
1
and
through
who is he
5 with
from
your
space?
lineup at that point.
Ain't nobody out here talking about Ingram to Miami. That's stupid. That's like Brown and what's the name playing together.
Because the Heat probably don't got
Only
the
only
assets to do it
Dex
right now.
only Dex want that. Only Dex been talking about that, just like the Kyrie to the Lakers.
Now what
But
No,
they
happens when
got
they
Pat.
both?
But they
Hey,
can't.
can I
But
can
they
I
No,
got
can
Pat
I get a
Bev
$5 cash app if
instead.
both of them happen? Oh, stop.
No,
Can
no,
I get a
no,
no.
$5
Listen,
cash app?
yeah, it
if
might
Kyrie
happen in
don't
the off
sign back,
season, but you would
he
swear
for sure
he
going
was
to
getting
LA.
traded.
They still talking. They still talking.
He for sure
The
going to
talks
LA
haven't
if he don't
ceased.
sign back.
I mean, I don't let Kyrie go at this point. Like I don't care.
Nah, Mark Cuban gonna do everything in his power to keep him. Man, he gave up so much to get his ass.
That's why I said if he don't sign back with our Mavericks, he going to LA. But
Yeah, I
I
think
I
so.
believe
Yeah,
the Mavericks probably
yeah,
gonna
I
come
agree.
with some more.
Boston try to make a comeback. It's a 5-point ball game, 108-103, 7 in the 7-minute zone. 7 minutes,
Said, but
44
Jimmy
seconds to
Butler
be
doing
exact.
shit that we ain't see since LeBron in Cleveland. And I ain't talking about damn. I ain't talking about post Kyrie Cleveland when he had to switch a whole different team in the middle of the fucking season and
Mm.
still make the finals type of LeBron.
How y'all
That's
feel
what Jimmy
about
Butler doing.
like like y'all messing with Boston?
Boston just I've been saying this shit earlier. Like my biggest thing with Boston is the defense ain't where it used to be at. And
I
I don't
agree.
trust Tatum. Like I don't think Tatum
Yep.
I think Tatum can come up and like that's how I view players. Like the
I'm
best players in the league can play at their peak at least 70 games a season if everybody's healthy all season. Can play at least
110,
90%
103,
of the time.
7-minute zone. 110, 103, Miami in the 7-minute zone.
let's go.
And I look at Tatum like I don't think Tatum can do that on a consistent basis, like beat him like that. Like, I watch him going 1 for 16 through 3 quarters, but I also watch him heat up in that same fourth. Like
Yes.
your
Yeah.
bad play kind of keep the other team in the game, but your fourth quarter play put you over the top. So it's like, I mean, how much games like that you gonna win?
You know, I like Tatum, but I just feel like he came up so fast. You know, when they
Yeah,
made the playoffs, early on in his career and stuff like that, and he made an impact. I just feel like that was too much too fast, and he like it's just a lot.
yeah,
I hate to tell Celtics fans like, yo, that man is inconsistent, yo. Like they
yeah.
be like,
He
Butler
is.
he
Butler
averaged
lead all
30.
scorers with 29.
That's not surprising. Um, but like I don't know, but I still got Boston in the series because I like Jaylen Brown. So
Yeah, I say like Jalen as games where Tatum understand that okay, Jalen Brown, he
Jalen
got
gets
the hot
slept
hand.
on.
But he don't do that. He try to do it himself, and it's like, bro, like you just ain't him like that. Like you can do your shit here and there, but in the biggest of big moments, like we watched you crumble in the finals last year. Like we watched that shit. We watched you been spectacular the entire postseason. As soon as you get against Golden State, it's like you disappeared. So that's indicative of how your game was. Like you can give us a good scratch and then disappear, or you can give us a bad scratch, but then you come through at the end. But like I said, how much games you actually win like that where you depending on him throughout the game, but he ain't giving you nothing, but he just waiting to the fourth. That shit ain't gonna work all the time like that.
yeah,
So
yeah. I think I don't know why people are so hard on Brown because I just feel like Brown took more of the natural, and it's not Brown's fault, but he took more of the natural way in developing. Where I think Jason Tatum, when people seen what he was doing and stuff, and mainly his Lakers and his fans, they was mad about the Lonzo thing, and so I think it just put this pressure on him. I'm not gonna say he wasn't like ready to handle it, but it was just like, okay, I have to do this. I have to go out here and do this. Like he knows his game, but it's the I can't figure out why he's so inconsistent.
Mhm.
Hey, I say
Who's
this.
inconsistent?
I think when
Tatum
it's
But
all
or
said
Brown?
and done,
Tatum,
Tatum.
Tatum.
I think when it's all said and done, folks gonna finally realize Jaden's better than Tatum.
I
And
don't think so.
yeah, I don't. I wouldn't even go that far and say he
No, I
better.
think
I think they
I
close. I think they damn close now.
well, I would say this. Tatum just
Jimmy
a
Butler,
tad, but
31
when it's
points.
all said and done, Brown gonna be better. Trust me.
I like his game. I like his game,
I just got that feeling.
but it's just when you 16 and can move like that. Like I don't know. Like I wouldn't say he better. Like, and it's like I ain't shitting on Tatum for saying like he inconsistent. My whole thing is I just can't definitively say like yeah, Jalen Brown better, but I can't say they close.
Chances on the panel. Miami's being represented thoroughly.
You already
so.
know, bro. You already know.
So Dex, what you think? I
Well,
mean, I'm just saying.
hold on one second, Purple Baby.
Okay.
Chance, what do you think about Brandon Ingram coming to Miami?
Um, Miami. Let's see. Brandon Ingram,
Yeah.
too inconsistent.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Too inconsistent.
Inconsistent in what way?
Like some nights you could depend on him. Some nights he's gone. You don't even know where he's at.
You don't chop it
Oh
up
shit!
to having a bad game.
What Huh?
You don't chop it up. It's to him having bad games. I think it's more to do with him having a bad game than him not showing up.
Um, it could be that, but I don't know. He just don't be showing up to me.
I mean, that ain't the first time I heard that. You know, a lot of people think he's
Yeah.
solid third option. You know, and I respect that.
Hey, he
Oh,
go to a team and be the third option, but that's a championship team.
I mean, yeah, because you already got Jimmy Butler. You got Bam Adebayo. So you don't need Brandon Ingram to be having no 35 and 40-point games consistently. As long as he stayed with
But
between the 18 and 23 mark.
nah, he can do more. He's at least 25 points a game.
Listen, that's the one thing I'll say about
But you
Brandon
got
Ingram.
Jimmy, though. You got Jimmy and Bam.
If you look at Brandon Ingram career from the first season born with the Lakers to now, every season he get incrementally better as far as points per game. I
Yes, he.
don't see him as one of them players that can just like it's like he the reason why he ain't Kevin Durant is because Kevin Durant can go off a easy 35, 40. But with Brandon Ingram
But
is like
Brandon,
you kind of see him get in the 30s. Like it's like you earn that 36, like damn in the easy
but Brandon,
36.
to be fair, Brandon is not a 3 level scorer. At like
As
what?
good as Durant.
Yeah, yeah, like
As
Durant.
far as like
As much as I like him, I'm honest. Like he's not a 3 level scorer type guy.
no, but that's the point I'm trying to make is like if you see Durant drop 40, it's like
Easy,
you know he had a good game, but it been like an effortless one. It's like, oh, that's KD. But you if you see Brandon Ingram 40, it's like it don't look the same as like that should be
right?
hard earned. So when you
Yeah,
got players like that, it's like that's the only thing I'll say about Brandon Ingram as far as if I chance say he ain't too inconsistent. I'll just say like shit. I mean, he consistently get better from year to year.
you're right. I just think that he, as much as I like him, and I'm honest, you know, I think it ain't even about a championship team. Even sometimes when I look at him in New Orleans, and I understand that he has bad games and whatever, I'm like, okay, yeah, you playing like a third guy, not a second, and he might just be a third type of guy that
Yeah.
gives you second leading scorer production, which could be really dangerous.
I think he'd be successful down in Miami. I'm not going to say that he's going to get all the glory that he gets now from New Orleans because he's only, fighting a one-tier guy, and that's Zion Williamson. But if he goes down to Miami, he's going to be fighting against Bam and Jimmy. But nevertheless, he can tone down his game for a championship run.
And you know the
I
good thing
think
about it, when you put Brandon Ingram in and he next to Bam, who gonna have to defend Brandon Ingram? He gonna be another four. How much fours in his league that can actually stay with Ingram if he got the ball?
Bring him. My fault. Ingram is not a 4 though. He's a 3.
No, but inside with Miami, he gonna kind of have to because
I'm
Stress got
telling.
to come up the lineup. Stress coming up the lineup. Screw Stress, how you pronounce his name? He coming up the lineup.
yeah, Struz,
Yeah, I
So
like that.
now who gonna play the four if Bam playing the five?
Struz
Not
Strauss.
Jimmy
But
Butler.
but the thing is, and I think Chance would agree. A lot of people are saying that Bam is not a 5.
He ain't, but he
He
playing the body. That's how they defense thrive. They get to switch like a motherfucker.
no, it's not.
That's what he allowed them to do though. That's why they playing him at the five.
More, if Ingram was a more natural 3-level scorer, I would agree with him being down in Miami. But because he's not, and he gets his points from isolation and not within an offense, that's not gonna work.
So you don't.
No, that's just how it's schemed up in New Orleans. But Brad Eagle can come off curls, come off pin downs. I just seen him do it. You know,
Yeah, he
he got
probably
a
have
game
less
similar to Michael Porter
responsibilities.
Jr.
Think about it. If you put the ball in his hand, you can run a lineup with him playing the four, and he got the ball in his hand because he know how to play with the ball in his hand. So when you saying Jimmy Butler, he can't like Jimmy Butler shoot decent enough to be a threat. It don't matter. You can be as long as you. I ain't gonna say percentages, but like as long as players can look at you and say, "Oh yeah, Bobby knocking them shit down sometime." Somebody gonna play D on you out there. But if you somebody was like, oh, he don't never hit threes. I ain't like Ben Simmons. I ain't even about to defend him. So all you got to do is make a threat. You ain't really got to be a knockdown shooter. You don't have to
But
shoot 40% to put fear in people's heart. If you a
but
player that people just respect your
40%.
shoot, your shot, like you know.
What I'm about to say though is I do agree with your approach, but it's the however as important as the 3-point shot is in today's league, those two guys cannot. They have the inside game with Bam and stuff on lock. You know they'll probably average the most free throws in the league with that team, but they would not have. They would have to overpay 3-point shooters. And I'm not, you already got to pay them an arm and a leg anyway. But you talking about really overpaying them?
I mean, I don't think they have to overpay shooters. I mean, they can just keep the
Yeah,
same squad that they got.
do you know how much shooters, guys that just good at shooting threes and sometimes playing defense, do you know how much money they get in today's league? They get a lot.
But the thing about it is all about roster built. Like you got like with the reason why they could have run Duncan Robinson, who Duncan Robinson is as good as a damn. And I don't want to try to play no player, but you can find good players just like him in other leagues or in the G League or in coming out of college who can shoot their ass off. Their problem is they can't move their feet to play defense. They slow their liabilities. With Duncan Robinson, they took on all that because they had Bam playing the five. They had somebody that could switch around. They had 4 other players on the roster, including their star player Jimmy Butler, who also played defense like shit, like he a damn rotational
But
player. So when you
let,
got that around you, your defense don't like just like with Steph Curry, your defense don't really matter as much as long as you knocking them down at 40%.
it don't matter until you get to the playoffs. Let's just say that. Now the
No,
regular
because
season,
if you start knocking down 40%, like you've been doing all season, now like I'm not gonna say, oh yeah, well he can't play defense. I may make an adjustment and stagger your minutes with a defender, but at the same time, you still gonna get your points. Duncan Robinson ain't been hitting shit.
we know. that, that's crazy, man.
That
Miami,
boy fall off crazy.
yeah.
I would be scared of him getting that ball on that wing.
I think, and it's sad because I don't want people to call Brandon Ingram trash, but I really think New Orleans is gonna trade him, dog. They're gonna ride it out with, and they not wrong for it. They're gonna ride it out with Zion, you know, but they're gonna trade Ingram because I believe at the end of this current deal he'll be 27. You know, he's still young, but I feel like he's been in the league longer than that. That's what's
Yeah, dude. Say he been there before LeBron born in LA.
yeah, but he'll be 27, and I just think I don't think they feel that he's not worth paying or anything. I just feel like they gon' and they should, ride it out with Zion, do what you do. And
Same
then
thing
after,
with Go ahead, go ahead.
you could go.
No, I'm about to just say like same thing with Randall. Like shit, you paying him like he your star player, but he really a third option on a good team.
Yep, yes, he is. And he needs to be with a stretch 5 or a stretch, well, he's a 4. Yeah, so something like DeMarcus Cousins or Anthony Davis. But them guys, let me see. Them guys really don't exist in the league. No, like a DeMarcus Cousins build, I would say, like,
Yeah, like shit. Like if they is that size, they showing shooting shit.
yep.
Miami with a 7-point lead in the 1 minute zone,
Come on,
117 to 110. Miami with the lead.
what are they
A
doing?
minute and 57 seconds left to go in this first game of the Eastern Conference Championship
Did they show
or finals.
Brown and Tatum's percentages for the game? I mean, the game's not over, but what they shooting and whatever.
Tatum shooting 9 for 17. Brown
Okay.
shooting 10 for 19.
See,
And they
Jalen
think
Brown show up all
I'm
the
so mad
time.
how people did Brown this summer, man. Oh, he ain't shit. Look at I'm like, bro,
Son, they sleep on Brown.
it got under my skin, bro. Like that pissed me off. I'm like, that man is a good player.
You
Yeah.
think he gonna leave?
I'm
Man, listen, I say he should go to Charlotte. Charlotte should do whatever
yes,
you
I
need
would
to do and
love
get him.
I would love him there. That way he could actually play his actual position. He's a 3. And I gotta stop calling them small forwards because the NBA is no longer gonna do that. We're just going by.
Yeah.
So he gets to play his natural position, which is the 3. So
And see,
I
Jalen Brown played both sides of the ball. That's what I like about his game. People
yes,
forget about that. Like he one of the best two-way guards in the league.
yeah, because Paul
62
George,
seconds left of basketball in the TD Garden.
man,
Oh, the fast clock is going. Miami up by 10. 120, 110, 56 seconds left to go.
That boy
Jimmy
come from
Butler
the
just
Boston.
splashed one from deep, like 27 feet. And
what
Jimmy Butler lead all scorers with 34.
what the
That's Michael Jordan.
like? Calm down. They can win next game. But what the fuck?
44 seconds left. We got 44 seconds left of engagement
Look
in
at
this
them
game.
boys.
And see, people look at a lot of Tatum scoring and see he had a high pointed game, but they overlook the turnovers he had.
Yeah.
So I say like that goes in the inconsistency right there. Is like
Yeah. I mean, hey, if I think Boston signs him, and whatever. Because he's eligible for the Supermax. He definitely does.
Tatum Brown up and down turnover.
See, they didn't piss me off. Come on. How you lose?
His ball like I think what it does is because a lot of people don't remember or don't even realize like Boston young, but they done been to a finals. I've been to a couple of conference finals. Like how you said earlier, like they had to grow up fast. So
Yep.
it's like when we look at them, it's like I don't know. I don't know. It's like it's the same team. Like we just seen the same team over and over.
The same
And
dude, brother.
yeah, it's like they Tatum supposed to be the dog. Like, I mean, he's a superstar, but he's supposed to be a dog. But
Tatum
it's
just
like
made 2 free throws. 120,
I know.
114, 6-point lead by Miami. So that's
Okay.
a 3-possession game with 27 seconds left to go. Malcolm Brogdon just committed a personal foul. So it looks like Miami will go to the line to try to cap this one off.
Tatum good now, but I
Ah,
don't know. It's just something.
they fucking get on my nerves. Oh my god. Like
Boston led early and haven't led since.
you know what? That's cool. I'm gonna just focus on the draft because they gonna make me mad.
It's
Oh,
gonna be
that's good.
Miami versus Lakers.
Hey,
Jason
listen.
Tatum takes a
No,
personal foul.
Lakers.
So
Yep.
they're playing a foul game. 27 seconds left to go
That's
of
crazy.
engagement.
I can't see either of the teams in the West making
Gabe
the
Vincent
finals.
makes the
And,
free throw. Listen,
But
well,
Miami
not
had a
making the finals, winning
46.
the championship. I mean,
Gabe makes both free throws. Celtics called timeout. Miami had a 46-point third quarter, and this where the game was won.
yep. And
What happened to
with
Chance? He dunked out.
that's crazy. Boston,
Chance probably on the panel with his eyes closed.
Right.
You can open your eyes now, Chance. This was over with. Miami's up by 8 with
hey, listen, and they
27
doing
seconds
this with
left.
your boy
is
from
being
Charlotte, Twin.
disrespectful.
He said, Hemi Butler. Ralph Lauren said, Hemi Butler. I never heard that one before. Hemi Butler's in the
And that boy
building.
get I tell you, like, if you ain't old enough or whatever to see Kobe play, and how even taking over, or how Jordan been taking over, like, or even damn LeBron for a couple of seasons. Like, this boy dragging them boy through this playoffs.
That's MJ's son right there.
Yeah, like he dragging them boy through this shit.
Yeah,
Crazy
yeah.
part about it, that fool looked just like him, man. I wouldn't be surprised if you found that was. Man.
Him and Anthony Edwards. I
Huh?
said, boy, him and Anthony Edwards look like Jordan.
So the Miami Heat comes up north to Massachusetts, Boston, that is. I'm talking about the Tea Party. I'm talking about where the Revolutionary
Significant.
War started. I'm talking about where Paul Revere was on saddleback running through the town. The British is coming. The British is coming. No, Miami is coming. Miami is coming. 122 to 116, 17 seconds left. Malcolm Brogdon hit a 5-footer, but has no effect on the total outcome of this game. Miami will take the first game up in Boston, and they definitely have chopped the head off the leprechaun.
So, what was Miami's biggest lead of the game, or Boston? Excuse me, because you said
Were
they.
you in a tunnel?
No, I'm walking up some steps.
Oh. I don't know. I can't remember Miami biggest lead. I think it was like 8 or 9. No, oh no. Miami led by 11. That was
Yeah, I
Miami
think about
biggest lead.
11. Yeah,
11.
11 or 13, one or two. So I remember like 55 to 64 at one point. So Jimmy Butler didn't pull up on that boy like that.
Yeah, Miami led by 12 and Boston led by 13. Boston had a 13-point lead in this game, and it's over with. It's official. Game 1 is over. Zip up your hazmat suit. Time to mop up all of the blood from this bludgeoning bloodbath that Miami came up to Boston and whipped the Boston Celtics, Mean Green, Lucky Leprechaun, 123 to 116. Miami have stolen home court advantage in game 1. Butler 35, Tatum 30.
Hey, what that 50-point game come back with this one? Why you drop 50 this game? Why you going 50 this
Shoot,
game?
he probably tired. Tatum is tired.
Man, 34.5 rebounds, 7 to 6 steals.
Man.
The fast break point was a disparity, 62 to 40 to Boston. That's plus 22 points on fast break. So Miami don't get out and run. They just grinded this game down to nothing. Fouls is pretty equal, 22 to 18, plus 4 Miami. Largest lead, Miami 12, Boston 13. Oh, excuse me, that wasn't fast break points. I take that back. Fast break points, 15 to 12, Boston plus 3. Not a big difference there. But points in the paint, Boston dominated Miami with points in the paint. Plus 22, 62 to 40. And when we look at field goal percentage, they around the same, 54 Miami, 51 Boston. So no shame there. 3-point percent. Oh my God, Miami shot a whopping 51% from the arc, and Boston shot an average 34% from the arc. So that is one of the tell of the tapes in favor of the Miami Heat to allow them to get back into this game and have a whopping 46-point third quarter. That done the Boston Celtics in. They was unable to recover. They made a run, but fell short of the finish line, and Miami takes this game. There was a lot of steals in this game, 12 for Miami and 6 for Boston. So it was a total of 18 steals between the two teams.
That's
Yeah,
not
Jimmy Butler had 6 by his damn self.
Turnovers were equal, 15-15.
It's just
So
crazy,
that
man. Just seeing how Jimmy Butler.
mhm.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
No, I was saying, well, that done it. I mean, that's all the statistical categories that are important in this game, and there you have the tell of the tape.
A sloppy game, and Miami were able to pull out
No,
that
no.
champions win these type of games.
Is it a sloppy game or is it the defense?
I mean, shit. Even though defense can produce a bunch of steals when he that high usually come from a couple of turnovers.
True. Where Boston is gonna get in trouble is trying to play the 3-point game.
Yeah.
I don't know why they. Well, I know why.
Well, let's see how many pointers that Boston took tonight. They took approximately 29 3-pointers, but Miami took 31. So Miami was shot more 3-pointers than Boston.
Because Boston probably had a defensive scheme like that to force them to shoot.
Yeah, that's. But they should know. Dang, are you looking at the stats decks, right?
Yes, I'm looking at them right here. Jaylen Brown was 1 for 6 from 3-pointer, and Al Horford was 1 for 5.
Yeah, see, they can't do that. How many threes did Hero have?
Hero didn't play. He got a broken arm.
Yeah, he been out for like the past 2 series.
Yeah, he didn't even travel with the team.
They say he's gonna be back in the finals.
He in Boston now.
Jimmy Butler, that's why.
Hero?
Yeah, he on the bench. Well,
yeah.
No,
Hero's
Hero's not on the bench. Yeah, but he didn't travel with the team.
Yeah, he did. He had the game. He got like a red sweater on there. I saw him like 2 times.
Was he on the bench or was he behind the bench?
I mean, he probably behind the bench. I know he ain't playing or nothing like that.
He's not playing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because I don't see him up here, so on the roster. That's what I'm saying. I don't see Tyler Hero on the roster.
He probably got him. Whatever they do during the playoff, they activate or whatever. But
injury reserve.
Yeah.
Oh man.
If they can get him back for the finals, boy, shit. Now I ain't saying they're gonna win.
He's gonna be back in the finals.
If they make the finals and he be back, they ain't good shit.
My thing is, you just let.
I think they can get him.
Jimmy Butler. Oh my god,
dog. What you surprised for? Though,
Jimmy Butler,
man, he lays it all on the court. You know what I'm saying? He gives his all.
Man, Boston.
Yeah, he doesn't take any of his sweat equity home with him. He leave all his sweat equity out there.
To chill and shit like that. Like all
Quiz is in the building.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Look
it's Hemi Butler in effect.
Hemi Butler.
Hemi, he got a whole new name this year, man. You don't want no parts of Hemi.
That's where you get your legendary names from, right? In these type of moments.
Come on, man. I mean, people want to call themselves him, man. You ain't him. That's Hemi.
That's the Hemi with the Hemi.
Yo, let me point a couple of things.
That's
out.
a Dodge Hemi.
First off, this game wasn't a sloppy game. It was a game of 2 superior defenses. And if you've watched the Heat, you already know the Heat and the Celtics too. Both of these teams, they get steals. Jimmy Butler had like 4 steals that game at least before my TV started getting wonky. Not only steals, the way they get them. They'll take your cookies in a heartbeat.
Turnover.
Yeah, those turnovers, those are forced turnovers. Those are I'm taking the ball from you. And the Celtics do turn the ball over somewhat, but most of those turnovers were forced turnovers. And then another thing is, Hero isn't playing, but sometimes the basketball gods work in mysterious ways. I'll be honest with you, the Heat without Hero That made them a better team. They got a bunch of dudes who can score. They are one of the lower offenses in the league, and I think that Hero sometimes it can be a very much of a shot nut, but their distribution is better. Everybody on their team is capable, and them having him back for the finals would definitely help. But you see what the Heat been doing without him. They've definitely turned it up. He hasn't played none of this postseason, and I'll be honest with you,
They played
I
in the
don't think
first
anybody
round.
wants no smoke with the Heat right now.
Too much Jimmy Butler. Who haven't played the postseason?
Your
Yeah,
boy Hero.
yeah, been in the
Yeah, he
first
played.
round.
He played. Yeah.
What he played? He played in the play-in. He ain't
Was
been
it the
playing.
play?
He ain't
I
played. He
mean,
has not
I
played,
think playing.
bro. When the
He
last
played.
time you seen? When the
Yeah, I
last
mean,
time
He
you
shit,
might
seen
have.
nobody
Buddy
It
been
might have
Hero?
been
playing.
the play-in. You're right. It might have been the play-in.
You ain't
It
seen
might
that
have been
man
the second.
all.
Who
Yeah,
was that? Chicago, right? That's we got hurt against Chicago, right?
oh, that was the second game of the play-in.
Yeah.
The first game of the play-in, they played against the
Atlanta.
Hawks.
Atlanta. Yeah, they
Right.
whooped their Atlanta whooped their
Yeah,
ass.
Atlanta bust their ass, right? And that was with Tyler Hero. But I'm trying to tell you, like, the Heat have more than enough capable players. They was already one of the whack offenses with
How many fouls Smart had?
Tyler Hero. I
I
think
don't
they're
know how
better
many
without
fouls
him.
Smart had. I don't know. I don't have that statistic. It doesn't show me that. But Hemi Butler done got him a new moniker.
Yes, sir. But they had good point distribution. I think you had like 5 or 6 players on the Heat in double figures this game. So
Whenever you
Yeah.
get
Yep.
finished, if Boston lose, I'ma kill him.
nah,
Who
you're
you
a
gonna
Celtics
kill?
fan.
Who you threatening?
I
I'ma
thought
kill.
I thought you was a purple baby. What's up with Boston? You bleeding green?
No, I just like the Boston team and the makeup of the team. Boston.
How you get purple, baby? Explain that to us because I thought you was Laker, Sacramento. I mean, where did purple
No,
come in at?
I was never late. I understand that right now.
Okay, explain yourself.
But I've said I just like
Why
as
my
a
phone not charging?
team. I think Boston is more complete. So if Boston loses, I don't care if they lose in 7. I'm going to kill somebody.
No, don't say that on the stream. She doesn't. She doesn't mean that.
Oh, and Tyler Hero get injured in game 1 of the first round against Milwaukee.
Well, it's only
Oh, it's
one
game one in
thing that can
Milwaukee.
make you
Okay.
do that, purple. I just gotta ask you. Then if you're gonna do that, how much money you got riding on the game?
I don't bet. Sir. I don't even
Oh,
go to the
okay.
Well, you gonna get used to Hemi Butler.
Mm.
It might take a little. It might take a little
Yeah.
time to get used to, but he's making himself known. This is a
Yeah.
simple introduction right now.
See, the
Word.
Yeah, I'm
only thing
trying to tell you
about it is,
something.
you got,
There's something about the Celtics that I don't trust. It's not like
Just
this is
go
a
ahead
new feeling
and
for
say
me.
Tatum. I know you're gonna say Tatum. Just go. That's what it is.
Well, I mean, it's Tatum. It's just something about them. Like it's always. I've watched them play a bunch of games this particular season. I don't think it's the coaching. I think that the coach has been doing pretty good. I just think that some of them players. It's just something about this year's Celtics. They should be better than they were last year, but
that
I don't think that
defense.
they've. I don't think that they've elevated. They have not secured my full-fledged confidence in them. In fact, to be honest with you, you just watched them play against the Heat. The Heat, if I didn't know anybody was watching that game, I would think that the Heat been further in the postseason more recently than the Celtics.
Oh man.
Yeah, I just watched that game. The Heat looked more poised than the Celtics. You don't think so?
I mean,
Oh yeah.
both of them got like the same level of experience over the past couple of years. So I mean, shit. But I do see that the Heat, they
No,
built
I
for the
wouldn't say that. I
playoffs.
wouldn't necessarily say that. Unstoppable. I'm gonna tell you the reason why. The Celtics were just in the finals like
Man,
a
y'all
year ago, weren't
Yeah,
they?
y'all
so so
voices
so
right,
have
bro.
They
Miami.
just came out the finals.
Miami been in the finals a couple of years ago. They've
Yeah,
been in
you talking about
conference
a years
finals
back.
every
You
other
know, this
year.
is the what have you done for me lately league. The Celtics was just in the finals.
Yeah, but I was saying they have had a similar past couple of years. Both of their past couple of years has included a finals appearance and Eastern Conference Finals appearances.
I'm gonna
So
tell
that's
you,
why I
there's a
said they had a
big
similar
difference
past
between
couple
these
years.
past couple of years. Unstoppable. Boston Celtics have been the number one, number two best team in the entire East these past couple of years, and the Heat ain't been nowhere near
The
that.
Heat's been the
Hey,
number one and number whatever in the Eastern
hey,
Conference in the
Quest.
past couple of years too.
Yeah,
Everything
not
that
the
you can
Hey,
last
say
bro.
couple
about
years.
Boston
We
over the
talking about
past
the
5
last
years,
couple years.
you can say the same thing about Miami.
Last year, the year before that, the Heat weren't even in the radar as far as
No,
first or
I
second team in
understand
the
that.
East.
I understand that.
Hold on. Yo, Quiz.
What's
That's
up?
no panic.
Oh,
That's
all
not
right, no, yeah,
unstoppable.
always. Oh, I don't know the reason why I keep on no panic and unstoppable, man. Boy, I tell you.
I don't get how y'all think we sound alike,
Hey,
but
I
we
don't say
sound
I don't
nothing
hear it.
alike, bro.
I don't hear that shit. The only thing is all four ones kind of low on you.
Yeah, probably. It's just familiarity. You know what I
You
mean?
sound like you. No panic. Sound like you from New Orleans.
Yeah, he do, right?
Yeah, that's why I said and I saw both from up north, so I mean I don't even hear the
Yeah,
damn accent, nothing like that. I don't
unstoppable
hear it.
normal to me.
Yeah.
All right.
Y'all
Well, my
sound like what?
apologies.
Up north, you talk normal.
Mm. Okay, go ahead, get you another plate.
Purple, did you
Yeah.
explain how you got the name Purple Baby?
No, I just like the color purple.
Oh, you
You
like the color purple. Okay.
sip it on that
That's my
scissor.
mom's
Dex
favorite
that
color, purple.
That's
You
Dex
know,
fire
that
too.
purple
wanted fucking
represents
30
royalty,
for
right?
30 on the name.
She's
Yes.
sipping on that. She's sipping on that scissor. That's what that's all about.
Whatever. Ooh, I need water.
Damn, you exposing her like that.
I don't drink.
But
She
yeah,
sip,
my
she
mom's
don't drink.
favorite. Yeah, my mom's favorite color is purple. My mother always told me purple represented royalty.
I cannot wait
Vikings ain't got a Super Bowl.
until the.
Purple ready for that game too.
Yes, I am.
And guess what?
Jimmy Butler,
Jimmy B
Jimmy
ready
Butler.
too.
It was
Jimmy
too
B
much
ready
for
too.
Beantown. Too much for Beantown. Himmy Butler was just too much. Oh, I love that nickname, Himmy Butler.
Hey, and you know who else played good in this game? Who played really great is Bam Adebayo. He looked like he had a different stride to me in this game. He played
And
very impressive.
next game he gonna be back to who we thought he was.
Yeah, well, Bam does that, but he
Some
played.
people believe Harden's going back to Harden's going back to
The
Houston, but
Rockets.
I don't know
Yeah.
why.
I think
I
he
don't
stay. I
believe
think he
that.
stay in Philly. I think he stay.
I think
I
he's
don't know
staying in
who
Philly
Harden.
I
also. I
think
think
he's
he's
staying
trying to.
too.
I don't
I
know
think
I
it was
think
who
just
they.
Harden
I think
is
he
who
gonna
that
stay,
he
and they
is.
gonna trade Embiid, or Embiid gonna request a trade.
But
Nah,
I don't
nah,
know what
nah.
the hell going
Pete
on with
ain't gonna leave.
James Harden he's just trying to entertain some options. He's trying to make sure that they give him the maximum money and get this
man.
contract
Listen,
terms. That's all he's trying to
Because
do.
he took a pay cut. Remember, he took a pay cut.
Right.
and they probably promised him like if you take a pay cut, blah
Mm-hmm.
blah, we for sure sign you back. Like that's why he taking that risk and he opting out. With you opting out of 35 million and you in a downswing of things. You ain't done
Yep.
nothing this season.
I mean, to
You
me,
ain't prove you can get
it's just
past what you
business.
always ended up
I'm
at.
not judging. I'm not judging James Harden for trying to force the issue. Go try to get your money. You get out
Said,
there in
go
the
get
No,
your
market.
that ain't
money.
the
You'll
issue.
be
Go
right
get your
back
It's
to
who
money,
the fuck
Sonny.
he is.
right back to Philly.
Get your money, Sonny.
I don't think it's a personal thing like a lot of people making it out to be. James Harden,
He
you know that
making
James
that. He
Harden
the
got
one
his.
putting the
He's
things out there that Houston want him back, and he might go to Houston. His side putting that out.
that's
Houston
just for
probably like, well,
leverage.
we ain't gonna say nothing. We did that. Fuck with you for a long time, so we ain't gonna
That's
deny this shit,
leverage
but we also
purposes.
ain't gonna confirm shit.
Yeah, that's leverage purposes. Plus, if I'm Houston, I don't even want him back.
Yeah, like what the for why?
Yeah, he decimated
For
that
what?
organization. I ain't gonna
Like, what
lie.
am I bring him back for? I got young players now. We know we got a few years to work on things, but I'm
That
gonna stay
man
down
left. That
here.
man left 190 pounds.
Hey, listen.
No,
Well,
no, he was
man,
bigger than that. About 100,
maybe they
250 pounds.
Even
And
maybe
when
got
they
up
Cy
want
to
him
Young
for
ain't out
got
with
up
him
to
fucking Houston.
Brooklyn. Got up to Brooklyn. He was chiseled.
maybe they want him for veteran leadership.
Nah,
Just
man, they
that.
don't want him for that. I mean, if he goes, let me ask you a question. What
I don't
difference
know
does
about that one, Rap God. I haven't really looked into that. To
Hey, when
what
Joel
you
Embiid to
difference?
Miami.
go ahead, go
Hold
ahead.
on. What difference does it make to the Houston Rockets to even bring him back?
Right. It don't. That don't make sense.
He don't even move the needle in the West at all. It's not like they're going to be contending to be in the playoffs.
To mentor Green over there.
You
Shit.
want
They all
James
listen.
Harden to mentor
Green.
somebody? The dude who
Hell
goes
yeah.
to the dude
Their
who goes to the
problem is
strip club
the
after the
problem
game.
is that they took them
Hell
shots
yeah.
already as it is. So why
They
bring
don't
Harden
want
to
to
be
keep.
somebody that?
They don't want to even keep Green though. That's the issue.
Hey, and
James
listen, you
Harden
Oh,
is
must.
not
I'm
the person
ready
you
to
want.
market for a point
Well,
guard
I
too.
don't know how true that is, but I heard the same thing though. But
Oh my
Hey,
Did you
god.
listen,
hear
when the car,
Unstoppable?
Water.
you said what?
What did you hear?
No, I heard that they was trying to trade Green too. I think they shouldn't, but
yeah, they're gonna try to get rid of one of
yeah.
those two because they stagnant players. Like they got the same skill set damn near. So when he come to Harden or whatnot, like that's why it don't make sense for Harden. If you listen to what players say when they have like conversations about their future, when you hear a player say some shit like, I want to go somewhere where they allow me to be me so I can be me again or be myself. They ain't talking about their personality. They're talking about their style of play. Russ said the same thing when he had want to leave out of Houston. He said, I just want to go somewhere where I can be me. And they seeing his ass somewhere where he could have be him.
Now, how the hell he go to LA then? Shit.
No, but not LA. He ain't said that before he going to
Or
LA.
when you talking about when he went to Washington?
Yeah. So they allow him to be himself. Like put the ball in his hand, let him do his thing. Harden wants that same thing. Harden leverage over Doc Rivers is the fact that, well, Doc, you ain't really proved to be a good coach as far as getting us past a certain point. And when I've been in Houston, I've been doing my thing. When I get to Brooklyn, shit, y'all know how that been. Kyrie been over there. So y'all can't blame that on me. He ain't taking no accountability for his own play. This season probably been the best type of season you can get out of him. But he ain't gonna be like, oh yeah, well, I had a good season like before this, like last season. I ain't been nowhere near doing none of this shit with Embiid. This season I had us with a good record. He been an MVP. We had championship aspirations. I'm been nothing up on the court, etc., etc. He the problem. He want to go be James Harden of Houston, and he ain't that no more.
I
He been
mean,
so
even if
clever to
he is
change up
that,
the
they're not
game.
going nowhere. The West is too stacked. He's not going to move the needle. If you get rid of, let's say Houston does what you said, and they move over the young stud they have down there, and they bring James Harden back. Then what?
I don't think he cares as long as he getting paid and playing his
And
style.
that is where we're at, because you're talking about he's going to go there for leadership. That's what you want. That leadership, you want him. That's what you want him to teach your young
I
players.
said
Come on.
the mentor.
Harden gonna lead him right down
You know,
the I-59 to the strip club.
you know.
Deja
Listen,
Exactly.
vu.
Yeah,
Harden
that,
does not the type of person you want to mentor people. Like he seems
Right
yeah,
just
there
that,
to
on
have no
on
School,
Highway 59.
hey, school wise, yeah.
another thing that I think Houston has to figure
I
out.
already missed them strip clubs in Houston.
Exactly. Another thing I think Houston got to deal with too is what they gonna do with
Yeah,
Sagoon and Smith.
you're welcome.
yeah.
Yeah, they should try to keep them dudes. They should try to just keep them dudes and just try to build the young squad. Stay away from James Harden at all costs. From them, he's gonna be
But
because the only thing he's talking about, what he's gonna do over there is he's gonna go there and take 1,000,001 shots, and then you're gonna have your young players pissed off. You only
Yeah,
gonna
because
win
they
anyway.
already doing the same damn thing inefficiently.
So
yeah.
I don't know what's the point. I don't see any point in bringing Harden back over there. That's
But
just
but
me.
Houston is one of them teams this offseason that gotta spend money too. So
I don't
You
know,
know
bro.
what they could
I
do?
think a Green and
Yeah,
Harden,
but that's a
that's
waste
a
of
pretty
money
good
though.
duo.
well, it's a waste of money or get hit with a fine.
Hey, and
Mm.
that's why teams
You
trade for
don't think
players.
you
That
don't
why
think Green and
like
Harden make a good duo?
Fuck no. Just like him
I
and Mac.
think so.
but
No,
see that
him and
You
that's
Mac.
what I
said
was
him
talking
and
about
who?
earlier.
Purple baby
Mac.
with the potty mouth.
I'm sorry. I'm
Like
sorry.
you know how
You
these
ain't gotta
teams be having a
apologize the way these motherfuckers on here be talking shit.
yeah, we be talking
Quiz
crazy.
with the super potty mouth.
I'm good. I got my bar of soap right here.
But if your team got to spend money, that's why teams make trades for players like Terry Rozier with a big contract, just to
Yep.
eat up money on the books. So that's why I said when we were talking about earlier about players having value, that's why they got value. Like even if it's just that scenario or anything else, you can trade a Uber, you can trade a Terry Rozier and package that together to get a decent pick or picking a upcoming player or project type player. Because it ain't always really about the contract matching if he just within a certain percentage, I think.
I'm
That's
gonna
true.
tell you right now, I'll pay any NBA fine rather than paying $230 million to a washed up dude who's just gonna
That's
chuck the
not
rock.
who is. That's not how that works. It's more to the story than that.
They
It
must be
just
trying to sell tickets or
Educate them,
something.
purple baby.
it's so I need them to put out a clear and concise write up about it because all they said is that they hitting the team. I don't understand. How can you hit a team that's over but hit the teams that's under because they not spending enough? Like they irritated me.
Listen, purple baby, trust
Because you
me.
can't
It's
take the
all.
money and run. You can't just take the
Yeah,
money
they
and run.
want you to actually be pulling a team on the court to play, and if
Listen,
they feel
listen,
like
purple baby. You know how many teams pay the luxury tax fine?
I know.
These owners have millions, and they're going to pay 230 million. I don't see them spending that. If they're going to spend that money, they're going to get somebody worth it, not James Harden.
I agree.
now I say if they
But
trying to
remember, not
spend, the,
all owners' accounts is the same, if that makes sense. So the worth of their dollar is not the same.
Man, they looking to fill them seats back up again, man. They talking about
that's
And
why I
James
say
Harden. Come on back
gotta
over
be
here.
something like that.
You think
They
that
should have
James
gave.
Harden
They
going to
should have.
put people in
They
the
should have gave
seats?
him
Heck
Wimbenyama then. They
yeah,
want to fill them
yeah, he
seats up.
will. Yes, James Harden will fill
do
them
do
seats,
y'all
bro.
know
Don't talk
people?
People
about.
they on
Don't talk
that
about filling them
A-Town
seats and
run
you don't
doing
Cause
give him
they
that, bro.
Wimbenyama.
people gonna think they getting the old Harden back, so they gonna fill him out for a second. When they start realizing there ain't no fucking playoff team, yep,
Well, listen,
I'm gonna
let's
cancel the
revisit this
season ticket.
conversation. Let's revisit this conversation after when we see that James Harden ends up with his ass right back in Philly.
Yeah, but
I
not
mean,
fucking Hawks.
I could see that too, but it wouldn't surprise me. He went back to Houston.
They
It
don't
wouldn't
give up
surprise me
too
at all.
much. They don't take too much of Ben Simmons and return into much, but they give up players like they give up like they ain't even had to give up Seth Curry. Seth Curry been hooping.
They ain't had to give up Seth Curry or let what's his name, Andre Drummond walk. That was stupid to me. They
So
should have
yeah,
brought
so
him
now
back.
they're in a position where it's like the money tight. They can't really go out and do too much extra. Tobias, where you at, Tobias? Every year in the playoff, Tobias, your boy
Thank you,
Tobias.
man. Somebody finally called that dude out, man.
Our
No, I
boy, they
think
be
he
getting
did
busted.
pretty. He did better this year than
Man,
Nah, that
last
man
year.
listen,
supposed to been averaging
you
20 some points
you hear
every
what
game,
Jimmy Butler
not
said?
every
Jimmy
other
Butler
game.
said, our boy said Tobias Harris over me. I
Yeah,
tell
they
you,
was
talk
dumb.
about
They was dumb. I would have traded Tobias. Like, I mean, not trade. I wouldn't have gave him nothing.
yeah,
Like,
don't give him
they got
shit.
kick rocks, bro. It's like we rolling with Jimmy B, man. Like I
Yeah,
said, man, Jimmy B
they
said it,
probably would
bro.
have already had a finals experience.
They
Finals
probably would have
appearance.
won a chip, bro. I said they probably would have got a chip, man.
Yeah,
Jimmy Butler leadership, and Jimmy Butler the way he plays, bro. Like, no, I think they would have at least had one by now, man.
They chose Ben Simmons.
He would have put that
no, he
battery in
chose
You know,
Tobias
Ben Simmons
Harris.
was talking stuff about Philly
when they
losing.
lost.
I said he
Yeah,
wanted to speak.
yeah.
I mean, you shouldn't be saying nothing.
He the last
No,
person.
he shouldn't be saying nothing at all. Yeah, nothing.
I was looking at that tweet. I'm like, really?
Hey, he the one player I can say and feel confident about saying it. He's stealing money.
That's
That
the
man's
about it.
stealing money, bro. Like, come on, bro.
Super quiet.
That damn Aussie,
Yeah.
He better
damn
he,
Aussie.
he better
But
hope
it
he
doesn't matter if he just took the game serious, bro. Like, yo, you have a great career, bro. It's like, man,
tweeting
like,
his
what are you doing?
well. That's the only thing of interest that he has to say.
You
Announce your
said what, Queer?
and leak. Only thing he should be tweeting is announcing his retirement. He's an embarrassment.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir. I definitely
yeah.
agree with that.
It's sad the way he's doing that, bro. I mean,
And the crazy
somebody else
thing,
would have
he'd have
been
been nice as
killed
hell
to
on this
have his.
next squad.
Yeah. He used to be a beast, though, man. It's like, bro, what the fuck is you doing?
I'm just excited about Orlando. That's all I care about. Let me go look at their roster.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, go look.
Orlando
See
got
if you
some
can
they
find
they
something
up it.
outside
Shut
of
up.
They up and coming, bro.
Plancho,
They
Banchero.
up
See
and
if you
coming,
they
find
bro.
got
something.
players over there.
They don't got no direction. They don't know what
Nah,
they
they up
doing,
and
do.
coming.
They're
Orlando
young.
up and coming, bro.
They're
They up and
young.
coming, fam.
They're young.
That's why I say like they don't got no
Yeah,
direction. Like you
They
got
already
teams
got the
where
poor man's
Like,
Wembanyama over there. They just need to start playing them and stop playing games. But they don't know what they're
who
doing over there.
Bobo. I
you
don't
talking
know
about
why
Hell
we playing
Bobo?
yeah.
Bobo all like that.
Give me that.
Bobo could play.
Give me.
Yeah, like
Bobo
they be
was
playing but it's
Bobo was
like he
playing
ain't that.
terrific for them when they was giving the minutes. They had Bobo bringing the ball up and all of that.
They gonna
but
I
fall in love
love
it's
with him.
kind of hard to
They
Chicago.
got to
Get
make up their
Bobo.
mind between Bobo, France, and Blanchero.
No,
well,
Hey,
they
I
go
think
don't.
ahead.
Bobo
the
is the odd
Banchero.
man out.
Bobo don't even make
Hey,
money enough to
go
be a
ahead and
drink in
make
the
that
body.
trade, Chicago. Get
Yeah, I
Bobo.
mean,
I love
somebody
to
gonna
have him
get
on the
Bobo.
squad.
Bobo can play. You just gotta give him minutes. The thing that they have over there to me is they have uh the weird round robin of point guards over there also because all of those dudes be injured all of the time.
I don't
So
know what I think they need to have a real damn investigation of what it is with Bobo. Cause when I watch Bobo and I watch him and when I see his archetype of like his build, I don't see that much of a difference than Wimbayanga. I really don't.
and
I see
Bobo
I
can
see the
dribble.
fluidity.
Bobo can dribble. Bobo can shoot. Bobo could score. And he plays a very team oriented game. He was freaking carrying them with blocks. The dudes getting
And
like
he
3 and 4
just get
blocks a
into the
game when they
league.
play him.
He only like 22, 23, if that.
Yeah. And
So
it's
like
not
now
that.
I
It's
wonder what's
Bobo
the
has
difference.
tremendous
That
potential.
motherfucker damn near looks 40.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's Bobo. You know what I mean? Like
Well, I
Yeah.
will say in the defense of him, it's kind of Denver's fault because Denver, I think, not the last year. I don't know what year it was, but I think they had just got Michael Porter, and they for some reason started playing Bobo at the 3. And I looked at, I was like, what the fuck? Like, what are y'all doing? And soon after that, they got rid of him. So that might be what it
they weren't.
is.
They sent Bobo. They got him after they already had Michael Porter, and then they got Bobo. But they never really. They just sent him down to pretty much the G League and and stapled him to the freaking bench. They didn't even really play him over there in Denver at all. Like, you know what I mean?
I know because they wanted him to play, and I hate when they do that. They wanted him to play another position than what he needed to play.
Well, he played small forward. He played small for the Magic this season. He's played small forward, played guard. You know what I mean? And they didn't
And
even
he's
really
not
use
none of
him.
those.
They didn't even use him. They didn't even use him down to play. You know what I mean? Like a traditional big, and he performed relatively well in those positions at the times. In fact, I remember early in the season because I'm down here in I'm not
Michigan
too far. I'm not too far from Orlando, so I get a lot of Orlando Magic um
games.
yeah, and news and stuff like that. And they were just ranting and raving over all of the players. Like he's a good team player. Clearly,
Yeah.
his fellow teammates enjoy playing with him. In fact, they were talking about how much better the offense was flowing with him when he was running. Because remember, all of their guards was down. Cole Anthony went down, and it was
Yeah.
just ranting and raving over the way this guy. And you could actually look at what he was doing. Like he was literally running the point for vast stretches of basketball games, and they were performing well. So they're a young team. I don't know what's going to really happen over there because, like Dex said, they have so many players down there that are young, and I think the next thing for them is probably to figure out what it is that they're doing, and then maybe bringing some sort of leadership because that team ain't going to get no playoff experience until
Yeah, I'm baby steps, baby steps.
Yeah, but they made a good step. The thing that they do have is they have plenty of talent. They
Yes.
have some of the best flexibility as far as like they could trade a package up a couple of dudes, bring some dudes in. In fact, I was just talking to somebody who
They
was a
got 2
Bulls
picks in
fan.
the lottery quiz.
Yeah, and 2 picks in the lottery, but they already have a bunch of good players over there too. So I was telling somebody, I think you were on here, Dex, when we were talking about the guards over there. Like Suggs is good. Cole
Yeah.
Anthony is
I
good.
keep hearing that. Suggs is good.
Yeah, man, he played very well at the end of the season when he was healthy, but he been unhealthy for 2 seasons. You know what I mean? So
And yeah, the knock on them was they small play. Him and Cole Anthony, like they can hoop, but they just small.
yeah, and the thing is, they like Dex said, they don't have like the direction because it's such a young team. Because the second that
Yeah.
they got their guards back, they took a dude who was playing Bol. In fact, I know because I mean, I had picked up Bol in fantasy. I had hit the jackpot picking him up with a cheap with a poor man's waiver picks early in the season, and they played him, and he was getting busy. And then all of a sudden, the second their guards came back, man, they cemented him to the pine hard. I
They
mean,
Yeah.
he was a dude
thumbtacked
that
him.
was getting
He's a practice player.
yeah,
I think he's a
Team
practice
Denver,
player.
yeah. Well, she ain't
whatever
lying.
happened in Denver, they just said, yeah, practice player. He gonna come in when we ain't got nothing.
And it's such a waste of talent. You know what I'm saying, Purple Baby? Because this dude could play.
Yeah, I said I should need to be investigation of what's going on. Like, what's the real reason?
He ain't
Like,
he ain't working out.
gotta be some shit. Like, maybe it's
Yeah,
some shit. Him personally ain't got a work ethic that they like,
yeah,
or
that's what it is.
something.
I don't think it's none
That's,
of that. I just
yeah, it
think
is. That's the report on Bull.
really.
Yeah,
Well, that's what they were saying, Dex, before this season. But he played like he had work ethic when he was out there.
yeah. I
But
mean, that's just raw talent.
the
Shit,
league can't force a team to play somebody either.
Bobo told him, "You gonna teach me to grow? You gonna teach me to grow?" Like, man, you already know what that means. How can somebody teach you to grow?
And then when he be on these teams on the bench, you don't never really see him heavy in the G League.
Well, you got to remember something also. Like the Magic had such a heavy roster. Like you had Mo Bamba over there,
No,
Wendell
Bamba
Carter,
didn't.
the Mo Wagner. I didn't think they really needed him for the center so much. They were getting some good minutes out of him playing that swing small forward, I guess is the position they had him playing. But more like a guard. The second they got their guards back and Wendell Carter was healthy though, 4 minutes, 8 minutes most.
I'm telling y'all, he's a practice player.
Yep.
He
But
who?
he won some games with them. Not only that, I mean he had a bunch of really nice shots. Dude definitely showed he could play basketball.
So where you think he should be? Where you think he should be cemented?
They trying to make him a bull. I know, boy. They trying to make him what a
Chicago,
tall
man.
player for Boston. The
Y'all
whole
want
He
Bobo in
Boston.
Chicago?
Hell yeah. I wanted in the draft. Okay. I wanted in
Shoot,
the draft.
Chicago would be. I think Chicago. I think that Chicago would be happy to have him. But I think that the question with Bobo is more, and it's weird to me because they say things and then you look at the dude play because Bobo is out there getting like when they was playing him his 19, 20, 25 minutes, Bobo is getting 4 blocks. I mean,
Yeah.
Against
straight up.
guard.
But I think they're concerned about his defense.
It's like I understand Denver probably doing them like that because they building something. They had a direction of where they been going with Jokic and this, that, and third. But Orlando, y'all ain't got shit to lose. Like that's the type of play you do take a fly on. You do give them a little more minutes than maybe some other players because
I don't. And the
And
guys,
I like him. I like him on a young team. I'm gonna be honest with you. If they get him, if y'all f around and get him over to Charlotte, I think that
he
could be
gonna
a
be
game changer because
he
Lamelo
gonna be a
Ball,
practice
will
player
be
in
very
Charlotte.
excited to play next to Bobo.
He gonna be a practice player in Charlotte, just like JT Thorpe.
Yeah, but
No, come on. He
Lamelo
way
likes
better
Bobo.
than JT Thorpe.
He
I
gonna be
And
think
JT
JT
Thorpe be getting
Thor could
minutes
be
though.
really
he gonna
I
be
think he'd be really good, but they just not developing right.
Well,
JT Thor.
Lamelo has history with Bobo, so I
Well,
think
JT
that
Thorpe wouldn't shoot too many threes. That's his
it's
problem.
just a matter of if the coach does it. You know what I mean? Because you already see the Hornets are a disaster organization themselves, but I think he should
you
be
are
on a.
so just when
I
it
mean,
comes
it
to that.
is what it is. Like, what you want me to sit around and you want me to give them? You want me to sing their praises for the bullshit they be doing in Charlotte?
No.
Charlotte's a fucking disaster. That shit is a cesspool organization. That's
Charlotte
where
Hornets is like the wasteland in the book of Eli.
that's where you go when you just want you when you just fucking when you're on the edge. You know when the dude is on the edge and they got the gun to their head and they're trying to figure out a reason to stay alive. Go to Charlotte. Let them push you over the edge.
Life ain't that bad.
Yeah, right. Shit.
I
It
don't
is.
see Charlotte being good for another 3-4 years. I don't see them competing for a championship
Charlotte
in
will be all
another
right though when
7
they're
years.
healthy. I mean, I think that if they look, Lamelo was injured all year. Let's just be real about that. Miles Bridges didn't play all year. He still got a suspension to set for the. I mean, but when the Hornets have been incredibly competitive despite all of that in a lot of games too. So I just think they just have to get healthy and then remember that they're a young team. In that East, the way things look this year, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the Hornets with all of those dudes healthy and then figuring some stuff out with
They better get
Gordon
scooped.
Hayward. I mean, because they got two. Listen, here's the thing: they got two centers that they could build on with the Nick Richards and Mark Williams. They got good minutes out of both of them. I'm not really in love with PJ Washington, but you'll have Miles Bridges coming back. What's my man Kelly Oubre played? Kelly Oubre played sensational for them this year, and he's a dude who's been looking for an opportunity to
So
play.
his commodity is up, so he could be traded.
Listen,
and let's
Terry
not act like
Rozier,
listen.
Kelly Oubre, all them people that you naming at them ancillary parts, that's
Yeah.
trade bait by the All-Star break this season. It's gonna be a fire sale in
Do
Charlotte
whatever
if they
y'all
don't
want to
start at the
do.
draft.
I'm not do whatever you want to do. I'm not even going as far as where you're going. I'm just saying that they haven't had any cohesion. All of these dudes have had injury all year. Kelly Oubre played good for them this year. LaMelo Ball played good for them when he was on the court. And they played competitive when they've had just a couple of those dudes out there. They've beat teams that they weren't supposed to beat this year. Am I lying?
Oh yeah, and beat him
They
at
beat a
crucial
bunch
times.
of teams, and they were competitive in a lot of games. So I'm saying that with those people out there, regardless of what they choose to do with those pieces, this team is actually kind of competitive for a young team. And they just were a
Listen,
playing team the year before that, right?
you
The
know,
year before that,
sometimes
they
you
were a
playing a
playing team.
team that you know trash, you kind of take the night off to a certain extent. That's who Hornets are.
Well, you're forgetting that Miles Bridges went crazy a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah,
This
and they
season he
lost in the
didn't play.
play-ins. They lost
Right,
in the
but they
play-ins.
made the play-in for a young team. So I don't know the reason
That,
why y'all think the
I
sky
don't
is
know why
falling.
you say that. I just want to give y'all a reference. The Charlotte Hornets give me 9-7 vibes if this was football. You
Yep.
can only go hard and keep cheering for them for so long.
Right. Well, I think that
Very
they're gonna.
mediocre.
Not even 9-7. Shit, it's
Well,
starting to change. More like
they're a young
damn
team,
9-8.
so they're a young
Yeah,
team,
9.
so you got to go through it. It's just what it is. Like it's a young team, like they
The
no
Baltimore
experience.
Ravens got into the playoffs at 9-7.
Yeah, you see what that happening? That turned into?
I mean, but you missing the point. Mediocre.
Yeah, but that's all she's saying. They are at their best, they're a mediocre team. Think about that.
No, I agree with that. I'm not saying that they championship ready or whatever, but they need to get these dudes on the court to get experience. You haven't even really seen.
But
Last season, they weren't healthy enough for you to even come on. What are we talking about? You
can
never
we
really saw them
agree
play.
No,
that
that's cool, but I mean,
last
shit.
last season when they made the play in and they got toasted like by
Yeah,
Lakers,
yeah, but
that
why did they get toasted?
somebody
Let's
out
be
of the
real.
team.
They had a couple of these dudes that everybody's big on. They really didn't show up. To be
But
honest,
that's the part of it, though.
That I just don't. No, I don't want to see like no.
So you don't believe in LaMelo Ball now?
Huh?
You don't believe in LaMelo Ball? I mean, LaMelo Ball has.
That's his play style. No, not anymore.
Look at
Not
his
like
numbers. But look at his numbers. What he does when he's
what
on
you
the
mean.
court.
Look at the numbers.
Purple Baby lost their mind.
Listen,
He
Purple
don't.
Baby.
He's not
Let me
getting
tell you
to
the truth.
goal line. He don't shoot anything from the mid range. Really, he's actually terrible. Because he
Purple
don't.
Are you
Baby.
picking apart LaMelo Ball's
Purple
game? Are you
Baby.
serious?
Yes.
Purple
As
Baby.
the honest fan should.
All
Purple
star?
Baby. Purple Baby.
That don't mean nothing. He got.
Hold
look
on,
at
Purple
this.
Baby. Let me share something with you. I had him on my fantasy. I had him on one fantasy team this year. My fantasy team had LeBron James,
Ooh.
Zion Williamson,
Damn, you loaded.
Hemi Butler. Listen, Hemi Butler. I had a bunch of dudes on that squad. You know who the best player on my squad was? I'm not even gonna cap to you. LaMelo. Why? LaMelo gets steals.
Yeah,
He
he filled the
gets
box score.
rebounds. He gets assists. He scores. He's a fucking incredible 3-point shooter. He gets you all of those categories. He doesn't destroy your shooting percentage either.
That's
LaMelo Ball when he's playing is a triple double threat. And there's not but so many dudes in the NBA who's like that, to be honest with you. LaMelo scoring a high 26 in most games. He's probably averaging around 26 points. He has games where he goes higher than that. LaMelo Ball contributes. He is actually a very good player. Numbers-wise, you can't even dispute how good this guy is. Health-wise, we could talk about that.
I kind of get what she's trying to say.
I mean, I said the same thing in the postseason. Like Dex could tell you, I was hard on LaMelo on his playing performance. He didn't show up. Nor did Miles Bridges.
But here's the thing. This is the problem I had. Why you talking about those numbers? That's all cute and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But I forgot how many games he played before he got his last ankle injury. I watched him because I thought I was tripping.
Mm-hmm.
He kept religiously disappearing in the second and third quarter where he didn't register an assist or a shot, put up a shot. And that's where I have a problem with, because when you get to teams that are really good on the perimeter, that can depend the perimeter, well, all that chucking up 3-point shots and just standing behind the line for all 4 quarters and shooting 3-point shots, they stop that. And it seemed like he don't know what to do when that shot is not there. He just disappears.
Yeah, well, I agree. I mean, he's a young player. He has his issues. But Purple Baby, since you watch the Charlotte Hornets so much, what's happening in games where they're playing against teams they got no business competing against? How are they putting on these rallies at the end of the basketball game, and how are they beating these teams? Have you ever watched those games?
Yeah, I watch those games too.
And you definitely
But
know.
he disappears in those games too.
Yeah, sometimes, but he's cooking most of the time. He's the main. He is the
I'll give
card
you a
carrying
perfect.
offense for the Charlotte Hornets.
I forgot who he was playing against, but I think he had like 17 or 18 points
I
in
never seen a player to
the
have
first quarter.
82 perfect games.
I'm not saying he has to, but he
Hold on,
remember
and Dex.
he does this a lot.
Hold
For the
on, and
3 years
Dex,
that
and Dex. And if you go back 2 seasons ago where Miles Bridges was cooking, right? Because that man was definitely cooking, right? Then just think about the two of them actually being on the court at the same time, which is going to actually happen next year.
I don't none of it. I don't find them being on the court together impressive.
I just think Melo game ain't conducive to winning.
They got to the
That's how I
play.
look
They got
at
to the play-in with just Miles Bridges. Listen, they got to the play-in with just Miles Bridges and LaMelo, not with two developing centers, not with Kelly
But see,
Oubre,
when
who
you
was
keep
freaking
saying
dropping
that, you got to
27 this year
remember,
regularly for
we
them.
talking about the 10th, 11th seed. Any other year, they would have been tanking already.
Man, I'm gonna tell you right now, and you could put my. I almost want to document it. You just saw the entire East this year, right?
Yeah.
You see where the Knicks ended up, right?
Yeah.
Now,
I'm telling you right now, the Charlotte Hornets, if the season start right now, when they play with the dudes that they have, including the fact that they got their little young player, whatever they figure out what they're gonna do with the Terry Rozier, Gordon Hayward, they have a nucleus of young players, and that team's gonna be right back in the play-in next year. Mark my words right now.
but what does that mean? Why?
Yeah, like that shit don't mean nothing.
That means that they're
Wait. Well, no, I ain't gonna let y'all get away with that.
And don't
We
say
got
the Heat,
two
'cause
playing teams. No, we got two playing teams in their respective conference finals.
Thank you,
But
Dex.
see,
Tell
that
them.
We
I
do
knew
that.
you were about to say that. You got to remember, the Lakers got two of the top 10 supposedly players in the NBA right now.
Your
Miami
record
has
is your
always been
record.
good. They just
Right.
Jimmy
And
Butler been out how much games a season?
Yeah, but you
Let's
asked me,
not
what
act
does
like
that mean?
these ain't good teams that just have bad seasons. Or
You
Your
asked me,
record is
what
your
does that
record. I
mean?
understand that too, but you got to put it. Your record is your record. A
Bro, I
play-in
don't care
qualification is a play-in qualification.
That's two teams. That's two teams you talking about. Those outliers.
That's half of the championship series.
Come
Okay, so
on. But if
50%.
you're a playing team,
show me Charlotte making the 8th seed as a they
No,
win their
but
two playing games
no,
and they run
listen.
it through the
You
playoffs.
demoted disparagingly the play-in tournament. And I'm saying two teams that's representing each conference
No, what I'm saying,
is from the
I'm
play-in.
not demoting the tournament. What I'm saying is he's saying that team they got can make a play-in. And what I saying, and I don't know if Pearl Baby saying the same thing, is so what? Like, what does that say? That ain't saying nothing.
But I'm saying that is saying something.
that's just saying something, because there are
That
five
means you
teams
win
that there are
about
five
what,
teams that aren't
38
going to the
games, 37
postseason.
games.
There are 5 teams that aren't going to the postseason at all. So that means that
So
your
that
team
means
isn't one of the worst teams in the league.
37 wins in a season is a good season all around. Less than
Say that.
50% of the season win percentage, and you good with that just because you make the play-in.
But the play-in gives you a breath of fresh air. It gives you a second chance to make a first impression. That's what I'm saying. And then you have to just roll matchups.
I tell you, I get that part. I with y'all with the tournament. I like the tournament. But what I saying is, if you saying a success for all season based on the team or the roster we got is oh, they made the play-ins. It's like, so what? Y'all made the play-ins with more
No,
players,
no,
different
no.
players?
See, you're not talking about a team that season. The Charlotte Hornets are a young team. The next step for them is to get to the play-in and actually win a play-in. And they can't do that until they get to the play-in. But I'm telling you right now, I guarantee it. That Hornets team that everybody's sitting around kicking around, that team right now as it is, with the players that they have, once they get through the health issues, and LaMelo was injured like all year long. Miles Bridges ain't even play. Kelly Oubre played well this year, and they competed.
You know
And
why?
he got
You know
injured
why he
too.
not playing well?
Right,
Kelly
and that's
Oubre got injured.
Right, exact. That's what I'm saying, Dex. Kelly
But
Oubre
no,
got it.
but
Remember, Kelly
Oubre
Oubre
played
got
better
injured.
when
LaMelo came
LaMelo been
back.
out.
They've never even played together, and Kelly Oubre was scoring this year for them. But I'm saying
And
either
he's not
way,
gonna
Out of
keep that.
necessity.
it doesn't make a difference. What I'm trying to tell you is that the Hornets were competitive. And the Hornets are a competitive team. Even though they're a young team, I'm not guaranteed they're going to make the play-ins, but you can mark my words, that team's going to make the play-in. That team is already better than so many teams in the East right now just walking into the season.
No,
But
they
that's
not.
cool.
They
That's
are.
cool if you think that.
No,
But
they not even. Ooh.
They
the
was in the play-in the
team,
year before. They're going to be in the play-in again. They didn't
they've
have
been in
any.
the play-ins for 2 straight years and lose in the first game 2 straight years.
Well, they
Like
need to
that's
get
their
over that
peak
hump.
right now.
You can't get over that hump when your team is injured all year long.
No, I get that, but
realistic
the
about
team that they've been bringing back was minus Miles Bridges, right? Now
Mhm.
you've seen even if they come back next year with Miles Bridges with the same team, we've
Mhm.
seen maybe not Miles Bridges at his very best. We've seen Miles Bridges and LaMelo Ball lose in the first game of the play-in.
And
So
then
You're
they have
talking.
an injury
How
they're
long
cool
can you?
with. Every season
How do you
LaMelo
take a
been
young
injured like
team?
that.
Listen, Dex.
Every
Let me ask
season.
you a
So
question.
that's a
Dex.
given.
I'm going to ask Des this question because I need to ask an intelligent question, right? So
wow.
you take. I'm not disrespecting
Yeah, he
y'all.
just slided y'all.
Dex got the encyclopedia and all of the historical knowledge. Plus, I believe
I'm
he's
gonna
a
do my
senior
best.
on
I
this
do my
panel.
best.
Okay.
You're
Check
the
it out.
senior on this panel, right, Dex? So you've seen a lot of basketball so many years, right?
Yep. Saw a
So
lot of
you have a
dribbling.
young team, right? You have a young team, right? And every year, what happens? The younger players get a little bit older, a little bit more experience. Typically, they start getting a little bit better as well, right?
Yep.
So when you take a look at a team like the Charlotte Hornets that's now been to the play-in 1 time, 2 times, what do you think the next progressive step for a young team like this is if they get back to the play-in?
To win.
Thank
If they
you.
get back
And
to
you
the
can't
play-in.
do it until you get there. And
It
this team is
shouldn't be an
already good enough
if,
to get
but
there.
it shouldn't be an if.
But
You said if
you
they get
guys
back
want
to
to
the
talk
play-in.
about them
But
losing
life
last
is an
year and the
if.
year before that.
It's
Yeah,
like
like you
He
want to
said
talk
it
about
shouldn't be an
you
if.
talk about
There's
they
no
lost.
no,
guarantees.
it shouldn't be. If you know for a fact,
But
You
there's
just
no
think like,
guarantees.
I
There's
you're
no
talking
guarantee they're
about
guarantees.
gonna
what
be a
they
playing
lost.
team.
You're
So
talking
now
about the
you
way that
saying
they
if.
lost 2 years ago, right? As if they only they can't win the offseason. They not even playing no basketball. They got to be healthy first off. This team wasn't even healthy. Come on, you got to be realistic about this. They
Listen,
can't
I
make
get
the
what you're
next step
saying.
when dudes aren't healthy.
I get what you're saying, but I only attacking the point of you saying, "Oh, look how well they played these teams when LaMelo been out. They had these injuries." And what I pushing back and saying is basically, bro, like when you in the NBA or you anytime, even if you playing a regular AAU or whatever the case may be league you in, if you know you playing against a weaker team, I promise you, you might overlook them to a certain extent because you know they're weak. And sometimes that shit bites your ass. When you on the road 82 games a night, you ain't got time to really scout players unless they main contributors to the team. You won't get to scout the third and fourth option or people off the bench or what they like to do. You got 82 games in the season. You might overlook a Charlotte. That's an off game in a lot of teams. So the fact that they play feisty, that's cool. But even when LaMelo been playing, LaMelo ain't been playing winning basketball.
There
Like
was
his
teams
game
at
don't
the end of the
translate to
within
that
the
game.
last month
And that's
within
cool.
the
They ain't saying he a bad player. It's just like with Harden, like Harden game did not translate to a championship player. It got them
no
places,
panic,
but it wasn't a championship player.
no panic,
LaMelo ain't one of them.
no
I ain't
panic,
trying to trash him, but I
no panic.
understand where she coming from with
All right,
LaMelo.
well
I don't see
understand
him
this,
as a
no
winning
panic.
player.
Understand this, no panic. This year, the playoff race in the West specifically started a month before. These teams were already playing for their lives with a month left to go in basketball. So I don't want to hear about teams talking about overlooking the Charlotte Hornets when they beat some of these guys. They beat teams that were playing for their lives with a month left to go in the season with freaking with a fragment of their roster. Some of them they beat a couple times.
That's cool, but we're talking about what happened. Do you think those that if you just take that same Charlotte Hornet team that you said have been feisty, the same roster with Melo out and whoever been out while they've been playing us feisty basketball, and you start them from game 0 to 82, are they a winning team?
Yeah, they're gonna be in. They're gonna be in a play-in. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm saying yes.
Absolutely.
Without LaMelo,
No.
without Miles Bridges.
Nope.
And you said Uber been out along that stretch?
Right.
No?
Wait a minute, I'm confused.
They beat teams with just a fraction of those dudes.
Okay, so if you
what about they're all healthy? No panic. You talking all healthy, right?
Right. That's what we're talking about, right?
What at?
Healthy.
No, what I'm saying, because he's saying that this squad without LaMelo Ball and Miles Bridges and all the injuries, they still been putting out fights for these teams. So to him, in his mind, if LaMelo and them come back, they'll be a better team. And what I'm saying,
LaMelo played in some of those games.
Okay,
but he didn't play in all of them because of his injuries. What I'm saying is that you're taking a team that, let's say, three of the top players that they're counting on, right?
Still wasn't a winning team with Melo.
A healthy Charlotte team.
That team was not healthy.
Let's be concise. A healthy Charlotte team is making the play-in game
and getting sent home.
Yeah, well, I don't know about this year. I don't know about this year. In previous years,
we don't know about next year either.
No, they'll be sent home next year.
We don't know yet.
We're gonna see.
Yes, we do.
We're gonna see.
You gotta play it. You gotta play it to lay it.
And that's, to me, that's the question that I have for LaMelo. You got to be able to show up with the games when the games matter, and he can't.
And I'm telling y'all,
he can't do it playing preseason basketball.
Here's my thing too. The year, which was last season, that Bridges had, right? I watched LaMelo in a lot of those games when Bridges took, lead as far as being the leading scorer for those games. He finished a lot of those games not even in the top 3 scoring. It was Rozier when he had came back because he was in. I can't remember if he got injured earlier or later, but I think it was like he came into that season injured. So when he came back, it was a lot of Bridges. If what's the name had a good shooting night, Oubre and Terry. LaMelo was scoring like 12 or 13 points, 12 to 13 points rather. I think he had a lot of assists and he averaged like 7 rebounds, but I don't want to see, like, I just feel like having all of that and having all that, them guys that you have to set up and stuff like that, that's too much.
So what do you want then, Purple Baby?
About Purple Baby. All I remember is the last time all I know, Purple Baby, is the last time that Miles Bridges was actually playing.
Yes.
The last time Miles Bridges was actually playing basketball in the NBA, right? He was a borderline all-star.
No,
That's all I know about that dude.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Quiz is right. He was on the fringe. It was an option of taking who was it? Javonte Murray, LaMelo Ball, Miles Bridges.
He was never making all-star.
And it was somebody else, and they took LaMelo Ball.
Because that's the year where DeRozan and DeRozan was in the backcourt. He was never making it.
Nah, Miles Bridges played good that year, Purple Baby. I'm not sure.
He did play good, but he was never gonna make the All-Star team.
Well, I'm just saying though, he was a candidate.
Definitely.
When was a candidate for what? The All-NBA team?
Yeah, no, All-Star.
What you talking about?
Everybody's a candidate. Like
no, I'm talking about like right there.
He was a borderline all-star.
Yep, he sure was.
I'm talking about. I don't remember that.
Yeah, well, you go back and look.
Because I think, let me see.
Read the articles.
Rosen was in the backcourt.
Yep, Zach LaVine was in the backcourt. Kyrie Irving.
Mm-hmm.
And LaVine. It made me mad.
It was Zach LaVine, Kyrie Irving, DeMar DeRozan, Fred VanVleet, LaMelo Ball.
Oh, and what's the name?
Salute the hoop,
Garland. It was Darius Garland. That's who I'm thinking about because that's when they played in Cleveland. He was never here, just like.
But Miles is not a backcourt guy. Why do you keep putting him in the backcourt?
Who?
Miles Bridges not backcourt.
Who's not backcourt?
Miles Bridges.
I know he wasn't. I thought he was in the back. Whatever. If he was in the
He's a
front,
front court. Yeah, he's front court.
so was DeRozan.
I know, but they cheated with DeRozan. Remember, they cheated with DeRozan because I
Yeah,
highlighted that.
yes, and he wasn't. And then the front court, because that was just for the East.
Yep.
I think Tobias. Please, I hope Tobias Harris
No,
gets
you're right.
part.
They cheated for DeRozan because of the Kevin Durant and all
Yeah,
and Jason Tatum. So
yeah. Because
they didn't want him to bump
and I
heads with those votes. So they put him in the
Brown-
backcourt.
I can't remember where Brown was. I don't know if he was in the front court or the back court. And I
No,
think
backcourt. Brown's in the backcourt.
yeah, and I think Butler was in the front.
Mm-hmm.
It was
Butler
something,
front
but I
court.
knew he was never making it. It's cute, but he was never making it over those guys.
Well, he was on the fringe. I can remember. He was definitely on the fringe.
No, what you friends like? What's friends mean to you? Like,
Close.
Basically, if somebody had an injury, he been on that list of players. They probably would have
but somebody did have
consideration list.
Kevin Durant. But LaMelo got that.
got in.
Right. Kelly, when we say on the fringe, when they were announcing the All-Stars, he was on the list of people that would potentially be in the All-Star game.
I don't remember that. I remember Van
It was
Vliet.
just a fact. It's not. I'm not making this up.
No, you go. Google is your friend. Google is your friend.
I don't remember them talking about Bridges at all.
You don't have to fight it, Purple Baby. Google is your friend.
No, I think y'all.
You don't want to do the research?
It's not that I don't remember, don't want to do the research. I recall the conversation because people still to this day are mad that LaMelo made it on that All-Star team. And
Yeah, that was a commissioner call. Commissioner called that.
Huh?
The commissioner called that.
Understandable, but they said he shouldn't have made. I forgot who they said should have.
But that's the commissioner choice. Listen to what I'm saying. If the commissioner makes a choice, he feels that person he chooses is best fitted to match all of the All-Star festivities than the remnants.
But it's a money thing
They,
too.
of course it is. Of course it
And
is.
that also says something else to this conversation, also, Dex, because we've been having this conversation.
Hear me,
and
Butler.
I talked about
There you go,
LaMelo.
Buck.
I talked about LaMelo's impact and just how valuable this guy is as a basketball player. He was an all-star already.
And he won't make it again.
Man, Purple Baby, what's going on? You got something against these guys?
I just think y'all overrated. I think it was Edwards that did. It was some. I don't know.
You're tough. Listen, there's nobody harder on LaMelo than myself. I'm hard on that kid. But I'm not gonna lie, that kid can play basketball. Not only that, he's one of the best players. He'll probably make the All-Star team next year. Only if he's healthy, he's an All-Star.
If he wouldn't have got hurt, he would have made it this year.
No, he wouldn't have.
Yes, he would have.
There's
Come
no way.
on, Purple Baby.
There's no way. I look
No,
at stats all
I'ma
the
tell you
time
why
on these
he wouldn't
players.
have.
He was
It-
one of
it
the
was
best
a-
guards in the East. Period. The East
He went on a what are you going to like a 14 game, 20 game, 25 game
he
streak?
played
He would definitely make the
dudes?
All-Star.
Check it
He
out,
was
Dex.
not
None of these other dudes in the West are. This dude is getting a triple-double practically every night.
He's in the East.
and they're losing.
But
Yeah,
who
that's
else
the main thing that I think y'all miss
All-Star,
about
the
point
All-Star
trying to be
doesn't
made, like,
care
it's
about
not
your
trying to
record. It's
trash
are you one of the
LaMelo.
best players at your position? That's what the All-Star game is.
Yeah,
How many times?
that don't
How many
mean
times
you a
Bradley
great
Beal went to the
player.
All-Star losing?
Like Damian Lillard, them boy have a bad season, but he'll make the All-Star. Like, ain't really about winning if you popular and you playing at a high level.
The All-Star game ain't about winning. What are we talking about here? To be an All-Star don't have nothing to do with
Player
you
like
winning.
LaMelo.
It's about celebrity.
Okay, so what?
No, that's true.
Did
But when it comes to
LaMelo make the All-Star
It's not just
outright,
celebrity.
or
It's
was
also
it more
about your
so
numbers.
somebody
Your
that
numbers
ended
have
and
to
he had coming?
justify it too, Dex.
Draymond Green didn't have no numbers.
Oh
And
yeah,
he
well
made
now you're right about that. You're right
Ben
about that.
Simmons
Dex.
ain't had him either. But
They
But,
said Ben Simmons was a defensive player of the year or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
yeah, but I mean, shit, Draymond been
He was averaging some points that season, but
like
But I'm just saying it ain't about numbers though. I'm just saying it ain't all about numbers. That's what I'm.
No,
That's all my point
I'm
I'm
not
making.
disputing that. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying that it is also you also do usually have to have numbers, but you have dudes who are tenured, like you said. You're right, Dex. Draymond Green, they're going to automatically try to push him in, no matter what, because
Anthony Davis.
championship pedigree.
Clay, I was this All-Star pissed me off this year because Clay Thompson. Really, I knew it was a GG.
They
He
be
make the
do
All-Star game.
Dex is right though. They do be pushing some bogus dudes and trying to make them like, you know what I mean, like
And
putting
then
dudes over people
Larry
that
Marketing,
don't belong there.
Shay. Y'all see?
No, yeah, Larry Marketing deserved to be there though.
Y'all see?
Yeah, I'm about to say, yeah, he
But they
kind of
did.
Shea was
deserved
the
it.
leading scorer at one point in the league.
Because
Yeah,
he been
Shea
doing
Gilgis
that with a
deserved to be
decent
there.
team. It ain't like they've been a sorry ass team and he putting up them points. They actually been decent for a good part of the year.
I will agree that Klay Thompson was suspect. I'm sorry.
He
was
He
made
been
the
suspect.
Draymond.
All-Star?
I'm not gonna,
Y'all
I
see?
don't like to get into it with your boy. Nico be popping up on here going crazy.
Oh, Nico had apologized the other day.
Himmy Butler.
You'll come
I
up here and apologize
like
for that performance.
per next year in this positionless stuff, it's gonna be crazy.
We'll see.
Scoot to the playoffs.
I tell you, Charlotte need to make some type of move. Find another team that willing to give, like find Toronto. Toronto, give up Siakam, let them go over to Portland. Portland saying the number 3 to Charlotte. Charlotte, y'all
That's
just saying Rozier, future
that's
first
not
round
enough.
picks and all that shit for the third. And just draft
Are
both
you
for the players.
are you aware that Charlotte owes San Antonio their 2024 first round pick
Why?
Shit.
because of this year's pick?
Oh, good research, Purple Baby. I like that.
And see, that's even more reason why you go get the generational-esque type talent in the draft, because it's like you ain't gonna have another chance to pick one next year. So why go get a piece that does fit better with LaMelo and Miller? But I mean, shit, if Miller go down, do you look at Miller the type of player where, okay, well, this your team now, or is he just a complimentary player? As opposed to Scoot, where you can look at him and say, okay, you can take us there. So I mean, shit,
So with
that changed a lot with that, knowing
I
that.
don't think it's gonna be neither of them dudes' team in the first year. Period.
No, not the first. What I'm saying is like you still want that lead wing or guard on your team, on your roster. Charlotte don't got that outside of LaMelo. So if LaMelo goes down or whatever the case may be, or LaMelo having a bad game, you kind of still need that wing or guard that can take over a game or that can run an offense. And I
yeah,
think Scoot can do that a lot better than what Muller can do. But I like what Muller's, he can actually shoot, so that kind of works better.
Yeah, you guys know these guys better. I don't follow dudes until they hit the pros. I don't
No,
like doing that.
No,
I
I
like
just
to
now
see
kind
get
of
in the
getting into
pros
Muller.
and show me what you really got. That's the
only
type of
reason
dude
why
I am. But that's just me.
I know it's because I was reading like they draft profiles all year, like everybody's article, just all over everywhere because college is too much.
That's why I respect you guys, because I don't got that much hours, and I just have too much other stuff going on in life. I pick my battles. You know what I mean? I'll watch some professional basketball. I'll listen about college basketball players, but I make my judgments on what I call an eyeball test. Sometimes you just got to look at some dudes. Like, if I were just listening to numbers, I would think that Bol was trash. If I listened to what people said, I've seen that dude play. That dude could play basketball. I'm interested in seeing this dude Scoop and some of these other dudes.
I think the Thompson twins are better than him. I think people doing only reason why they is because neither one of them can shoot.
Let me ask you a question, Purple Baby. Are you familiar with Mac McClung?
Yes, I've heard his story.
Do you think he's ever going to get to play? Like, the NBA is so crazy right now, man. They do some corny stuff. They're gonna use you to sell the dunk contest, but we're really gonna cement you to the bench.
Dex.
Damn.
Dex.
Yo.
You see what Kenny said?
Kenny? The media said Scoot is better than LaMelo already. Scoot is a generational talent. Same with Victor and Brandon Miller. Okay. We already heard that. Somebody didn't put that in this chat early on in the stream. But that same thing.
I don't think, looking at it, unless LaMelo can be what Klay Thompson is to Scoot, they're not keeping both of them.
But a lot of times the media, that's just perspective. That's just perspective.
Right, exactly.
You know what I mean?
That don't
It
really
it doesn't make it Bible. You know what I mean? We call that non-canonical.
And
I'm
even
gonna tell you the
so,
difference.
why wouldn't you
Non-canonical.
want to
It's
have
not
two
Bible. It's not
generational
etched in
talent?
stone.
Right.
That's
Also,
just
Purple Baby.
that's just that media's personal opinion by saying that about Scoop.
And here's the thing, Purple
But you
Baby. Like, players need time to grow, and with these draft picks, we're going off of speculative value, right? When you look at LaMelo is already proven legitimate value. A lot of these dudes ain't gonna be as good as what they speculated them to be. LaMelo was already showing you that he can be an all-star, and he can only issues I have with LaMelo are his health, and he plays a little bit loosey-goosey sometimes. I think he could work on being a little bit more disciplined. But other than that, he's already proven he could play in this league. Now, can he win? We can all figure it out. We could pick him apart until he actually proves it in a postseason. But it takes time to do that. And with these young players, of course, one of the
do
first things you're doing in your first season is just getting some playing experience against professionals and learning what it is to be a professional.
but do I agree ultimately that Scoot is better than LaMelo out or whatever? Absolutely not. Do I think he could be better? I don't know. Like, I'll see. But
Anything's
I don't
possible.
think it's smart business to invest that much money into your backcourt and then have a guy like Bridges at that wing position. If you gonna max him out, whatever you gonna do eventually with him, it's just not smart. And then you gonna have to turn around and pay Mark Williams. How you gonna pay your bench?
I mean, but a lot of teams, like look at the Lakers, like they got two big contracts on two players, and the rest of the team is made up out of decent parts. When you look
But
at
they
when you
not gonna
talking
be able
about,
to do that next
mind you now,
season.
like
I hope you know that.
they ain't gonna have to pay Scoot for a whole another 4 years, maybe. They ain't
But
gotta
Right.
pay Melo till next year. It's like, and even when they do pay
Exactly.
him, it's
Yep.
a slot he taking up, not so much that he taking up all the money in the team. So they got 4 years to build a team around a paid LaMelo and an unpaid Scoot. And they even when they do pay
it's
him,
not
it
gonna
don't
work.
count against their books the way you think it is because it's on this they got this bird rights and he
That
and
don't mean nothing no
the
more.
max
Know that.
player payment, I mean on contracts, those are actually just looked at as slots. So around that you can build the money out how you want to. But when you want that third star, I mean that third max contract, you
You
gotta make
can't
a
do that
trade or
no
something
more.
like that.
You can't do 3
You
max
can maneuver
contracts.
around it. You gotta
No,
make a trade
there's
though.
no way around it with the new CBA. They're stopping that.
I'm glad that they did that, though. I think it's ridiculous. Three dudes who are supposed to be the max dudes. I mean, if that ain't stacking the deck, I don't know what it is. And there's more than enough competition in the NBA that it teams we need to
Out basically.
yeah, because I think it's just completely unfair. There are teams out there that have like rosters that are just bananas. And then the funny thing is it don't even mean nothing because you have a team that could come up and just generically win a championship like the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yes.
Or think about the Warriors before they had KD. Before they were KD, they were a respectable franchise that built it out the mud. Then they go and get the top scorer in the West, and it was just overkill to me. Like, that's what we really doing? So I'm glad that they did something about that. The next thing is these dudes stealing money.
But another thing is, to me, the Hornets be penny pitching. If y'all know what that means, like just
Yeah, I know what you mean.
yeah, and that's gonna bite them in the behind too
They cheat.
because I forgot that what's the name Martin is making 27 million or 30 whatever
They
it is.
need to fire him immediately. That's the first player they need to get rid of, in my opinion. That dude is buns.
Who, the twin brother?
Yeah, man. The
Hell
good the
no.
decent twin brother is the one on the Heat. That
No,
twin
see,
brother.
and that
What? You
team
think that dude's good? No panic.
no, and what it does is this right here. And I've been saying this, but when Borrego, even when I've been saying Borrego's a decent coach, he just had the wrong. What he tried to do with the roster he had was never going to work. He can't be Popovich with a team like LaMelo and Terry Rozier. But that's beside the point. The Martin brothers, you exactly what you seen with one brother doing with the Heats. The other brother can do the same thing if the Hornets been built the same
Stop
way.
lying. I'm
No,
gonna tell you the
listen, when
reason
you
why I
look at
disagree.
Caleb
No
Martin
panic.
right now with the Heat,
No
he
panic.
ain't
I'm gonna
got no
tell you. Hold on
pressure
a second.
on
No
him.
panic. I'm gonna tell you why I
Nobody
disagree.
checking him. He
I'm gonna tell
playing
you why I
hard on
disagree
both
with you
sides of the
completely.
ball.
I'm gonna tell you why I disagree with you completely. I've watched even the times I was strong arm. Dex could tell you about times where I hopped on the stream because they were covering Hornets game, and I was like, "Why are we watching this sorry team?" I've watched the Hornets play too many basketball games where I watched what is his name? Cody, whichever Martin it is. The other one's name begin with a C also. That Martin boy that the Hornets have, I've seen him play too many games where he had 30 minutes or more where he did absolutely nothing discernible with my eyeballs.
You gotta look at the
Why?
type
What do
of
they need
player
him
he
for? What are
is.
they getting out of him? Nothing.
The same thing getting up the brother in Miami.
They're not
All
getting that out of him. That other brother in Miami, I see him hit threes. I see that dude actually impact the game. I see him play
But
deep.
what I'm
I don't
trying to
see him.
explain to
I
you
don't
right
see the
here.
other brother doing anything. Not even in the stat category.
If you that's like if you put Draymond Green on a sucky ass team right now, you won't see the effects of a Draymond Green.
Let me ask you a question.
No, hold on.
Why is he playing
Hold on.
30
Players
minutes
like
on
the
the
Caleb,
Hornets?
like Caleb, Martin, I
Right,
forget
Caleb. That's the dude, right?
yeah, those type of players, you don't put them on bad teams and expect for them to do something other than play hard defense
He
and be a
is
coach's favorite
bad.
type player.
He is bad, bro.
No, but I'm telling you, he can play.
Player.
He can play.
He is a bad player, man. I've seen too much. I've watched with my own eyeballs entirely too many
He
times.
get the same damn near the same contract.
Even if he has one good game, I don't care. Like, he's a dude that does not need 30 minutes.
and that's why he's saying, like,
listen,
you don't
I'm
look
gonna tell
at
you
those
about a couple
players that
players.
carry nothing.
I'm gonna tell you a
they
couple
kind of like
players.
the hard worker type players.
You know
on
what
teams.
the funny thing is? Purple Baby. Everybody was talking about who is that? The white boy that they had over there. Was it Cody Zeller?
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody talked about Plumlee. Everybody talked about how trash Plumlee was. Des could testify to this. Everybody talked about how trash Plumlee was. At the end of the season, Plumlee was actually playing good. He was actually playing defense, and I wasn't saying that for what everybody's seen. I looked at this dude. This dude is playing defense. He's grabbing rebounds, right? And I'm like, what is this dude Caleb actually doing in 30 minutes? Nothing. Another player who needs to be put to the fire is that bum ass PJ Washington. Both those dudes, y'all should get rid of them immediately. Y'all don't need those dudes playing those minutes. PJ Washington shows up once in the blue moon, but for the most part, if you watch the Hornets, which it sounds like Purple Baby does, tell me, is that dude really doing anything?
Not to me, no.
Exactly. I'm talking about two dudes that I watch with my eyeballs. I've seen them play at least 5 to 6 basketball games, even being strong-armed on this channel to watch those games.
Listen.
Those dudes are ineffective players on the basketball court. Don't deserve all of those minutes. They'll be better as soon as they get rid of those guys. Stop playing them. Cement them to the bench like y'all do some of them other dudes.
Right? I don't go in and watch the Charlotte Hornets live like damn near 10 times a season. I watched the Caleb brother. I watched what he doing at court. Now I ain't saying me watching live is better than you watching on TV, not like that. But what I'm saying is when I watch him play, like I watch him do the dirty work all over the court. I watch him whenever the coach drop, I watch him run that play, whether he getting the ball or not, full speed every time.
If you spent your time watching that dude, if you spent your focal point being at a live game watching that dude, I think you deserve a refund.
When you watch basketball, you understand what plays being called, what sets being ran. Like you don't have to watch a solo player.
I was deceived.
You can watch the entire
dude,
team.
I thought that dude.
When I look at LaMelo Ball, I'm not trying to say he's sorry or nothing like that, but his game don't affect winner. I've seen it over and over.
No panic.
The final
no
score,
panic.
Triple double shit.
The year before, where the Hornets went to the play-in, I thought like you then. I thought that, hey, this Caleb Martin dude is all right. I was like, yeah, him and his brother, like, you know what I mean? Like, he was a viable dude that I might pick up off of the waiver wire in fantasy. That dude was cemented so hard to the waiver wire in fantasy basketball because he does nothing in 30 minutes. He is a waste of space.
See, but you watching the game through fantasy. Of course,
I'm not even talking about fantasy. I'm talking about watching the game. I'm just talking about this. Listen, you know what? And putting things in fantasy perspective, right? I will pick up a streamer, dude. I have no problem with picking up a streamer. I picked up like a Matt Strus or a Gabe Vincent, maybe for like one game or two. I've picked up a Tim Hardaway. There's a million players I would pick before I even looked at that Caleb Martin dude, because I definitely know that if you pick any one game out of the season and you pick that dude up, any one game out of the season, Purple Baby, and you pick that dude up, you must want to lose because he ain't gonna produce nothing at all. And this year would have been the year for him to prove that he was something. They had so many injuries, right? He was getting 30 minutes this season. Am I lying? No panic?
I mean, shit. If he been getting 30 minutes, that had to been in a lot of games that LaMelo been missing.
Man, he was getting 30 minutes a game, bro. Every game I seen him play, he was getting 30 minutes or more. And we look at when we're watching the game and looking at the box score, I'm like, what did they got this dude out there for? For 1 rebound and 1 assist? If that. 2 points on a putback basket, 30 minutes. I could put you on the court and you could do more than that. No panic. I don't care how well he runs the sets.
Look at
Anyway, I'm done. I'm done on my Caleb Martin rant. That team will be better. Just not playing him would make them a better team. And PJ Washington, let him go immediately. That's what I would do if I were the Hornets. Trade him. People will actually want PJ Washington, right? You can get some value from him, right?
I'm trying to see his games played.
Is there a market for PJ Washington?
I mean, I'm pretty sure somebody take a little fly on him.
I think PJ Washington has some kind of market. I think that he has some sort of trade value. I don't know about the Caleb Martin dude, but if they come back, I think that the centers, not just the Mark Williams, but the Nick Richards dude, both of them are viable. Those are both playable dudes. They both get like blocks. I don't know who's better than him. I think that they got more height with the Mark Williams because wasn't Mark Williams like a rookie or something this year?
Yeah, playing on a bad team.
Yeah. But I mean, right, exactly. But he showed in his minutes that he could play. You know what I mean? And it's unfortunate they did the carousel at the end of the year because they was playing him and then they was playing Nick Richards, and it was like they were switching things around. So you didn't really know which one was going to get the minutes on a night-to-night basis. But they both showed that they could play, so that's a good thing.
And Charlotte has been trying to tank.
Yeah, but I mean, they wasn't going nowhere. I mean, what was the sense? You don't have your 2 best players. Even when you had one of them, you didn't have the other. You're still not going to have Miles Bridges back for at least 10 games at the start of the season. But the good thing is that you will have them back as long as they don't do anything retarded. Like Ja Morant. Get themselves in a crazy John Morant situation, which is always a concern of mine because I actually did a podcast where I talked about my people who were on the I had a watch list for knuckleheads in the NBA, and the Hornets had majority of them. LaMelo, Miles Bridges, PJ Washington. Wasn't PJ Washington when I got caught up with Brittany Renner?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they got a bunch of knuckleheads over there in Charlotte. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I know people don't like me talking crazy about Melo, but Melo running it really his isn't his girlfriend a porn star?
Who?
First off, Jello just had a baby with some chick that I don't even know what they clearly didn't listen to their pops because they actually have a reality show and their pops told them specifically the dangers of women. But LaMelo is isn't he with what's that girl like Tiana Trump or something like that? He's with a porn star.
No, he talked to I don't know who he talked to. I know he ain't Tiana Trump. That's the Brittany Renner.
Nah, he's messing with some other girl, but the girl he's messing with is
I think she's just older than him.
She's a porn
in her 30s or whatever.
Last I checked. I'll look into his relationship situation, but I think that she's older than him too, and I think he's making a major mistake. Stu's be wilding out here.
As long as he ain't put no baby in him, shit, he could do it.
Yeah, but you don't know that might be around the corner. You get that committed with somebody you ain't got no business with. You supposed to be you don't got no business with being with nobody, especially at the age he is, without some sort of purpose behind it. I mean, even if you're just playing around, then they don't got to be your girlfriend. You know what I mean? You don't got to be committed. But you over here, now you promoting them on your social media and got, I think that woman is running circles around him because he's a young kid. She's G'ing him up. It's only a matter of time. I hate to say to predict the future, but it's only a matter of time, bro.
I mean, shit.
You saw what happened to Jello. I'm sure that wasn't planned.
What happened to Jello?
Jello's having a baby now.
Oh, word. Oh, I didn't know that. It's talking about word, but I mean, shit. It ain't. I mean, I think old girl ain't got her own shit going on, or she come from money, some shit like that. So I don't know.
I mean, they're young. You know, the thing about it is that they're young. I mean, I don't blame them. You're gonna make mistakes when you're a young person. You know what I mean? But you got a lot of stuff going on because
I
you're
mean, it
a
might not be a mistake though. I mean, shit, it might just not vibe with the women of their age, like like this that generation, like
you're right
shit,
about that. You right, and you know
you know.
something, man. I mean, like when you're invested into somebody, you got their heart. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But you gotta be thoughtful because you're a brand, you're a business, and when you got that kind of money, girls gonna play their part to act the right way.
As they should. At
Most
the
of
end
these
of the
dudes,
day,
but that don't necessarily listen, man. Most of these dudes end up divorced. Who we kidding? I was just listening to my man Kevin Samuels talk about the rate of divorces and whatever, and it's the women that be trying to get the divorces. And most women who mess around with dudes in the top 1%, they not trying to get divorces until you start looking at athletes. All right. There's a reason why when Kevin Garnett finally retires, that the next thing is getting a divorce. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
the people who play their part to get right, but nowadays you got more people out there building clout and all kind of stuff like that. That stuff is good. It's beneficial for your brand and stuff like that. You know what I mean? You have a couple of kids with them. I mean, even Kanye West put that in a song, and then he went and did the same thing that he advised people not to do.
I mean, think about it. If she 32 now, she 30 in her 30s now. By the time he hit 30, she'll be in her 40s. Like shit. I mean,
Yeah.
he's still younger. I mean, he ain't like because I know a lot of time when like with athletes and their wives and all that divorce, I'm pretty sure it come from her just being so comfortable with understanding his career, but this, that, and the third. And come look at the careers, other women, she had to put up with all this and third, and then like now that he around all the time, it's like it gets probably weird for them. So more arguments happen. The more arguments happen, the more and they just be like, you know what, I don't want to do this shit no more. And at the same time, like people just get old and just like different things when they realize like that's something they ain't want or that's something that they try to force. Like you try to force somebody to be somebody for you, but I mean, shit. Once you get to a point where that shit ain't working, like your boy probably just divorced. I mean,
You
I
just
don't
gotta
think it
be.
just be on no, they just be gold diggers all the time. I think that should just have it be some stuff behind it that we just don't, we ain't privy to in a relationship.
Every relationship is its own individual thing. But when you're a young person, you know that. Take yourself when you was what, 21 years old. How old is LaMelo? 22.
Yeah, about that.
He's around 22 years old. You remember when you were 22?
Yep.
Now I want to throw you $100 million, and it's not like these dudes came into the league broke anyway. These dudes already have money coming into the league, right or wrong.
Right.
But I'm gonna tell you what he should do. He should listen to his father. If he's not doing this, he needs to. He needs to make sure you get you need to sit this woman. You need to make sure that make sure you have your woman approved of your parents. They'll be able to see things you can't see at that age.
I mean, I'll say this. When it come to like, I know like you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, whatnot.
That's a fact.
But sometimes when we look at like some of the celebrities and the women they did, like we'll look at LaMelo Ball girlfriend or Jello baby mom, whatever, and be like, okay, well that ain't gonna turn out good. But a lot of time people be cool, like it don't really like I don't know why we think that celebrity or beauty equals or that person is a shitty person or they whatever like they regular people like they may not be on that type of time and like and like as a man if you deal with somebody can't other people can't tell you about something that you in love with. You feel me? Like
No,
your
that's a
homeboys
fact.
can't tell you, oh yeah, your girl, you shouldn't be with her because so and so and so and so or whatever. If you accept it or if you don't care about it, or if you don't believe it, that's all that fucking matters. So
And
when
you
I
know
look at
something, and when you tell people, especially when they're young, about mistakes that they're making in their relationship, they don't listen. That's why I
mm-mm,
stay out of their business. I
yeah,
remember my brother and his girlfriend, and she was a stripper, and I guess he was trying to be a pimp.
right,
And yeah, man, and they had a very toxic relationship. And all they did is get into fights. And one day I'm here, I'm 1 minute I gotta listen to my brother telling me about how this bitch ain't, how it go. And then I
yeah,
gotta listen to her tell me the same thing because I let them come and stay with me when I was in South Florida. You know what I
right,
mean, and help get their life together. And and after a while, you just kind of get tired of hearing the same story every single day. And you're like, look, you know
mm-hmm,
what? I'm like, Shorty, she could find a better dude than you. So why don't you just go do
yeah,
that? Why are you complaining to me? Go get somebody
right,
else. You know what? In fact, y'all don't even deserve to be together. And you know what
right,
she do? Run right back to him and tell him I said that. Then I gotta have my
mm-hmm,
brother coming at me talking crazy to me, right? Then my brother coming, I was like, yeah, why don't you leave her? You got all these other women around you, you know what I mean? And then he tell her, and yeah, you told him, yada yada. I'm like, you know what, man? I'll learn my lesson from being from even thinking about that sort of stuff. And they was stressing me out because they was living with me, and I helped them get their apartment, and then I had to be over there all of the time. You know what I mean? Because they ain't had nobody, another big brother. But I'm like, man, y'all, I'm like, this is doomed for disaster. Now,
yeah.
if I fast forward that story to where we are right now today, what do you think happened?
Oh yeah, shit. But I mean, see, when I look at it like this.
Oh,
And there's
yeah.
certain red
Uh-huh.
flags
Right.
within relations
Exactly.
that somebody
Worked out
should be able
great.
to see. But at the same time, it's like,
They gotta grow. They're young people.
yeah, like that. That's why I say the arguments and shit like that, it shouldn't really be an issue. Because like when you argue with somebody, I mean you it's like you getting friction with them. You learn to adapt to them, they learn to adapt to you. Like you setting boundaries or certain shit, like y'all communicating or whatever like that.
No
But it's
panic.
like,
I'm gonna tell you some real stuff, brother to brother, right? Don't date or get into a relationship with a female that's involved in the sex industry. Save yourself the headache. Trust me.
oh, that's a duh.
And and I'll just leave it at that. Cause if you think that I mean, hey man, you a
Yeah,
grown
listen,
man.
I listen as a
You a grown.
man, we
Go
can
ahead
say
and make
whatever you
it. Go
want to
ahead and
say.
make it. I'm gonna fall back. I'm gonna get the popcorn ready.
Yeah, because
I already know how that gonna
as
go.
much as we try to make us seem like we can live in that condition, like men have egos, bro. Like we ain't
That's a fact.
everything gonna be crazy sounding to us. Like like everything gonna be fucking crazy sounding. Like, wait, shit, where you been at? Oh, I had been here and I get my nails done. Da, da, da. It take you 4 hours to get your nails done. It probably was a 4 hour wait and all that to get the nails done, but in
Right.
your
It
mind,
might
you
have been.
mad as hell because you thinking she
Yeah.
does some shit. Like that shit ain't gonna work. That shit doomed from the beginning.
And
Because
the thing about
even if she
easy
can just keep work or whatever like that,
on, and there ain't
you ain't
nobody.
thinking that.
When I said that shorty will act right because they gonna act right. Trust me. They know what time it is. Like you gonna pay for everything. They're not gonna use.
But isn't that part of how like dating us, like you supposed to be who your partner believes you to be, and then you work on being that person every day.
Right.
But instead, what
But
it does is like I may
young,
go on a date with a
when you're
girl and
young,
be like, "Oh, I ate this, I ate that," or I may act a certain way just to get some draws. But in her
right?
mind, is like, "Oh, that's how he is." So with her, like she gotta act a certain way too for us to feel
But,
comfortable enough to let her in.
you
So I
do
mean,
understand.
shit.
You do understand. This is the reason why I tell you. Like I would just tell you flat out. It's just as a young person, when you talk about you dating somebody who's in the sex business, I don't care which element of it is. That's a major mistake.
But hold on. So who in the sex industry? Like we saw.
I'm not
I
go
think that's
over
the
this
part I
again.
took
Like
up
Anna
on.
Montana, go Google her. What she do? What she do for a living?
She in porn.
Her name. I'm done. I
Word
already
name
laid
us.
it down. Bro.
Word name us.
You know who
Word
Hannah
name us.
is, right?
You said Hannah Montana.
Yeah, you know who Hannah Montana is, right?
Yeah, Miley Cyrus.
You know who Anna. Well, why would somebody name themselves Anna Montana? It's a brand.
Okay.
You already know what it is. I don't even need to go
No,
deep into.
I typed in Anna Montana. Let me see what this is. No, they like them white girls.
public figure. Damn, she got down there 3 million followers. She a business fashion over model.
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
I mean, she looked like a fucking I would expect an NBA player to date her. Like, you give me 100 M's and she come my way, like I expect myself to date her. Like, I mean, shit. But she don't look like she for the streets. I mean, I see you saying about the sex industry shit, but she don't look like she for the streets. She look like you gotta have a bank to get them. I mean, she a little too much on the older side, but I mean, shit. For the next couple of years, she gonna look crazy. Like she look good. But I wouldn't say she in the sex industry or nothing like that. I mean, I say like me said she an older woman. Yeah, that may be a red flag for somebody his age to talk to her. But I mean, shit. As men, that's what we looking for, a female that understands her role, right? So if she at that age, I'm pretty sure she understands her role in his life. So I can see why he would, I wouldn't think she a whore, nothing like not saying I wouldn't think she's okay. I don't know her personally, but I mean she don't give no vibes and make me think like, like me shit.
What's up, panel?
What's going on?
What's going on?
Yeah, sorry I wasn't on yesterday. I was going handling his business, but Jimmy Butler, man,
or Hemi Butler,
Hemi Butler. Yo, and then on the back end from yesterday, I wanted to say this. I just watched the Nuggets get figured out in 3 quarters. This shit over.
Oh, that shit, yeah.
I'm gonna be honest.
All day.
They figured them out in 3 quarters. That's bad.
They ain't figured them out. They made an adjustment just like
no, they figured them out. I'm gonna tell you what the difference. Now I'm gonna tell you why it's over, fam.
All they did is switch damn AD to put him on Gordon
and put Archimore on Jokic. That's what they did.
But you know why they did it? Do you know why they did that? Do you know why it works? You know why it works?
Why it works?
Because Hachimore's tall and can hang.
No, it don't got nothing to do with Hachimura. I'm gonna tell you what it is. Well, it does, but it don't. In a bigger scheme. Okay, so with AD guarding Jokic, he can get stretched out to the 5, and then we have small players at the rim. But with Rui guarding him, AD can camp.
Mm-hmm.
And he can do what he really wants to do, rim protect. You stretch the 5, you stretch Rui out, but AD's still down there. And that's exactly why Jokic has 0 points for 12 straight minutes. And they lost a 20-point lead and ended up almost losing.
Yeah, it was cut to 3, yeah.
Bro, it's over, bro. Because they literally
the Nuggets.
Listen, the Lakers
ass. And if you think that putting Rui and covering Joker all game long is going to produce different results, I can't wait to see
100%. Because
the game is called.
You're looking too much into Rui and not looking at the fact that ADs can double him now.
No, the Lakers going to have to do something.
The Lakers, we already did it. We literally had
to keep the Nuggets from transition, though.
No,
you know the thing that's so crazy is that you're coming on here saying that the Lakers figured them out, but the Lakers haven't even won a game yet. Wait till the Lakers win, then tell me about
we won. Listen, as soon as we made that switch, Jokic went to 0 points, and literally they lost to 7. They couldn't score, bro.
See that and be like, okay, that's what we.
What can you do though? What can you do to get what AD in the paint?
You can let Gordon handle the ball up court. That bring AD right back out to the perimeter.
He can. Nobody guarding Aaron Gordon bring the ball up, fam.
But that's the only reason why.
That's a loss. So he going.
The reason why AD could have can't was because Aaron Gordon can't shoot.
Exactly, and so bringing the ball up
court now.
Exactly, he's gonna do the same. It's gonna be even worse if Aaron Gordon bring the ball up. Now he can just double team Jokic the whole game and let Aaron Gordon shoot the same thing he did to Draymond and Looney.
He can't shoot the 3, but he can get to the mid range a little bit.
Yeah, he gonna have to make that the whole series.
You can't just be like, oh yeah, we just gonna double team.
Yeah, yes you can. If a dude can't shoot and he outside of the 3, you go double team.
But we could do about MPJ. We gonna do about
No, the other dudes we got defenders. We're the number 1 defense in the league, bro.
You just put it. They just scored over 130 points on y'all. What are you talking about?
130 points.
You always talk this crazy stuff, Taylor.
Who's the number one in defensive rating right now?
I feel you, but
you say Denver don't play defense.
Hyping shit.
No, they really don't. They allowed 226 points.
They
We
play
literally
enough
shot
defense
with
to
them.
slow down 80 and
No, we literally got to slow the game down, and they figured out, bro. We figured them out in 3 quarters. That's bad.
Okay, so what makes you think they can't figure out how to?
How do you figure? They can't stop us. Literally, they can't stop us.
Lakers fan base like the Cowboys.
Well, we're gonna see.
Y'all
No, we ain't nothing like the Cowboys. How we like the
saying.
Cowboys and the Cowboys ain't won a championship since I was born.
Kansas,
90s.
we are going
We're nothing like the Cowboys,
game, but you talking like, oh yeah, that's over.
It is over. I had, bro. It's over,
That's
bro.
sweet. We figured them out already.
Yeah, we did. Facts. We figured them out fast.
It took
LeBron,
y'all
bro.
3 quarters to figure that.
Yeah, it only took 3 quarters to figure them out and keep them from
So
scoring.
when y'all been realizing like Aaron Gordon couldn't shoot coming into the series, there ain't been a thought.
No, they started with that dumbass small ball lineup. They were just figuring out with the lineups. That's literally what they were doing the whole game.
That goes to show.
All right, it sounds
they
good.
Make late adjustments.
You know what game 1 is, bro? A fill out game. You do know that, right? It's literally you try
My
to
perspective and your perspective is totally different.
Nah,
I feel like the Nuggets took the foot off the gas.
They took the foot off the gas. Ball got shut down, bro.
So bad.
He got, okay. He got shut down, bro.
When it came down to it, the Lakers.
No, it came down to it. LeBron took a dumbass 3.
The Lakers were never close enough.
LeBron took a dumbass 3. Don't try to make it look like they did something special. He took a dumbass 3.
The Lakers never got close
over
enough.
Jamal Murray, mind you. Over Jamal Murray. He should have just drove to the middle. LeBron.
He could have just drove to the middle of the basket. We don't want that
Could have
game.
done that. Well, guess what? Let him do that next game.
We don't know for sure.
We're going to start the game off with the lineup. I want to see what they do with AD being able to rim protect. Yeah, I want to see.
You know the crazy thing about it?
Y'all kind of small.
Y'all can't beat Denver like y'all been beating everybody else. Y'all
How can we? How can we beat them? We can.
No, listen.
They're soft.
They don't make mistakes like these other teams y'all played to make mistakes.
Well, how don't they make mistakes? They gave up a 20-point lead in 1 quarter. How is that not making mistakes?
You just focus on keeping the Nuggets under 130 points next game.
Bro, that's not hard.
130.
Bro,
it clearly is because y'all definitely let them score over 130.
Exactly. That's the key word. I like that. You used the perfect word. You used the right word, Rico. You used the perfect word. Say that one more time and highlight the word in the middle with that start with an L. Highlight that word. Let. That'll never happen again.
And speaking of letting something, man, the Miami Heat. Hang on, please. Speaking of, before we get back to the Lakers, the Miami Heat are tough as nails, man. Did you know this?
Yeah, they're tough as nails.
Did you know
they're built like us?
Right. Did you know the Heat have 5 double-digit comebacks this playoffs? 5.
Yeah.
And did you know that Miami, they have a lot of playmakers?
Yep.
Lowry, Butler, Love, Bam, Martin can play make sometimes. I mean, they got shooters on that team. I mean, the give and go, the swing pass, and that killed itself. And
what happens when your best player took out the game, though? What happens?
Boston also kind of fell
What happens
apart.
when you take Jokic out the game? What happens?
The Lakers ain't doing that. We
already did. So how are we not doing it? We already did it.
I know, but
what are you talking about?
before we get back to the Lakers,
It's literally one adjustment and he's shutting down, bro.
On here cocky, and you've literally done nothing.
I'm good. I just watch what a game is. That you that's how you know they figured out when you lose and you're still happy.
We're gonna watch the next game in Denver.
We're gonna win the next 3 games.
And we're gonna see. I hear you. We don't gotta wait 3 games. We're gonna look at the next game, and then you can come back and you can tell me about what you actually did.
And also, Boston has to play fast. The Celtics played kind of slow in the second half. They didn't play fast as they did in the first half. And another thing, too.
We watched Jokic average 40 points a game, and they lost both of them games in Phoenix.
But you said y'all going to shut them down, though. That's
100%. 100%.
All right, well, we're going to see.
It's about to be a half-court game. We're not shooting threes with them this game.
Yeah, Denver struggles in half-court. Denver's a fast-paced team.
Y'all can't stop them from getting in transition.
How can we stop them if we walk the ball up? There's no long rebounds. What are you talking about? We just stopped the better shooting team.
You guys
we just stopped the best shooting team from. We just stopped the best shooting team ever held them under 100.
The next game going to start. When's the
next game? The next game, I'm gonna be honest. LeBron ain't gonna play on medium. LeBron ain't playing on medium in game 2.
The next game is tomorrow.
You watch LeBron play on medium, right?
It's actually today. It's after midnight.
You did watch LeBron play on medium, right?
All right,
you watch that, right?
Just focus on winning this next game, and then
all right, I'm gonna be honest. They got to make an adjustment. We figured them out. They got to make an adjustment to our adjustment. It's their turn. The ball in their court.
The game work.
That's how the game work. They got to do better.
41.
I'm gonna be honest. They got to do better, or they going home in 6 games. They got to do better.
All right. Well, just make sure you win the
And
next
speaking
one.
of going home,
Oh no, I don't got to worry
Boston-
about that. That's the easy part.
I
and
mean,
speaking of going,
you just as delusional as you always
No,
sound.
like what
KC.
happened
I'm
last?
not
How
surprised.
every time you say I'm delusional, you said I was delusional about the Memphis. You said I was delusional against Golden State. You said I was delusional. But are you going? Bro. You over 2 right now with that word.
Nah,
You know that,
you
right?
really are delusional.
I was delusional against Memphis when I told you they was over.
Hey, Memphis got
I told
beat.
you
They
that in
wanted
Golden
to run
State.
out there
Oh
and
my
put.
God.
They wanted to go out there and put
I've been told
a.
you that, fam. We're gonna
They
walk the
wanted to
ball
go
up
out
and
there
they're
and
gonna
put up
slow the
poster
game
boy
down, and they ain't gonna.
material.
Bro, we kept Golden State under 103 games, bro.
Yeah,
Way
we
better
definitely
shooting team.
did.
Way
I
better
mean,
shooting
I
team.
mean, I mean.
The Warriors did just what they do when they lose: shoot themselves out of the ball game.
Ain't
Where
that
was
what the
Klay
Nuggets?
Thompson?
The Nuggets gonna do the
What
same
happened to
thing.
Game 6 Clay that Nico always talks about? Oh yeah,
Right,
that
he's
guy
on
didn't show
icebox.
up at all.
The
yeah,
same person that locked him
Game
up.
six
You know,
play
so
is
crazy. The same
overrated
person that
now.
locked Jokic up locked Clay up.
Yeah,
That's the crazy part.
Clay
Rui's a dog,
showed up.
bro.
Clay
Rui's
showed up
really
in
a
Game
dog,
6.
bro. Rui's really a dog, bro. The
Clay
fact that he
showed up
getting
in
locked up by a 6'8" player is hilarious.
Clay
Right.
showed up. Clay showed up in Game 6 of the series before that too.
No, he didn't show up
No,
against him. He
no,
didn't
he
show
did
up against
not. He
Rui.
didn't show against the Kings. No, he was terrible against the Kings.
No, he
Guys,
showed up
How
against.
How much game
sarcasm.
No,
ones have
Game
they
6 he
won?
struggled
You
against
guys
We
don't
won
know
Celtics.
2.
sarcasm, huh?
We won 2 game ones.
That was definitely a very snide remark on my
And now
behalf.
y'all losing game 1 and this
We're
one.
gonna
They
just
all
win
lost
game
game
2.
1
It's the
this
same
series.
thing. What's the difference between winning
All
game
right.
1 and game 2? What's the
Well,
difference?
when they do
No,
it, we can come back and have
I'm
the
not saying there's a
conversation.
difference. What I'm saying
There's no
is,
difference here, bro.
what I'm saying
We got
is,
the same win home court. That's
y'all
all we
win the
care about.
first game in the last 2 series because
Well,
that's
no, we
y'all.
let them win the second game.
Yeah, like
That's literally
y'all
what we do.
that when y'all feeling out game and y'all just happen to win. So if
Yeah,
y'all
right.
feeling out game just happen to be a loss, now you telling me like y'all might be in the game 7 in the series?
No. It's still one. How you just? What's the difference between winning one
No,
game?
why you saying is y'all still gotta get y'all rocks off.
No, we already did. We did. We showed them. We
Y'all
showed
lost.
Denver.
That's
We
about to be a whole
lost.
new
That's what
game.
I'm trying to tell you,
You guys
bro.
were getting washed by 22. They took their foot
Exactly,
off
and
the
they went
gas.
down to 3. As
That's
soon as we made
trash.
the adjustment, they couldn't
What was
score
that
no more.
And y'all
Hey,
still
KC, you watch football,
never
right?
put any
I
real
watched the
respect
game.
that
I watched
they were going to win that
football
game.
is different. It's one game.
No, but you watch football, right? You know how like the one team will be up by like 25 or 28
Yeah,
or
and they get
same
figured
thing,
out.
and then they start taking the foot out. They start running the ball more.
That wasn't what
They
That's all
start
happened,
that
to
fam.
get
was.
through the game.
And
That ain't
even
what
when they
happened
did
at
that,
all.
and listen, and no
That ain't
panic,
what
even
happened at
when they
all.
did that, even when
That
they
wasn't
did
an
that,
adjustment.
when
They
that
couldn't
game
get in the
came
paint no
down to
more.
the end, I can't talk over everybody, but even when they did that, when that game came down to the end, right? The same team that they said they shut down, they would never. There was never a point in that entire game at the end that it was like the Lakers were really realistically going to win that game.
Oh my God, you don't know basketball. How are we down 3 with the ball? When we didn't do it?
Y'all been
Bro, that was
down.
the
Y'all
dumbest.
going
Bro, you
down
too,
2
bro.
and
That
going
was a
down
dumbass.
7 and going down 8.
That was a bro. You gotta take that back, bro. We not going to
I
cap.
don't got to take that back. They got a
Bro, we're
bucket every
down.
time
Okay,
they needed
listen.
one.
So where
I got a
was
question
that?
for you,
Where
real
was that
quick. Before
adjustment
let's
in the
just
end
take
of
the
the
Lakers
game?
out of it, right? If you're down 3 with the ball with a minute left, do you have a chance to win the game?
Yes.
Come on, bro. You gotta be realistic with yourself, bro.
Listen,
And you just came back. You gotta be realistic with yourself, bro. That don't even make sense.
Entire game.
If LeBron would have made that 3, we wouldn't. Come on, bro.
It would have tied the game if you hit that. It would have
You would
tied
have tied the
it.
3 if you would have made it. You don't sound you. That don't even. That's not logical, bro. You gotta try harder than that.
It's kind of wrong. I
That's
love
not
it.
that's not a logical statement.
Y'all been
I'm a
getting
Knicks
beat by
fan, but it's
20
kind
the
of
entire
wrong.
game.
How
I'm
can
a
you be
Knicks
down
fan.
3 with the ball and you don't have a chance to win?
It's
I
wrong.
don't get
It's
it.
wrong.
I
But
never
speaking of
heard that in my life.
But speaking of having a chance, the Boston Celtics need some.
And we had the
And
momentum.
also
We just came back from 20.
21.
21 in one quarter. Off of one adjustment. Off of one adjustment.
Time
They
they needed
said.
a bucket, they got one.
No,
Y'all
LeBron
got
took
as
the.
close as 3, then it went back up to 5. Why? Because y'all couldn't.
No, we went up to 3 because LeBron took a fucking. He took a bullshit ass playing on
What's
medium.
new?
Man.
LeBron been doing that. What's
He took
new?
a dumbass medium.
He
He
took
playing
the
on
shots that he
medium.
wanted to take. You guys
I
had
just watched LeBron play on medium for 48 minutes and we almost
Austin
won.
Reeves.
That's
Reeves
crazy.
came up, hit a couple of threes for y'all, got y'all
Right.
back in it, and then
I
you let
like him.
LeBron do what LeBron
He
did.
keeping his
And
trade value high.
how about the LeBron turnover? That helped y'all out a lot too.
And also 2 missed free throws. LeBron makes too many free throws.
Yeah, exactly. So we didn't have a chance to win. Come
No,
on,
he
bro.
does that. Like,
Also, all these things happen, but we don't have a chance to win. Come on,
But
bro.
you
That don't
gotta
make sense.
understand, y'all try
That
to
don't
play
make sense,
y'all
bro.
game from the
up,
beginning.
y'all didn't try the
Never
game.
play their game,
They
and
were
they
up
been
by
beating
one
y'all
with
by 20 most of the game.
They
back.
beat us by 20 playing on medium. Like
They
we
were
played
up
on
by
medium the whole game.
up by 22. They took their foot off the
21.
21, 22.
The
I
same
just
shit.
stopped looking at the game. They was up by 22. Either way, 21, 20, 20, whichever 21, 20, whichever one. In that ballpark, they took their foot off the gas clearly.
Nah, they got locked up,
You
bro.
got-
They couldn't get in the paint. They were shooting all jumpers. They can't get in the paint no more.
But that's
The paint
that's
shut
kind of
down.
who they is, though. They shoot
No, but
all
that's not.
jumpers.
If you shoot at all jumpers and can't get in the paint, we seen it. We won the game against Golden State when we only
But
made
that's the
6
type of
threes.
team they is. A lot of these
No,
shots
you're
come
gonna
from
lose.
outside
You're gonna
jumpers.
lose to a team that score. You gonna always, even if you make 22 threes, that's only 60 points, bro.
Y'all
That's
lost.
exactly what
It's like I
we
would
beat the
appreciate your
Warriors
point
making
a
6
lot better
threes,
if y'all
bro.
actually had won.
The games we beat the Warriors, we only shot 10, 15 threes the
This
whole
ain't
game.
the Warriors. Y'all can't out
They're a better
rebound
team. The
them.
Warriors are better. They're better at what the Nuggets are
Nah, they
doing.
better than what the Nuggets doing.
If the Nuggets would have played the Warriors, they'd have got shut out
The
the gym,
Nuggets
bro.
been
We don't
steamrolling
know
the
that. I don't
They'd
know
have
what
got.
the
You
what
come
if.
on,
We don't
stop,
know.
bro.
We don't know
You're
that
trying
the
to,
what
bro.
if. We
You're
know.
gonna outshoot the Warriors, bro. That's how you beat the Warriors. Come on, bro. Stop. You gotta
Who
get out
say
of there.
who
The
trying to
Warriors
outshoot
will
the
shoot
Warriors?
themselves out of a
No,
basketball.
the
Yeah,
Warriors will shoot the
they
Denver
do that all
Nuggets
the
right out the
time.
gym. They want to run
They
transition,
front runners. Once they start getting hot and they on the go, they on the go.
bro. They don't. They not. They a first half team. We a second half team. That's gonna be the difference. That's gonna be
Well,
a
I
big difference.
understand that you're a fan, but I'm not going to be.
No, we're
so
literally a second half team. We just showed you last night. We
Yeah,
shut
you
them
guys are a
down.
terrible first half team, though.
Hey, we always been a
Jokic,
second half
Jokic
team.
had a double in the first quarter.
Exactly. He had 0 points
Two
for the last
rebounds,
15 minutes of the game. So
two
off of one
rebounds, two
adjustment.
rebounds in the first half. Come on, that's not going to
As
get it
soon as
done.
we made that,
Just
That
make
boy
sure
had
AD shows
he
up
had
in the
34,
basketball game.
that boy, they
21,
had 3 guards in
and
the
fucking
game.
14.
He did all that against 3 guards. He did that with
And
3 guards in the game.
Well, you guys are going to go and do this lineup that you think is going to be the mystery lineup that's going
No,
to
this
work
ain't no
for
mystery lineup. You
next
seen it. It
game,
worked. Ain't
and
no
we're going to see,
if it
and we're
worked,
going
how
to
can
see
you
how
hate
this
on
one
it?
ends.
How can you hate on something that worked for 15 minutes straight? I don't get it. I don't
I mean, they
understand.
had something that worked 45 minutes straight out the box without having to adjust.
We adjusted and we figured them out. We
Okay,
just keep them
so
out of the
at
paint.
some point
You
they
They're not
could
figured
getting
them
in the
out
paint no
already.
more. It's over. The paint shut down now. It's over. They
y'all
got the
They're
shot
not
clock
getting
in.
in the
playing
paint.
They're
y'all
gonna make. They
game.
got
They
to
come
make
to
40.
play.
They're going to make 35, 20, 25 plus threes every night to win. That's the only
At the
game they're
end
going
of
to
the
win.
day, what it comes down to is who can play
Well,
their game the
I'll
best,
listen to that
and
when
their
you
game is better than y'all
game.
We
game.
literally just showed you the glue blueprint back-to-back series, and I'm just telling you
Everybody
what we're
say that
gonna
the
do.
first and second game. Oh, we figured them out because we get a win. Y'all
Yeah,
lose.
I told you. I
And
told you
then
the
y'all
Warriors.
figure them
I
out.
told you the Memphis got
How come
figured out.
y'all
What
figure
happened?
them out when y'all need them in the crucial minutes to stop them? Why ain't been
No, I'm
figured
gonna be
out
honest.
then?
The fact that we can AD don't have to go out to the 3, it's over because Aaron Gordon can't shoot.
But
It's over, bro.
okay. That's called adjustments. They can put in the shooter.
They
Then
put in a
what?
shooter. What? Then AD gonna dominate him. What they gonna do? What they gonna have? AD gonna dominate. They gonna have to put a big man in. Who you gonna go? Who gonna go AD then?
So you trying to say
Jokic.
Aaron Gordon do a good job guarding AD?
Fuck no. He dropped 40.
All right. So what's the purpose? Y'all
But
still
he can't
lose.
shoot and he can't
dropped
play guard
40
him.
in a loss, and y'all still lose. So at the end
No,
of the
he
day,
dropped.
it's
But you
like,
gotta remember, he
it
dropped
don't matter who
42.
guarding him if he gonna get off from 40 and lose.
Okay, we just watched Jokic drop 40-point triple doubles and lose both games
No,
in
but
Phoenix.
that ain't the point. That ain't
It's
the
the
point. What I'm
same
saying
thing,
is,
bro. So you
saying if
can't
they
carry the
take
one on
Aaron
one
Gordon
side, but
out the
not carry on the
game,
other side, bro.
you
We
said if
just
they
watched the
take
same
Aaron
thing.
Gordon out the game, who he dropped 40 on, that what who gonna
All
guard
right, but the
AD? And what I'm
adjustment, but
saying
the
is,
reason
AD gonna
it
get
was
him
like that,
regardless.
the
I'll
reason it was
give
like
out
that
40, but I
because
know we
AD
gonna
was
win.
stretched out. We didn't have no rim protection. Now
I
they
get
got
that. I
threes
get
and
that.
got
But
into
why
the
you
paint.
saying that?
Now all they got is a 3. That's all that's the only thing they're gonna be able to get.
That's
They getting no
cool.
paint. They're not
That's
getting no paint
cool.
baskets.
That's
It's
cool. But if
over.
I know I can shoot the 3 ball and
No,
I ain't going
but
up
you get even if you make
8 about to
25
play
threes,
my
that's
pace.
75 points, bro. That's not enough.
Oh.
We just beat the Warriors making 6 3-pointers.
You keep talking about the Warriors. This
The
ain't the
Warriors are a
Warriors.
better version of what the
This is
Nuggets are
not the
doing.
Warriors. This is not the
They're
Warriors.
the
Don't have the
best ever
size.
at what the Nuggets are trying to do.
Y'all beat the teams in the playoffs. Y'all beat because y'all had the size advantage on Golden State.
We still do.
And that's a fact.
We still do. We
Y'all
still
got the
do.
size advantage.
How y'all got the
The reason we got the size advantage because Jokic don't go in the paint. He's not. The paint shut down. We're the better defensive team. We can stop them. They
I
can't
mean,
stop us.
you could say this with
We're
such
the best
confidence
defensive
over a
rating
team
team
that
in the
y'all
league,
lost,
bro.
that y'all was
We're
down by
number 1 in
and
defensive
y'all
rating.
give up 130
that y'all
last night.
needed.
Playing on medium.
Austin Reeves
I
heroics.
literally just
But
said
you
that. that the
saying
whole
y'all been playing on
shooting the
medium.
highest
40 points don't
three-point
seem like
percentage
a
that you
medium.
guys are ever going to shoot in any series in that last game. Like, come on.
Did you see LeBron locked in last night?
I
you
saw
see that?
LeBron turn the ball over. I
Oh,
saw
you seen
LeBron been
LeBron
lost
shooting
ever
jumpers?
bricks
since
from three.
the playoffs
We
started.
seen that LeBron when he shoot 15 threes last night. That's what the LeBron we seen. Remember he shot 16 threes
You
against the
know
Warriors?
why?
Oh
Because he
my
couldn't get
goodness.
to the
I
paint.
Remember
can't. I
that? That's the
can't. I
LeBron.
can't.
That's the LeBron you seen last night.
We were supposed to be talking about the game that happened tonight. I
Oh
know you
yeah,
got
but
the
Hemi
Laker
Butler. Slow it
propaganda.
down.
And not
We
just Butler, not just Butler. Caleb Martin was huge. Kevin
Caleb Martin
Love,
tough.
shit,
Kevin
he's
Love.
he's a
I was just
beast.
about to say that. Kevin Love was hooping tonight.
He was. Max Strus was stroking it from three, going to the rack at will. I
Max
mean,
Strus.
Kyle Lowry turned back the clock, especially in the
He
first
got
half.
defense, you know, remember he used to get like 3-4 charges. Yeah, he
Yeah, he
broke
did.
records in charges.
His back may be broken, but his heart is strong like an ox.
Yeah, word, facts.
Also, the fact
It's
that
setting up for the bubble. It's setting up for the bubble to happen again. They're trying to
it's
validate
very
the bubble.
possible. And it's very possible. Also, Eric Spoelstra is underrated, man. The dude's a basketball whiz.
I
Eric
hope they do
Spoelstra,
win. That's an easy series for us. Hope they
I
do
can't
win.
even say easy. You never know.
That's an
You can't
easy as
say-
hell. That's an easy ass series, bro. Same way it was in the bubble. Easy series. Get them out of here. That shit was easy as fuck. Just like that was
The
easy as
series
fuck,
too.
bro. The
Tyler
bubble.
Hero might come back.
I
The
can't.
That was an
series too.
easy
Tyler
ass
Hero might
series.
come
I ain't
back.
gonna lie. The Nuggets were an easy ass series when we played them in the bubble too. We won in 5 games.
Mm-hmm.
That was an easy ass series, bro. Easy. I'm just being honest. That was an easy ass series. Miami and Denver.
Y'all
Two
be
easy ass
down
series.
0-3 and you'll be
Only
talking
difference
like,
between
yeah, you know, we got
Miami
to figure it out
and the
now.
Lakers
0-3.
is Miami
Yeah,
won
we
the
figured
first
them
game
out,
on the
boys,
road.
out.
The
Yeah,
Lakers
facts.
lost on the road.
They should have never. I'm gonna be honest though. They need more physical players to beat us. They need some enforcers on their team. Like they for real.
The Heat
Like
are
they
kind
need
of small. Yeah, the Heat.
Bro,
no,
they
it's
already
not even
beat
that. They
y'all. What do you
soft.
mean?
They soft. They need
They already
enforcers.
beat y'all. You keep saying
They beat us.
in
They
order
beat
for
us
them to
with
beat
LeBron
us,
I'm a
running.
Knicks
they
They
fan,
need
ran
by the
like
way.
better
I'm a
we ran.
Knicks fan,
We
man.
had Dervin Ham ran 9 different lineups last night.
All right, that's y'all problem. That ain't the league problem.
So you're no you missing what I'm saying. Like you got to catch what I'm saying.
Even
The
trying to
reason we're
figure
running.
out how
No,
the
you're about to
damn
talk over me, bro. That's not you
you,
got.
bro. You been
How you
doing
gonna
that
understand?
all
I'm just
night.
saying.
You been doing
I
that all
literally let
night.
them
Just let me
talk.
get.
He does
Just
that
let me
every
get my
time he
rocks off
hops
real
on the
quick.
stream.
Listen, if I say listen to me and you start talking, how does anything go forward?
Listen, anytime
Right.
somebody says something, like you just start randomly talking yourself. So let me
Oh, I'm
get.
sorry
I've
about
been
that.
listening just now.
Right,
Let me
but
just get
listen
my
though, check
rocks off
this.
real quick.
I want you to understand before we get off, because sometimes we get sidetracked and we forget where we was at, right? But what I was saying, the reason he had 9 lineups is because he literally just trying different things to see different reactions to different things. They found the reaction. They found the one they wanted. Now game 2. It ain't gonna be no fill out game. It's locked in LeBron. You about to see LeBron come right in and not shoot no damn jumpers the whole game. I
Just
guarantee
attack
you
the
that.
cup.
We
Bro,
got the
listen,
lineup we need now.
When
We
you
figured it
look
out.
at what they're doing and you saying they try all these different lineups, you
We
try
tried
all
9
them
different
lineups
lineups.
because you're trying to throw shit against the wall and see if something sticks.
Yeah, see if something
If you're
sticking. It
doing
did.
that, okay, hold on. You can. It ain't nothing wrong with you looking at it as a feeling out game.
That's
But
all game 1
Denver
ever is.
also got to feel you out. But they waxing y'all by 20 while y'all
Right.
still trying to figure some shit out, and y'all ain't figure it out until the
Right.
fourth
We
quarter.
did figure it
Now,
out and
hold
it
up.
worked.
Now that y'all figure it out, now it's
Mhm.
Denver's turn to be like, okay, we gonna play our
But what
game.
can they do
And
though to figure
when
us
they try
out
to
though?
do that, we gonna do this,
We
and
don't
that
have
gonna offset y'all
right.
again.
But
So
how
when you
what
saying
can they
that y'all
do?
this
What
and the
can they
third,
do
like,
though?
bro,
That's what I'm
y'all
saying.
lost.
What can they do though?
Okay, what can
Well,
y'all
I
do?
hate to break
Y'all
the
came
We already
down
news.
from
did it.
20 points.
We came
I
back
hate to
from
break
20
the
points
news,
in 1 quarter,
but
bro.
the onus is
Bro,
on the onus is
Like,
on
come
the
on, bro. We shut
Lakers.
them down, bro. Like that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, what can
and
they
y'all
do?
so lost. Y'all had a chance to win it. Y'all couldn't stop them.
Right. But going into the next game,
Y'all couldn't
all we got to
stop
do is
them
win
winning
1
matter,
game in
but y'all
Denver,
could stop
bro.
them for 14 minutes.
Only thing we got to do is win 1 game, and it's the same exact thing. It's still 1-1,
Bro,
whether
I
we win 1 or
get
2.
that part, but you can say the
That's what
same
I'm
thing
trying
about
to
the
tell
other
you.
side.
It
All they
doesn't
got to do
change
is
the
win
fact that
one
it's gonna be
game.
Well, then
Lakers in 5 or 6.
come in here and talk to us when they actually do that. Then you could
Yeah,
tell me
we
about
already
what
did
they
it. That's
shut
what I'm
down.
trying to tell you.
You
If
guys didn't do anything.
Dropped 40
You're just
points in
being
3 quarters,
delusional.
they put Rui on him and he couldn't even
You are
score
being
the rest of the game.
delusional.
What happened? How am I
Rui
delusional if he has 0
Hachimura,
points? Y'all do
Rui
not want to fake
Hachimura,
in the fact
Rui
that
Hachimura. Listen,
Darvin Ham figured them boys out, man.
you've
They're not.
been rambling on, and you're not giving anybody else an opportunity to talk. KNC, I've heard you.
You're the
You've been
one.
saying
I'm
rambling
responding
over.
off of what you're saying. How am I gonna?
All right.
Y'all talk more than I did on this whole
No.
stream.
Listen,
Go
listen,
back and replay the whole stream.
I just
Yeah,
got
if
finished
you ain't
listening to
on the
you.
stream, you can't
I'm
say,
talking
"Oh,
about since
I
I've
ain't
been
get
on
talk."
here.
You came
I
on
went,
and listen. I'm saying something. Can I speak for a moment?
he cut you off.
All right. We're gonna see what happens next game.
Oh, you already seen what happened.
I assure you.
Game 2 is
speak again?
guaranteed win for the Lakers.
Just got finished speaking when I was in the middle of speaking. Can I speak? And when I'm done, then I'll let you talk, and I won't even interrupt you.
What do you think?
We'll see what happens at the end of next game.
No, you will see.
The Lakers played a good game to get back in the game. But if you think that Rui Hachimura plays 30-plus minutes and shuts down Joker,
you're not looking at the whole picture. You're literally don't understand the reason why Rui's guarding him.
You said Rui is the answer to shutting him
No,
down.
you're missing everything. That's why I want to walk you through this. The only reason Rui's the reason why the way you're saying it is not even like logical. What you're saying, he cannot guard Jokic. The reason Rui's guard,
just said
you're missing because you didn't hear the whole bro. Let me walk you through what I'm saying. Like the reason they were scoring and winning is because they could shoot threes and go to the paint because AD is being stretched out by Jokic. But since Rui's out there, AD's in the paint, and now he can't score at all. Do you see what I'm saying? AD's the reason that it's like that. It's Rui being able to we go out there and guard him so he can, when he comes in the paint, we can double with AD. And also with bum ass Aaron Gordon in the game, he can pretty much Troy Polamalu the whole series the same way he did with Draymond Green and Looney. It's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, well, one of the things that's going to have to happen, of course, and it's going to have to happen on the court, and they're going to have to actually go out there and execute it, is getting dominated and rebounding is definitely not going to be the answer for you guys.
We had a 3-guard lineup, and what did you expect?
Tell AD to box out. All right.
How with 3 guards? How do you not? How?
To be sitting around here, just to be standing around here, box out Joker. Try to prevent him from being on the boards.
He's not going to be in the boards because AD's down there. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Prevent Joker from out rebounding you guys.
But on side note though, Rap guy said some real shit. I was thinking that earlier. The reason he keeps showing guns is because he don't want to be in Memphis. Just being honest. Rap guy said facts.
I'm done.
We seen a lot of NBA players look like the ass to be the winner at the end. We watched Kyrie Irving do the same thing. Huh?
He's a genius. You're telling me that Ja Morant's a genius. We're gonna go back to the reason why
100%.
Being Adidas, I'm gonna force my way out of my NBA contract.
Yeah, I like the way Kanye did it because now they got to come back to the table and give him $1 billion a year instead of the 30-50 million. They got to come to the table. He owns all the he owns all the designs.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of 50 million, you got to bring him to the table and give him at least 500 million to $1 billion a year. So how is he not a genius?
If Ja Morant is showing guns because he doesn't, but you gotta
look at it. The first one was him being stupid. The second one, is literally him not wanting to be there.
It's a wonderful lick. So I'm just gonna go and play basketball my whole life, get to the pros, get a $200 million contract, and then just say that's it. I don't even want another contract.
The fact that you don't think another team would pick up Ja Morant is laughable.
Well, you said you don't want to be there.
He don't want to be on Memphis.
He's about to face.
So where did you get the whole NBA from?
He's about to, because he violated his.
He didn't violate nothing. He showed a legal firearm. I just posted a picture of LeBron with a submachine gun.
See what Ja Morant. Let's see.
I just posted a picture of Draymond Green with a sniper rifle. I posted a picture with Klay Thompson at the gun range. But none of these are offensive. It's just because the media told you to be mad, and that's why y'all mad.
Let's see where Ja Morant's playing next year.
Ja Morant, I guarantee 100% he playing next year. Come on, bro.
Let's see where he's playing next year.
He ain't gonna be. He might play at Memphis. They might not get rid of him.
Mm-hmm.
But he trying his best not to be there because he wouldn't have did it the same dumbass shit twice.
You really think that was you saw the video? You thought that was a coordinated, smart, strategic effort that he put forward?
I think you're looking too much into it. Like it's like some strategic.
Not, you don't have to look too deep into it. It was.
I'm talking about you. You looking too deep into it. What I'm saying is the first thought that Rap guy had. He had the same thought I had. He don't want to be there. Like literally, if he wants to keep doing stuff to mix with the organization. He don't want to be there. It's simple. The same thing with Kyrie was doing. He don't want to be on the Nets. That's why he was doing all that crazy stuff.
So that's the reason he flashed the gun and on
the second time.
With his home.
Kyrie ain't been doing no crazy shit to get out of.
Since he left the Mavericks, since he been the Mavericks, you ain't hear Kyrie.
That's what you doing right now is you trying to use certain things.
I'm just giving you examples.
That's how they try to get out.
I'm just
Kyrie
saying
did
that. I'm
nothing
just showing
crazy.
you
Kyrie
examples
just
of
being
when they did
himself.
get out. Kyrie did the same thing with
Kyrie
Nike.
wanted out of the Knicks, and he used that to do it. What it does is he didn't
Okay,
even
so
get the
you're
new
agreeing and
contract. They been
disagreeing.
promised him all year. We got you the contract. We got you the
Right.
contract. He played at an all-star level and said,
Facts.
"Okay, that's the deadline. I want the contract." They still been moving their foot slow. So, and at that point, he said, "Okay, trade me." And then they traded him. Ja Morant. No, the first time he did him, that shit was stupid. The first time, the second time he did him, even dumber.
Nah,
That
but
ain't him
I just
saying,
think
"I want to
I'm
get out of
trying to figure
Memphis."
out why
If you want to get out of Memphis,
LeBron
you
can
just
post a
request a trade.
submachine gun, but he
You
can't
got to
post
do
a
all that.
pistol. It's
No,
crazy.
listen.
So being at a gun range and being in your car.
Okay, what
trying to
about
be
Dray? What
NBA
about
dunk boy is
Draymond Green with
totally
a sniper
different.
rifle? He wasn't at the gun range.
Listen,
I don't
let
know
me say my
anything
point
about any of
that
these
real
dudes
quick.
I
doing any
posted
of
the
that
pictures.
stuff.
I posted them in the group chat already.
I said
Go
this
look at the group
yesterday.
chat. You will see
I
them.
said this yesterday. Ja
Okay, so
Morant,
what's the difference?
he did do something dumb based off of like the
No, he
contract
ain't
and
do
all
nothing
that.
dumb. He did something based
But no,
off of
hold
the
on.
programming.
Hold on, but that's why I tell him yesterday. I said, listen, that's what people around his age doing in their cars anyway. All of them do that. That's a culture thing to them. Even though that's not black culture, that's what a lot of young motherfuckers doing. Like this shit ain't something that
Yeah,
he
drill
just doing
music.
on his
It's the
own.
drill
Like,
music.
you know what I mean? He getting that
I know what
out
you
of
mean.
rap. So if you're gonna look at it like that, why you got Lil Durk representing the NBA and anything? You can't
Yeah.
have two sides of the plate.
So
That's my
exactly,
problem with
it
the
be
whole
people. It's
thing.
the media. It's the media. I'm gonna give you a perfect example, right? It's optional to stand for the national anthem, but he lost his contract. Kaepernick. It's optional. He don't have to. There's no rule against it. 60% of people in 60% of the NBA own weapons. It's a legal.
I mean, that's a wonderful thing. I don't think it's going to have any bearing
I
whether
know, but I'm just saying, like, what's the
this
difference
violation
between
of morality.
and
the biggest difference is
LeBron
that Ja
holding a
Morant was
weapon and
already
Draymond Green holding a weapon
because
to him? What's the difference?
Draymond and LeBron weren't pulled. This is like the fourth, fifth time he's had some sort of gun issue, and he's already spoken to the.
Because
That's
what's
the
wrong
big
with like
difference.
him? What's wrong? We watch people that love guns on YouTube every day, but then
Listen,
nobody's
I'm not
mad.
even gonna. If you think I have little
We watch.
brothers
I
who
know.
do this
But
sort
I'm
of
just
stuff.
trying to
I
figure
have
out
little
what's the
brothers who
difference.
go on Facebook. I have little brothers who go on Facebook and do this idiotic stuff also. So
No,
people
okay,
definitely do it.
yeah,
People definitely do it, but they're not
now you're
representing.
calling me an idiot.
I'm not calling you an idiot. Do you go on Facebook flashing guns?
No, but what's the
I don't
difference? If
even
it's
know
a
if you
legal
do because
weapon,
I'm
I
not
don't
following
understand.
you.
I don't understand
I
how
don't
you
see
can't
how
post a
you
gun
take
that
what
you
I
bought
just said
legally.
as I'm talking to you. I did not
No, I
say
thought
you.
you were saying that. That's what I thought you were saying. I do idiotic stuff.
Yeah,
I
you
misunderstood.
you totally
That's why I said I
misinterpreted what I
misunderstood.
said.
That's what I just said. That's why I said misunderstood. But listen, right? If you buy a legal weapon and exercise your Second Amendment right, which is literally in the Constitution, how can you be mad at that? That's hilarious. This is laughable. I'm gonna be honest. The only reason that y'all mad is because the media is telling y'all to be mad. I'm just being
No,
honest.
it's
That's
not me
literally.
mad.
I'm just being honest. That's all it is, bro.
Ja
That's the only
Morant's
difference.
previous infractions, he got
In
a
previous
slap on the wrist.
infraction, it shouldn't even been an infraction the
Crazy
first
slap on
time.
the wrist.
Just okay. So if a dude buys a gun, which you legally have the right to bear arms, you legally
I
Second
mean, look,
Amendment.
I this is one of the things I love about our community. We love to have these contrarian ideologies and stuff like that. There was nothing cool, savvy, or intelligent about what Ja Morant did.
How
Just
do you know that?
about
How do
things.
you know that? You're in his
I
mind.
know
How do
that
you
for
know
a
he don't
flat
want
out
out?
fact.
How do you know he wants out or he don't? How do you know that?
I don't know that. You're coming up
Exactly.
with
So you're acting
theories.
like you know that.
I do not believe any of that stuff you're
So how
talking
you
about.
listen? Pause. Keep what you just said and understand the hypocrisy. You literally said, "Don't." How do you? He's not doing nothing smart, but
You're
you
the
don't know if
person.
he
I'm
is or
not
not.
talking about that. You're
We're
talking
talking about
about.
John Morant. We're talking about John
You're
Morant. You
talking.
saying
You're
you
talking
literally
about.
hold on, pause, so you can understand what I'm saying. You literally just said
Because
you're
you're not.
acting like he said he did something smart. He didn't do nothing smart. Then you said you don't know if he did or not.
You're
That's
talking about that.
hypocrisy.
I'm not
You
talking
don't
about.
know. You don't know what he's doing. You don't know what he's thinking. You don't know if he wants out. But it's
All I
clear
know,
that he don't want to be there if he's consensually fucking with management.
I know that. I know the same sort of stuff that my little knuckleheaded stuff.
Right. But you're not. But your knucklehead cut. How's he a knucklehead for posting a legal weapon when I literally had to look at a legal weapon online to buy it?
I have cousins who do the same thing.
Oh shit.
So I'm just trying to figure out like how is he idiotic by carrying a gun that your forefather said he can have? That don't make sense.
You carrying your gun is your business if you want to do that.
Right. If I post a picture with my gun, I'm an idiot. Oh, that's crazy.
You already had a conversation with the commission. They already sat down and had the conversation.
They had a conversation that they trying to control him. Then he not with it. Obviously, they're trying to control. They're trying to take his Second Amendment rights, and he's not with it. So what's idiotic about it?
All of a sudden, he's making some genius constitutional stand. All of a
No,
sudden,
it's not. It's not. Ain't no constitutional stand. It's literally in your constitution that say you can do what they're trying to bash him for doing. It legally says in the Constitution he's allowed to do it.
If that's the case, then why do you say he went for therapy? He already put those statements.
He went to therapy from the reaction. You know what bro. That's crazy.
All right,
bro.
listen.
He's
already. Okay, pause. I want you to understand what I just said right there. He didn't go to therapy because he posted a picture of a gun. He went to therapy because of the way they reacted to him to posting the picture.
Hey, and listen, both of y'all got a good point, but I like that point you make about how he react. Why he going to rehab? Like they've been clowning this man.
They've been clowning that man. What's that got to do with the picture? Nothing.
They've been clowning this man.
The media wants you to hate another black man. To be honest, for real. That's all it is. The media wants you to hate another black man for doing something that ain't illegal.
They were trying to say the man is a fake person.
I actually think this is really a ridiculous conversation.
No, it's really not, because we just literally watched Kaepernick lose his whole contract for doing something that's optional.
Share with you something. If I tell you about how many people I know in our community who've been shot, including myself,
what's that got to do with him?
Because there's a reason why this behavior is just completely unbecoming.
Okay, the young boys that shooting people they didn't register their weapons.
You know how many people get murdered in Memphis?
How about register weapons? How many people get murdered by registered weapons?
That's what we're gonna do. Run around.
What percentage?
And just flash guns on social media. That's what we're on.
What's wrong with that? We watch. What's wrong with I literally subscribe to it. I literally subscribe to a dude who literally shoots the biggest guns in the world all day. Like, what's wrong with that? He's not an idiot.
Yeah,
what's wrong with that? He's not an idiot, but it's just only white people can post their guns and look like the militia. Only white people can do that. Apparently, can look like a militia on the internet. Black people can't.
The NBA is family entertainment.
Ain't no NBA, bro. Come on, bro. When the one boy conversation. This is literally cooning.
You think it's smart to sacrifice money that you've already earned and compromise losing your endorsement deal?
They don't care about money. It's about morals. What you like, but that's where you got to understand, bro. It's literally about control.
He did not flash a gun to make a stand for.
You're looking too much. He's not doing it to make a stand. He's literally just doing what he feel like he can do.
We need to look at that video too hard to figure out there was no intelligent stance that he was making.
How do you know that? How do you know he's not making a You just said the same thing again that you said you didn't say. How do you know he's not making a stance if you don't know what he's doing?
No intelligent stance.
How do you know that? How do you know there's
he's
no
in a vehicle listening to NBA young boy.
Oh my God! This is bro. You're getting opinionated now.
It wasn't like, hey, we're gonna put a
there's no logic behind this. You're telling another man what he was thinking, bro.
Come on, let's be
you're a mind reader right now.
No, I don't need to be a mind reader. It's ridiculous.
That's what you're doing. You're telling him. You literally just said you don't know what he was thinking, but you're telling him, I know he wasn't thinking.
I know that much for sure.
Oh my God.
He definitely wasn't thinking. He just got finished sitting in the commissioner's office.
Okay, who cares?
Yeah, you don't care because
he don't. Obviously, he don't care. He's up already.
Your angle is. I know that you're a contrarian person or whatever.
I'm not a contradiction. So you just contradicted yourself for the last 15 minutes.
You've been contradicting yourself.
I don't been contradicting. I literally said the Lakers. I said the Lakers are 6 since the Lakers going down.
You're trying to convince me.
I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm just telling you what he's legally allowed to do.
You're trying to convince me that John Moran put intelligent thought behind the reason.
I didn't say that. I said you don't know what he was doing. I never said that. I can't tell you what that man is doing. I said, but I'm just telling you what I thought happened.
After when you've already had a conversation with the commissioner and already been suspended from the league, that's what you want to continue to do. After when you already put public statements out that you were going to do better.
Kyrie lost all his endorsements and told the commissioner the same thing he'd been telling him. Who cares?
Kyrie and John Moran, the two.
Oh my God! Now you're about to move the goalpost.
No, you just moved
You
the
was that
goalpost.
close
We're
to moving
talking
the
about
goalpost.
John
Hey,
Morant. Now
Kyrie
you're
and John
talking about
Morant, nah,
Kyrie.
bro, two different people. Come on,
You
bro. Come on.
continue to move the goalposts. We're talking
I
about
didn't move
John
no
Morant. Now you're
goalposts. I've
talking
been telling you about the
about
Second
Kyrie.
Amendment, so
We're
I got
talking
so I
about
got
John
in.
Morant with the same infraction he's already had. Then you start talking about he's making a stand for gun
No,
rights. Come on,
that ain't
what are
what
we
I
talking
said. I
about?
never said
And then
that.
you're talking
You
about
just
people moving the goalposts. Come on,
that
man.
ain't what I said at all. I'm gonna tell you what I said so you
You've
got.
just done it like 4 times. Then you
I
want
know
to talk
because
about people
you keep
contradicting
missing to my
themselves.
point. That's why I gotta keep reiterating what I'm
And
saying.
your
I
point.
literally said Rap God. I literally comment off of Rap God what he said. Rap God. I'm gonna start up so from the beginning so you know I'm not capping.
Do
I'm
that.
gonna reiterate exactly what I said because you literally just say calling me a mind reader now. Listen, John Morant wants out, right? That was the main part of what I said. I said I agree with Rap God. I said that's what I was thinking too. Does that mean I know what he's doing? What I'm thinking and knowing, is that the same thing? So you automatically are already off of what I'm saying.
No, I
Completely.
heard you the first time. You
Okay, so
repeated it, which is
how do you hear me
completely
the first time and
unnecessary.
say something I'm not talking about?
Because when we started talking about the
Oh.
conversation and you started talking about
I
the
gave you a reason
hypothetical,
why I thought
theoretical
that.
reasons
I'm
why,
telling
this
you why
sort of
I
makes some sort
think
of
that.
sense.
I'm telling you why I think that. That doesn't mean I
Yeah,
know
right.
what
You're
he's doing.
telling me about the reasons why you think this to be
Exactly. I'm
actually
disagreeing
something
off
that's
of what the chat
plausible.
said. I
Right?
disagree. Me and Rap God think the same thing, obviously. So
Right. I
rap
have no problem with the statement that Rob God
right.
made.
That but we're
If
saying the same exact thing.
I have no problem with you thinking what you think either.
Exactly.
We're
So
just
why
having a
are you saying
debate.
I know what he's doing then? That was your
You
argument.
definitely know that there
I
was no intelligent thought
how do
behind
I
what he
know
did.
that? How do you know that if you don't even know what he's
Because
thinking?
you can literally see it in the video. What was
What can you see
intelligent
in the
about
video?
that?
You can see his
You
mind.
you
You can
just
see
you just
oh
you
my god.
just you just went and assimilated. You just assimilated in your argument. You went and assimilated all of these
That's a good
things
ass
based off
word
of what
though.
you just said. You said what you think, not what you know, right? But then you put them on the same level with you
Where,
started bringing in what Colin Kaepernick
yeah,
and
exactly. I have to tell you, give you
Colin
an example of why I
Kaepernick
think that
and
he's doing
Kyrie
that.
Irving
I
and
gave
all
him an
this good
example of how
stuff.
they violate your
Come on.
rights. I just gave you examples of how they try to the media tries to program you to hate black people, hate black celebrities. I just gave you an example. Like
It's
what
not the
what
media.
I get the
The
reason I say
media
that is
is not.
the reason
The
I gave
media
that
is not the
example.
reason I have an issue with what
So
John
you can
Morant did.
understand. I'm now about to break it down for you again, so you can understand the Kaepernick analogy because these are analogies. You're looking too far into the analogy. You got to understand. You know what I'm saying? You got to try to understand all points of view on the panel. You know what I'm saying? I understand. I agree with what you're saying. I see why you say that, but at the end of the day, I look at it higher. I'm looking at it from a higher frequency. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, right? Why I brought up Kaepernick. It's optional to stand up for the anthem, and he still got kicked out of the league. It's not illegal for you to have a registered weapon, and they're still trying to kick him out of the league. That's literally the same thing. What's the difference?
They're trying to kick him out the league.
Yeah, in both situations.
All right.
Kick him off the team, whatever. It's the same situation.
We're looking at things from a different frequency.
Hey, I'm looking at it from
More accurate.
I'm looking at it. I'm just looking at them trying to break your Second Amendment and be selective of who they want to get rid of when 60% of the people in the NBA are legal registered gun holders.
If people want to carry guns and have a Second Amendment right, they do have a right to do that.
Exactly. You're allowed to post your gun.
But
You're
the
allowed to do
NBA,
anything
but
you
the
want with your gun,
NBA,
with
the
your legal
NBA
gun.
and the NFL are
No,
two totally different corporations. One, and then two, if John Morant was at a gun range and he was doing a video where
Draymond Green wasn't at the gun range with a sniper rifle. He posted a picture with a sniper rifle. He wasn't at the gun range. That's his sniper rifle.
Just like how you said that your analogy. Can I finish speaking for a moment?
What do you think?
All right. I have people in my family who train people on using firearms.
Right.
So I understand the whole second right thing. I'm cool with that. I'm no problem with if you want to talk about that. But this issue with John Morant is not him running around trying to make some sort of statement about the Second Amendment.
That ain't what we're talking about at all. You're way off topic of what we're talking about. This conversation has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Listen, let's just not have this conversation.
Right.
You are on totally different wavelengths.
Exactly. You're talking
just like
about
how
him
you
making
talking
a
about, you should
stance.
be able to understand. I should be able to
I understand what you're saying, but
you
you're just
should
off
be able
topic
to
of where we're
understand
at.
what
I
I'm
understand
saying. And for
exactly
you
what
to
you're
say that we're
saying.
having a different conversation,
Yeah, we're having two different conversations right now.
It just doesn't
You're
even make
talking
any
about
sense for us to even
I just
continue
want to
talking.
clarify so I understand what you're
We're
saying.
not even gonna have this. Let's talk about something different.
Right, but I just wanted so I understand what you're saying so I can tell you, show you I understand. You're talking about I'm saying that he's making a stance about the Second Amendment. That's what you're saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm literally saying he's allowed to do it. He's just exercising. I'm not saying he's making a stance or doing all this. He's literally allowed. He literally did nothing wrong, literally. But because the media wants you to think he's doing something wrong, we're having this conversation.
Right.
Literally.
All right.
That's literally all it was. If you can get kicked out of the league for something that's optional, and you can get kicked out of something that's in your constitution that the founding fathers gave you, like why would you let them break your rights, your constitutional rights,
Who's getting kicked out of the league?
No, we're not talking about. You're not even just kicked out of. Kaepernick got kicked out of his league, and then they're trying to kick him and suspend him and give him all this punishment. Let's just keep the kicking out of the league. That's too specific. You're being too specific on kicking out of the league. You're looking for something to argue about, right? And so look at the whole thing in totality. What did he do wrong at all?
Saying that
He didn't do nothing wrong at all.
You're the one who keeps on saying that.
How did you do something wrong when there's nothing in the NBA guidelines that says you can't take a picture with a weapon? There's nothing in the guidelines that says that.
If that's the case, then I'm sure that there was no reason the commissioner had a conversation.
No, there's a reason, because people reacted to it, and then the media wanted you to make the media target somebody. It's because of the reaction to it.
There were several reports, and him posting something on Facebook Live, and somebody sharing it on social media.
So what's that matter? Who cares?
Exactly the same as the media influence anybody.
The media is literally targeting John Morant, and his own people are the ones doing the bashing.
The reason why this article is trending is because he just got finished doing this stuff.
But he shouldn't even be in this. He's allowed to do it. Who cares?
Yeah, if he was allowed to do it, then he wouldn't.
He is allowed to do it. Where's the law that says he can't do it?
It's not about the law. It's about
yes, it is. Like your guideline. You're saying he's breaking NBA rules when there's no rule against what he's doing. That's the point that we're making here.
There is no rule.
If there's no rule against what you're doing, what is the big up?
Is a privilege. You don't have to play in the NBA. You don't have to have endorsements.
I agree with that part, but the thing is, if there's no rules, if you never broke one rule, what is the problem?
All right. Well, that's the only reason why people bring up the morality clause for the NBA. Maybe he should read it, and maybe.
But what is his morality clause? What did he do?
Listen, forget about what me and you were talking about. He should revisit the conversation he had with the commissioner. They actually sat down and spoke face to face.
And he probably told him exactly. I got Second Amendment right.
Obviously, he would understand.
He told him the same thing Kyrie told him.
Came out of that meeting. He was the one who came out of that meeting and talked about him doing better. He was the one who came out of that meeting talking about he was getting counseling.
He was the one who said that out of his own mouth. All over the media. That's the only reason he get counseling, because he literally got dog walked through the media. That had nothing to do with him, with the commissioner. I'm trying to make the commissioner look like he humbled him. That was the media bashing him. He
came out of those conversations expressing that he understood and he would do better out of his own mouth, of his own free will. And clearly he had not done anything better, because
he didn't do nothing wrong based off of the NBA rules, though. There's nothing.
He already had a conversation. If you had a conversation with somebody and you were suspended over something, there was obviously a reason.
Well, do you know what happened in the conversation?
You weren't in that meeting, but he was in that meeting with Adam Silver. So him and
you
Adam
acting like
Silver
you know what happened in the meeting, though. What if he told him? What if he told him the same thing? I don't care what you said. I got Second Amendment.
And Adam Silver already expressed to him what was at stake and what you have to lose. And he expressed that also in his comment, that he understands now what he has to lose. Right? That's what he said in his own statement the first time.
Right.
Yet he's doing the exact same thing.
He did the same thing because it's literally trying to break his rights.
It's not because he shouldn't.
They're literally trying to break his Second Amendment. This is actually illegal what they're trying to do, low-key.
All right, well, we're gonna.
It's low key illegal. If you were really press that issue, he literally has the right to carry a weapon, post a picture.
He has all the money in the world, and he can go get himself an attorney, and he can go to court. But I'm gonna tell you something, and you already know how it's gonna end.
But how is he getting? What guidelines? Okay, so I'm about to break down what you said. What KNT don't understand is Ja is being punished, not being punished by the law. I agree. Ja is under the guidelines of the NBA. What guideline says he can't do that? So that's the problem right here. They're just picking and choosing who they don't like.
Me and you don't have.
We literally okay. So if Draymond Green posting a sniper rifle posting his sniper rifle, you know what I mean. So Draymond. So I guess nothing wrong with that though.
Me and you.
There ain't no media outrage about a big ass sniper rifle.
I don't know if Adam Silver. We don't even know if Adam Silver met with Draymond Green or LeBron James or anybody else. But we do know
God, we know the media ain't bashing him. We know that.
Oh, we do know for a fact that he met with John Morant, though. We do know that.
Okay. So why didn't he meet with Draymond Green? Why didn't he why ain't the media bashing Draymond Green and LeBron?
Didn't, just like you don't know. We don't know
No, we would have heard it. I didn't even have to look for John Morant getting bashed. I just opened my Twitter and it was already there.
Definitely do know. We definitely do know that the commissioner met with John Morant, though.
Okay, so why don't everybody know that? Why didn't we hear nothing about them meeting with? Why ain't nobody bash Draymond Green with a 6-foot sniper rifle, 5-foot sniper rifle?
I don't know what the league did with any of those.
Exactly, it's hypocritical.
But it's
selective outrage, bro. That's all it is. Selective outrage.
But we do know that.
That's all it is.
We do know that was suspended over his actions. We do know that John Morant issued a statement.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you a perfect example. We do know Kyrie Irving was suspended for his actions for posting somebody else's link that they didn't take down.
Yeah,
there was no outrage on Amazon Bezos. Jeff Bezos, where was the outrage on Jeff Bezos? This goes back to proving my point. The job is he literally shared a link from Amazon, and Amazon didn't get bashed, which is my point. It's literally my point. It's literally my point. You literally just proved my point. Thank you.
Colin Kaepernick.
It's literally optional to stand for the national anthem. And he did. And listen, the first game he sat down and then he talked to somebody from the military and they told him to knee. So he did a compromise and they still bashed him, even though it's optional.
The media turned that.
The media turn you against black people, bro, and you falling for it, bro. I love you, but you falling for it, bro.
I'm not falling for anything.
You cooning right now, bro. You don't even realize it. This is cooning. Like what you doing right now is cooning, bro.
I'm not
like, you cooning right now, bro. You don't even realize
I'm not cooning. I'm not. You don't even
know that ain't cool. He ain't cooning.
That is cooning. You arguing for the program.
No. You don't even understand what I represented. Anything. I'm not even gonna go deep into this because this is ridiculous. We have neighborhoods that are dilapidated in our neighborhoods and our same black communities. We got people out here running around murdering.
None of them. We don't get. Okay, now pause. How many young boys right now in your neighborhood are running around with legal weapons?
There's nothing more.
Where's the legal weapons that being used in these murders?
They're doing it with legal weapons.
No, they're not. No, they're not. They're not doing
I got a little.
When you see them dudes out here doing hits with legal weapons, when you see that,
I got a little dude who's practically a little brother of mine right now, sitting in jail right now for 20 years. His uncle for 40 years. For the biggest gun running operation in New York City right now. Embarrassed to see him in the New York Times. I'm writing him a letter right now, sending it to him right now as we speak.
No.
Trust me.
You saying the young boys in your neighborhood are going around shooting people with registered weapons? That's what you're saying.
The weapons.
You're comparing illegal weapons and legal weapons. It's crazy. That's the crazy part about it. You got to compare the exact situation on both sides. That's not a valid argument, bro.
You don't even know what you're talking about. The
weapons not a valid argument. Is what I'm telling you. You're comparing the young boys in your neighborhood carrying illegal weapons to
neighborhoods all over the place. Right
all over the place. You don't see nobody with no legal weapons shooting nobody.
It's happening in suburbs and stuff like that too.
Only time
they're doing that in Colts Neck. There ain't nothing but a bunch of white wealthy people out there.
Okay, so where are these hits at?
It's not like this is something that's just happening in a vacuum. We have an issue with gun violence all over this country. It's a fact. I don't need to explain that to anybody.
What I got to do with the legal?
Why would the NBA want to be associated with anything that's even remotely that ridiculous? They wouldn't.
The fact that you think something that's completely your right to do is ridiculous is crazy. That's what you just said proves my point again. The fact that he didn't do nothing against any NBA rules. And they're trying to bash him. Is this a selective outrage?
He didn't do anything about the NBA rules.
Yeah, he didn't break one NBA rule.
Did he already 2 months ago have the same meeting with the commissioner?
Yeah, because it's selective outrage, and he probably told you.
All right. So he didn't violate any rule. He didn't violate any rule.
He didn't, not one.
He didn't lose endorsements, but he just.
We see people lose endorsements for stuff that other people didn't. For we see it all the time.
And that's another one right here, right? When we look at this, and this is a point I've been trying to make about black culture as far as how the younger folks around see it. When you look at Michael Vick, when he been fighting them dogs, you think Michael Vick been thinking in his head like, yeah, boy, there's some illegal shit. We gonna do time behind it. Or he was thinking
about the money.
This shit all the time.
Thinking it all the time.
We grew up doing
that's exactly what he did. But you know what you're doing when it's illegal. But he's doing it. That's a different situation, though. You know you're doing something, but most of the time when you're doing something illegal, you know. Dog.
But when it's
he grew up around it, like you said.
But it's not. When you grew up around it, it don't seem as crazy when you're doing.
What's wrong with loving weapons, though?
Yeah, and that's why
what's wrong with that?
When you look,
I know how many people I know
like that. Why
you know how many dudes I know that love weapons?
That's something they use to relax.
It's a sport,
so
bro.
Why can't he be in his car doing what most people, whether it got legal or illegal, doing in their car?
Thank you.
This was caught on camera. That's the only difference between
No, hey,
a
listen.
normal
I'm just
guy
trying.
who
We
go and play
literally watch
basketball.
videos of dudes shooting grenade launchers and flamethrowers, but they happen to be white though.
Yeah, if ain't but no
Like, black
cameras,
people
y'all would
do
been
it
on the
too.
court
You got
hooping
But
Black
today.
Rambo out there.
they'll be mad at them.
Black Rambo runs around and does it
Okay,
all
so
the
Black
time.
Rambo, you
Gun
watch
ranges.
Black Rambo, but you mad at John Morant. That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's
I
bad,
think
bro.
that John Morant.
Yo, bro.
John Morant is,
That's
I think
why
that
people
John
like me
Morant
are
is.
here, bro.
I
That's
think
why
that
people
John
like me are
Morant is.
here,
I
bro.
think that John Morant is just being a
Don't
young silly
you
fool.
about to go right back to Coonan. Like, yo, you
All right.
you got
Listen,
really.
listen. You done called me a coon
No, I
2
said no. I didn't call you a
times to
cooning. I
answer.
said
No,
you're
no, no. You said
cooning. That's an
right back to
action.
cooning.
I would never
Right back
disrespect
to
you as a
cooning.
person. I'm
I
talking
already
about your
said I'm
action,
done
bro.
with this
Listen,
conversation for the
Rigo.
first time.
Before you go
So
left,
I'm
bro.
just,
Before you go
I'm
left.
gonna just chill.
If I speak on
I'm
your
just gonna chill.
action, I'm not speaking on you. If you're cooning, that not mean I'm calling you a coon. That mean you're just cooning right now. The stuff that you're talking about is literally you're pushing a program right now. That's what I'm telling you.
No. I'm
You're
not
literally
controlled by
saying,
no
but
puppet. I got
yo,
nobody
who's
putting
that
on strings.
unstoppable on the panel with us?
You're being very disrespectful, and
I'm not being
Hey, he's out of
disrespectful.
the car. You agree?
I'm
I'm
just
just
not
speaking
even.
on
I'm
the
not gonna
action.
engage with this.
You
I'm
call
not gonna
him
let you
idiotic.
me.
You call, but okay, so you can call
I'm not even gonna go there.
John Morant. Okay, Paul, what's the difference between me saying you cooning and you saying John Morant's idiotic? What's the difference?
John Morant's idiotic got nothing to
Oh
do
my
with
God,
you.
you're about to
You said that
validate.
I'm cooning.
Yeah, that's cooning. Facts.
That's what you just got finished saying, right?
100%. I
You know what,
100%
man?
agree
You
with
know
you,
what?
cooning.
I'm done.
I agree. The fact, the same way you feel about me saying the word cooning about an action, I'm not speaking on you. I'm not calling you a coon. I'm just saying you pushing the program right now by you literally being mad at something that's not illegal, and it's hilarious. It's not. There's no rules against what he's doing, and you're saying he's idiotic for doing it. That's hilarious to me personally. I just like I feel the same way about I told you about Kaepernick. It's optional. So how can we be mad at something that you gave him an option to do or not do? That's literally your rule. What do you think, Unstoppable?
I mean, shit.
If
Like
I tell you you can have grape juice or red juice, and you choose red juice, and I kick you out the NFL, whose fault is that? You
I
made
mean,
the
shit,
rules.
I get your point because I mean,
That's
like, yeah,
literally
I
it.
see it from
But
both
bashing.
sides.
Okay, so if you join in on me and they kick me out the league and everybody bashing me, wouldn't you say I'm cooning? You see what I'm
I
saying?
mean, to me, Coonan is more extreme
Pushing the
level.
program.
Like if you want to say like he getting programmed or he
Pushing the program is cooning.
Yeah, if you saying that, then okay, that's kind of like
That's pushing the
fair.
program. I said that 3
Yeah,
times. He's cooning right now. He's pushing the
yeah.
program. You don't
No,
realize it.
I mean, I give you that's like when you
That's
saying
literally
somebody,
pushing you're literally kicking another black man
yeah,
down
that's
for
like
no
when you
reason.
saying somebody bitching. You ain't calling him a bitch. You just saying like the action.
You acting like a hoe right now.
Bitch like attitude, like bitch like.
You gotta change your direction of where you going.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, now you bashing a black man for something that they allowed in the league.
But
If
see, I
Draymond
also
Green can
think,
post a sniper rifle, he should be able to post a gun in his car.
yeah, I agree. And
That's literally
that's
Kyrie did
understandable,
nothing wrong at all. Kaepernick didn't do nothing wrong at all. The fact that people were bashing Kyrie and calling him an idiot, but not mentioning Jeff Bezos or not mentioning the author of the book, he didn't even write the book. That's what I'm talking about. It's just the media wanting you to be mad at another black man because they don't like him, because he don't want to follow the program. So if you bashing a man for not following the program, what are you doing? Pushing the program, which is what? Cooning.
Yeah, but
Literally,
I
that's
mean,
literally the definition of cooning, bro.
I feel you, but
He's definitely cooning right now.
I don't think the reason why I said I wouldn't call it cooning because I understand the point he's trying to make us. He ain't trying to sit there and join in on the bashing. He from his own personal experience looking at the situation, saying like, "Damn, like you supposed to be like a role model, like that was something dumb to do. Now you letting like people that see you look at that and be like, oh damn, you just been inside a commissioner office. You just tell him you changed. You're going through all that just to do the dumb.
How you know he told him he changed?
So I get where he coming from now. Like he ain't wrong with what he's saying either.
I'm not
That's
saying
why I
he's
don't
not
look at it
wrong
as
what he's
cooning.
saying, but he's
you
pushing
need
the
to-
agenda at
like,
the same
my
time.
brothers need to hear that part of it too. Like, yeah, they
Yeah,
can hear,
facts.
like,
That's why I said
okay,
I understand what he's saying. He just don't understand the whole part of it. That he really thinks that John Morant did something wrong when he didn't do shit wrong. That's the part where he's messed up at. Because if there was an NBA rule that said you can't post pictures with a gun, there would be that I would be with you. But there's nothing that says that. Because we literally pulled up LeBron James pulling out with a submachine gun looking like the Juggernaut. Then when I pulled up a picture of Draymond Green with a sniper rifle, not in the gun range. The reason I did that because I posted the gun range one first because I knew that was going to be your first thing. He's at a gun range. Okay, what about Draymond Green with a sniper rifle? Not at the gun range. What's different? Nothing.
I just
Selective
think the
outrage.
NBA they got this
Selective
thing,
outrage. Okay, Draymond Green's with the program. John Morant's obviously not.
and it's kind of unfair to the player because you got to think about it. That's like a conspiracy charge. Like you don't have to actually do something to catch a conspiracy charge. You just got to have a conspiracy theory
No, but
about
what if there's no
you
law?
doing
Okay,
that.
how you
Third,
catch a
no,
conspiracy
hold on.
charge
I'm
when
about to
it,
circle back around on that.
right?
So when you get to the John Moran, it's like they suspended him for conduct detrimental to the league. But it's like, what is that? Like, what is that a tangible thing? Like, you can't say, oh, because you've been doing illegal shit. Because like, well, what I've been doing illegal. So it's like, well, we can't put him on that. So it's like a general thing to say. That's why I believe like how you say it's really just the media boosting shit up.
Yeah,
I can't
exactly.
say for a fact
Getting
that
you
because he's
rowdied
trying
up.
to make us
Exactly.
hate black men. I can't
That's
say
all
that's
the.
the
This is
point.
just the
But
this
what
the
I am
media at
saying
work,
is
pretty much.
the
Yeah,
media
facts.
has control into whatever narrative they want to take it as. I
Exactly.
just don't know what that point is.
But
I
I'm
don't know
just
if
trying
it's
to say, like, why? But
relationship,
listen,
if it's to
if
do
it
with
was,
Tupac.
if I would agree with Rico if they did that with Draymond Green when he posted the sniper rifle.
That's what I mean. It's definitely
It's
definitely
selective
an image
outrage.
thing.
It's literally
Definitely an image
targeting
thing.
who your ops are. It's allowing the black people to destroy the black op for you. Literally, you get all the black people to get riled up at that person and disrespect his character, so we can treat him the way we've been wanting to treat him. And now we can join you and bash the man with you, pretty
And that's
much.
why we're bringing up the point of
But it goes back to
that's
Coonan. That's
kind of what
literally what
they
Coonan is.
doing.
We
Like
going
you
all
look at it,
together. We all together go and blast that black man for doing something that everybody else is doing. Literally, that's literally the definition of what the word is. I'm not
yeah,
trying to
but I
be
mean you gotta
disrespectful.
think
It's
about it.
just I use a
Everybody
different word. It's just
don't see
pushing the
that the
narrative,
same
pushing the
way.
program. I'm instead of saying Coonan, I'm gonna just say you pushing the destructive program. That's what I'm gonna say. Because it's selective outrage. You got to be mad at Draymond Green too. And when I mentioned it, you ain't say nothing bad about Draymond Green. That's where the hypocrisy comes in at.
Yeah, I bring up the analogy yesterday of imagine Jokic holding the hunting rifle with a
They
dead
wouldn't
buck in
care.
his hand.
They wouldn't care. He be playing in the same game.
I said so when I look at the similarities between the two and be like, okay, both of them got a legal gun, but only one get in trouble.
No, they
Okay, what's
both.
the difference? Oh, rap music but on at the same time. But then
Yeah,
it's
they
like,
no,
well, damn, it can't be rap
AK.
music
No,
because
no.
y'all
The
got
John
rappers
Morant's
all across
already
the motherfucker.
marked. You know how they treat you when you marked in the NBA. Just being honest. Look how they treated Kyrie for posting a book on Amazon.
Yeah, they got their people picked that
Yeah, exactly. And then the fact that
you ain't doing what they
if
want
you
you to
bash
do.
them with them for something that they ain't doing, you're pushing the program against another black man.
Yeah.
Literally, that's literally what you're doing. So that's why I want you to educate you so you can understand where you're that don't fall for the media program. I know it's hard. I know everybody else wants to bash that man for doing something that everybody else is doing, but don't join. Once you join in, you pushing the program, and you just as bad as them because you're doing the same thing as them.
Yeah, and then at the same time, like, one of the main things that they do make fun of him about is the fact that, like, well, you ain't even from that life and you doing this and the third, like, you ain't about that life. Now you kind of, through the media, they helping black people furthermore go into, oh, well, you got to be living a certain way for you to be considered
Who are they
cool
to
or
tell
whatever.
you how you got to live? That's what's wrong with people.
Yeah.
Like we just sat on the panel and told that man how he should be living. That's literally what we did for the last 40 minutes. That's why I was trying to say, whoa, you got to stop. If the law says he can do it, there's no NBA laws against it. What are you so mad for? Because that's the media. They got you riled up. They got you ready to hate that man.
And it's an image. It's like I said, it's an image thing.
It's
Like
an image that they're portraying of him. That's the only reason
like
it's like
if
that.
Draymond Green did that same picture
With a sniper rifle,
me
though.
young boy in the background.
No, but he wouldn't even get. They wouldn't even say nothing. They were like Draymond Green hard. He's an enforcer. Oh, he's on demon time. He got the young boy with the sniper. Draymond Green hard.
Yeah.
That's literally
I mean,
the narrative.
shit. I don't know. I just think it's
I'm trying to figure out why.
hypocrisy,
I want to see. Okay, Rico. Tomorrow, I want to see you drop a post about how idiotic Draymond Green is. Then we can have this conversation. I want to see the same energy tomorrow about Draymond Green and LeBron James, because he had the same gun the Juggernauts have in Survivor mode on Call of Duty.
But I mean, to his point too. Now, like LeBron and what your boy name was, Draymond ain't got a pass of that.
A
John
pastor
Morant
what? A
also
pastor doing
Draymond.
stuff that everybody else is doing. 60% of the league own rifles.
No, I get that part.
That's what I'm saying. Like they're just picking at him.
No,
The
what I'm
reason
saying
that
is like remember that incident with the Pacers where they said they had pointed beam, and then you got the situation where he fight the little dude and pull out a gun on him at his house. Like if you do got that in your background, you can't be mad at somebody for
I'm
saying,
not
"Oh,
saying
he
he can't
jumped
be
because it's
mad,
the
but I'm
game."
just
Like,
saying, why are you mad that he's doing something that you allow everybody else to do? Why are you mad? Why is he idiotic? Because he loves guns. There's nothing wrong with that. Some people just love weapons, bro.
yeah,
What's
that's the
wrong
point.
with that?
Listen, that's the point I've been trying to make.
What's
I
the
say
problem with loving weapons when you
sometimes
literally,
we show our
bro?
love
You
for
know how many
certain
people
shit
die
different
for
than the
the rights
next.
to bear arms, bro? You know how many
Yeah,
people die for that?
like we sometimes us as black people, especially when you grow up in the hood, we show our affinity and love for shit different than the next person would, and the next race, and the next
Exactly.
financial shit. So like when I see John Morant do this shit, and my mind is like, oh, he just get caught. Like he might do
He
that
lo-
shit every
he
day.
love
I
guns.
see
He
them
love
little boys
guns,
do that
bro.
shit all the
There's
time.
nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with loving guns. And the fact that, just like what Steven, the dumbass shit Steven Jackson said earlier, why would I want my young boys to walk around taking pictures with guns and care? But why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you want your kid to learn about gun safety and legalize their gun and protect themselves? You sound stupid. Why do you want kids looking up to you and carrying weapons? Why wouldn't you carry a weapon if it's legal? Why wouldn't you go down to the courthouse? You go to the courthouse to get your gun license. John
But see,
Morant
the
went
thing
down to
about
the
it
cop.
is,
Come
and
on, bro.
that's a two-way sword too, because it's like, yeah, you can say that, but them churn ain't know if his gun legal or not. Like they just
They
looking at
know
like you
John
got a
Morant
gun.
gun legal. They
No,
know
what I'm
John
saying is
Morant.
like you might have
The young boys
a
we watching
14.
they not carrying. They're not doing. That's why that's what that was the difference. I was
No,
telling Rico.
I know for a fact
They're
his
all
gun had to
illegal
be
weapons
legal
that
with
you see
job.
out here.
I don't
All
think
these
they hit
hits,
with no
these are
illegal
illegal
guns.
weapons.
I just saying like them churn who ain't like ones who 15, 16, like in their mind, like I want a gun. I don't care how I gotta get that motherfucker.
Yeah,
Them shit ain't gonna be legal.
I'm not saying that part. But the thing is, if you want to copy off somebody, do it the way he did it. You can't blame a person for you can't blame
But they might not have the context of all that. Like a lot of people
but
have.
that's the thing that's the thing about where you got to actually understand what it is. Like if he's showing you, okay, if you watch Rambo, is he not showing off the same thing to the kids?
No, you got a point. You got a point. What
It's
you're saying.
literally like there's facts involved. They're
I think
just
it
trying to
comes
break their
down to
Second
like,
Amendment. That's all it is. They're trying to break him. They're trying to buck break him. That's all it is. And he's not with it. The same way Kyrie wasn't. It didn't work for Kyrie. It ain't gonna work for John Morant.
See,
This is buck breaking, bro.
See, me and you understand the normalcy of what he did. Like we understand that's kind of normal in certain parts of the black community. We understand that.
No, we
But what
understand
I'll
it's
say is,
normal in the NBA when
I don't
60%
think
of
he
the
at the
people in the
level.
NBA own weapons
I don't think
legally.
at the level of buck breaking and all that with him. I
It's
think
buck
what it
breaking
is
because listen,
that's
if it
like
wasn't
okay,
buck
like if
breaking,
you
Draymond Green
let's
would
say
be in
you
the
work
same
a job.
situation.
Let's say you work at a job, right? And you
Right.
go to work and they be like, listen, no hoodies inside the workplace or whatever like that.
Right.
And you go to work and you're like, damn, the AC fuck up till we blowing cold ass air all
That's different.
day.
That's already a different situation because
No.
I'm
But
gonna
it's the
tell you this.
same
Hold on
thing.
before you go. That's not a good analogy. I'm gonna tell you it's not a good analogy already.
You well within your right to put on a hoodie because
No,
it's
it's not
cold
because the
tomorrow.
law they literally said you're
No.
not allowed to wear hoodies. You
No,
started it
I
off.
know,
There's a difference already right there.
But listen. John Morant may be carrying guns because he might have some type of extra shit going on outside of the
That don't got nothing to do with it. He love guns, bro.
No, hold on. I get that. I agree in that regard. What I'm saying is you gotta look at the outside shit, not just the
I
looking at
understand
it as
that part.
normal.
I
We gotta
understand what
take
the media
ourselves
did.
out of thinking that and saying
You're
that,
adding in the effect of what the media programmed them to do.
no,
Literally.
listen, I'm not saying he
I know
doing
what you
nothing
mean. The
wrong
reaction is it
within
looks
his right.
bad. The
What I'm
reaction
saying
is
is there's two sides to look at everything. So
yeah.
at the same way we can say he ain't done nothing wrong, even no crime, like he ain't point the gun at nobody, he ain't shoot nobody, he ain't cause no damage. That's 100% correct. He shouldn't get no trouble. But at the same time, like when you represent a company or a conglomerate, like
Okay, so
you
Draymond
gotta
Green
make
should be.
them
Oh,
look
so
how
they
they want to look.
suspend Draymond
And no,
Green
I get it.
tonight.
No,
LeBron.
I get it with the Draymond Green thing. I
Come
get
on,
what
bro.
you're saying. But we in a different time now when it
No,
comes
we're
to
in a
young
buck breaking
kids.
time. We're in a time where they buck break you if they don't like
No, you
you.
gotta think about it. A lot of kids going to school shooting schools up, and I know they ain't got nothing to
Right.
do
So
with
what's
just.
that? So that
No,
means
no,
Draymond
hold on.
Green was promoting it too. Then
No, hold on. And I'm
it's the
about to get
same
to that.
thing. They did
I'm
the
getting to
same
that.
thing, and
I'm
you're
getting to
bashing
that.
on one. You got to carry. Hold on, before you move
No,
forward.
I get all
If
that. I
you
putting
want
all
to
that
say
same
anything
thing.
about John Morant that he's doing, you got to add it to LeBron James
Yeah.
and Draymond Green. You got to be like this. He's not setting an example for the kids. That you got to say the same thing for LeBron and Draymond Green.
I mean, so if
They're the same thing.
regardless of what time or when they did that, if I had saw that, the same thing I have to say in my mind about John Morant and how I know a lot of low dudes doing that, I would look at LeBron James and Draymond and be like, well, they don't necessarily try to act like they from the hood, but I mean, I'm pretty sure they run a bunch of white boys who go hunting. So that shit kind of like what they do. I
So,
wouldn't bash them,
aka
like I
selective
wouldn't bash
outrage.
John Morant.
You're looking for the silver lining when it comes to the people you like, pretty much.
No, it's not even
That's
that.
literally
What it
what that
is,
was.
no,
What you just did.
no, that's not what. No, it's
That's
looking for the
selective
silver lining.
outrage in the best format. You
Looking for the
literally
silver
saying
lining of me
they're
saying
probably hunting. Look, listen to this. They're probably hunting, but because he's a hood dude, he's setting a bad example for your kids. You see this. You see the problem.
no,
That's the
you would
media.
you
That's the
if
media
you
effect right there. What you
based
just
on what
said.
you
That was the
saying,
perfect
you ain't
example, bro. Good
based
job.
on what you saying, you ain't listening to what I saying. What I'm saying is this: you ask me how if I everything I say about John Morant, I would have to look at Draymond Green and LeBron. So if you listen to what I saying is, if I would around that time, if the picture surfaces, with it regardless of what year that been, and I see the picture, I would think the same way I think about John Morant. I would say John Morant, young, he do that. That's what a lot of them do, so that's normal to him. I would look at LeBron James and Draymond Green, and I'll say the same thing. They probably hang around a bunch of white boys who go hunting, so that to them that's normal to them. I wouldn't bash them and say, "Oh
But
yeah, they
that's the
trying to
thing
this,
though.
that, and
You
third."
not bashing them, but 98% of the world is, and they're not bashing the other two.
No,
They're
I
for
don't
doing
think.
the
I
same
don't
thing.
think. Listen. I think a lot of the people that don't come from that part of the black community, I think they bash them because they think all that money you playing dumb like that. But I think the ones who actually from that shit, they don't really care to the point where I think they just more so on the jokes, like 4K trade y'all, like just saying shit just to try to be funny to the next person.
Okay, now go to join the buck breaking with the people. Like we came a lot.
No, no, it is fucked up. It is fucked up.
It's
But at the
fucked up.
same
That's
time,
literally
it's
what
like
it is. Like that, you to
I
prove my
tell
point. It's
women
literally
all the time,
you coon
you
like.
can't
So
control
what
what
you saying
somebody
is they
think
don't
about you.
mind. They don't mind cooning if it's fun. Pretty much.
But see, I wouldn't call it cooning just because
It
of
is
the jokes
cooning.
on
You're
the
pushing the
jokes.
narrative. Just because I'm calling it something different. If you're blasting a black man for no reason, but for something that another dude did that you like and you not saying nothing, and then I join in and start bashing him with you for no reason, I'm cooning. It's literally like that's literally
But
you
see,
pushing the
the thing
narrative.
about it is when you say that about LeBron, you say that about Draymond, you do realize a lot of people probably ain't even know them shit exists.
Well, exactly, because they don't. Because the narrative. Exactly.
We
Did you see the
living in a
difference?
different time. We
Yeah, no,
living
it's
in a
not that.
different
I'm gonna tell
time.
you what it is. The media wants you to see Ja Morant. The media don't want you to see that. That's why once you get to your feed, there's somebody bashing Ja Morant. That's why you
No,
think you never seen that gun photo with Draymond Green because they allow it. They don't mind them two doing it because they're part of the program. Kyrie Irving, the Kanye West, the Kaepernicks, and the Ja Morant, the Outlaws. It's a little bit different. The Lonzo Balls of the world, the LeVar Balls of the world. Like for example, the best example is this: the last buck breaking I seen. A perfect example. Now I brought up LeVar Ball, right? The buck breaker, right? You're an idiot for going to Australia. He messed up his son's college. What kind of father are you? What kind of father is this? What father takes his kid out of college? What kid takes his kid out of high school? What kind of father are you? Long story short, at the end of the game, James Wiseman lost eligibility for getting help with rent, and LaMelo came with $100 million, and they went pick right after each other.
I mean, but
It's bug
that's why I
breaking.
said when you
And how
talk
many people
about,
hate LeVar just because the media don't like him? Bug breaking.
but
Literally.
that's kind of like that's what the media do when they need a new story. Like think about it, Eric. There's whole John Morant shit going on, right? Let's see that going on now. Let's say a story come out where all the LeBron James ain't playing the next 3 games because he get locked up for just some old crazy shit or whatever like that. You're not really going to hear nothing about y'all because the joke's going to stop about him. That's
Yeah,
how social
and that's what I'm
media is.
talking about. Everybody they love destroying people because it's fun. They love cooning for fun. That's literally what you're saying. You're explaining cooning for fun, right? And
No, but it's not. But see, when you say
how is it
cooning,
not
I
cooning
thinking
if you're
about.
joining in on bashing another black man, like for no reason? Like he did nothing wrong, but like you said,
But see, the thing about it is,
that's cooning, bro. I know. Yeah, it's just the fact that hold on.
regardless of
You know
your
what it
race,
is?
if you do
You just
anything and
people
it's
just don't
embarrassing,
like
then social
when
media
you
can
hold
handle
on.
it.
People just
It's
don't
gonna be
like
a
the word
joke.
cooning. They just don't like the word cooning. It rubs them the wrong way.
No, I
That's
think
what.
no. The
But
problem with the word
if I say,
cooning,
why are you bashing another black man
but
with the
see,
media?
that's the problem. The problem with the word cooning is people use it too broadly. Like you can't
No,
just
I
say
used it the right
just
way when
because
you
people making
bashing
fun
another
of
black
some
man
fucking
for
up
no
a bag
reason
or
because the
whatever.
media
Like
wants you to.
that's cooning. You
Yeah,
can't just say
yeah,
that.
yeah, we about to
Cooning.
shut it down.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, shout out KNT, shout out No Panic, salute to the chat. Peace and love. It's Flight Sports TV. You already know what it is.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.